A Growing Affection, Book 4 Part 3. By Xavon Wrentaile. Sume Inuzuka surveyed the gate with annoyance and a hint of dismay. The blast of lightning her multinational unit had just unleashed would have destroyed the main gates of the Konohagakure, and probably killed anyone within 50 yards of them. But the doors to the Amigakure suffered only a light gouge, with a few modest fissures radiating out from it. The canine mistress tried to comfort herself with the thought that the attack was primarily meant to cover the noise of Lee's Oji striking the opposite wall. Then the Tsuchikage gave her and Gaara each a subtle nod, and the Leaf Jonin grinned ferally. The others were in, the unassailable reign had been breached. All right, that was a good first step, she told the Raiton users assigned to her. Now, let's work on widening those cracks. I want 3 teams, each hitting the boundary of that crater with a thunder pressure. Even as she barked the order, Earth Chakra rolled down from above the gate and began to repair the damage. Hey, Gaara, she snarled at the Shizokas as she spoke to the imitation Kazekage, you mind keeping those traitors and wannabes from fixing the doors before we even have a chance to capitalize on my guy's hard work? Baki bristled inside from the casual address, but forced himself to remember that the real Gaara never took any offense at the informal and arguably impolite manner of speech many of the Leaf Ninjas used. As you say, Sume-san, the Sand Jonin agreed impassively. Ranged and Suiton units, focus fire on the Shizokas around the entrance. The shinobi around Gaara complied, and a hail of arrows, kunai, and water chakra attacks struck Guki's men on the wall. Though the distance and the downpour made it difficult to aim well enough to land an intentional hit, the barrage forced some of the Shizokas to break off their jutsus and seek shelter. The restoration of the granite doors slowed, but did not stop. And a Captain Shizoku issued new orders, and a counterattack of catapult stones and water arts struck at Gaara and Sume's positions. Leaf Hurricane, Lee yowled as he spun into the blue and green Shizokas, knocking both off the inside edge on the wall. They plummeted 20-some feet into the stone stairway, and did not move. Reinforcements hopped over their fallen comrades as they raced up the steps to regain the wall. A massively muscular sand shinobi lifted one of the half-ton catapult bullets in each hand, and bowled them down the stairs, forcing Guki soldiers to attempt to dodge. Most succeeded, but a few did not, and even those who survived were slowed. The Stone Sisters guarding the western edge of the siege weapons platform combined their Raiton and Suiton arts to create a wide claw of purple electricity that jumped from puddle to puddle, tearing through Shizokas as they tried to reach the allied attackers. Finally, the 2nd Sand and 3rd Stone Ninjas monitored the eastern walkway. Currently they were not under attack, but they stood ready to fend off another resurgence from the far end of the wall, or to assist the other 2 teams if needed. All right, ready, Tintin affixed the last paper bomb to the catapult. The tag was made of a waxy paper that was harder to scribe a jutsu into and more expensive, but also resisted the rain that was steadily striking the explosive and its brothers, now attached to the 3 giant weapons on the platform. Are we going to be able to continue west? She asked her comrades, looking at the group of sergeants and privates attempting to overrun them from the direction of the next target. Lee's fist collided with a lieutenant as the red-garbed woman reached the top of the stairs and placed her foot on the balcony. We've got it covered, Tenten-sama, the younger Land of Earth woman answered, and the siblings began to sign more quickly. Plasma release, solar flare jutsu, they incanted in unison, linking their adjacent hands and extending their opposite arms. A bar of ochre energy blasted out of their palms, searing away all of the warriors blocking their path. The 2 Takujo slumped slightly from the effort, and each took a food pill as the backup team moved forward, in case there were any survivors. Great, the weapons mistress nodded. Lee, drop the stairs. The melee Takujo hopped up and drove his fingertips down to where the stone spread out into to form the first few steps down. He only folded his fingers twice, but the 3 layers was more than enough. The area of impact exploded into a 12-foot crater, and the Sand Chunin had to grab Lee's other hand to keep him from falling. The expanding cracks took out the top 30 feet of the extended staircase. It would not be enough to keep the Shizokas from regaining the wall, but the inside of the wall repelled attempts to cling to it with chakra just like the outside. Let's go. The 7 warriors darted west, and before they reached the next platform, a group of explosions behind them obliterated the ballista and catapults. The unmasked woman froze, her loose, mid-back length, blue-black hair plastered against her uniform by the omnipresent drizzle. She closed her eyes and took in a deep breath, seeming to sample the sounds and smells of the village, even though those were muted by the almost constant inclement weather. Pain's Azura path looked the same as she did in life. Like all of his paths of pain, her basic form had not changed. She was still midway between 5 and 6 feet tall, with feminine curves that were noticeably above average without being too voluptuous. Her nose was too small for her face, and her jaw too wide, giving her a flat, striking face that was not completely unattractive. But beyond just her shape, Nagato used a jutsu to hide her now orange hair, her control rods, and the Rinnegan that had replaced her red-purple eyes, just as he had with Leader. This was not to fool the Rain Ninjas, who were all aware of the woman's death and conversion during Pain's assassination of Hanzo. It simply made the local shinobi more comfortable around the Azura path. Despite the lie he had told Naruto during the ultimately failed attempt to take Hanabi Hyuga, Pain had been quite happy with the third path he had created. He had been considering replacing her with Itachi's body, because the Sharingan was a better fit for the powers of the Azura realm, and because he had hoped Uchiha's cold and steady personality would help him reign in the spirit of the warrior demon realm. But when Madara destroyed that opportunity, Nagato decided it was probably for the best. The unique senses of the warrior demon realm spread out from her, assisted by the host soul's knowledge of the ninja stronghold. She could feel the Shizokas scurrying around her, most like ants, but a few stood out like mice or even cats to the Azura path. Further out her senses dulled rapidly, though she could feel the battles on the walls and at the gate, she could not make out any individual spirit in the distant fights. Then 2 new wills moved closer, into the range where she could feel them uniquely. A crow or small falcon and a badger were moving through the street southeast of her, occasionally stopping to crush the ants that crossed their paths. Even had her warrior's awareness not marked them as enemies, the fact that they were fighting her men was a dead giveaway. It seemed like they would miss her, but Nagato's fragment was not about to let them escape. The Azura soul craved battle. The Rain Kunoichi's remnant was angry that someone had broken into the village. And his own mind, officially in charge of the body, wanted to find out what he was sensing, eliminate the threat, and save the Shizokas who were being knocked out or killed by the intruders. The 3 parts of her mind in agreement, Pain turned and ran back the way she had come. It was only then that she began to suspect that the 2 targets she was tracking were heading towards the Rain Ninjas' headquarters. This fed her curiosity, and she increased speed, her Azura realm powers telling her they would meet up momentarily. She crossed into the square and skidded to a halt in surprise, as did the 2 men she was hunting. Pain smiled in anticipation as she realized the falcon was the infamous Jonin of the Hyuga clan, and the badger was instead a tanuki and the Kazekage himself. Gaara of the Sand and Niji Hyuga, she said happily, flexing her fingers, what great luck the gods have granted me today. A kunoichi, but unmasked, so not a Shizoku. Gaara frowned at her, misunderstanding her joy. Are there still Rain Ninjas who have not been converted? Niji did not answer, but instead suddenly pushed the Sand Jonin to the side, using the backwards momentum to put space between them. Before Gaara could demand an explanation, a huge, translucent, gray energy blade cut into the space where Gaara's right arm had been. The Kazekage turned to see Pain's limb extended as the Tetsuton technique connected to the limb faded away. It was not immediately obvious because she lacks the altered coloration, Niji confirmed, but even without orange hair and the Rinnegan, she matches Conan's description perfectly. This is Pain's Azura path. That will save us introductions. The spirit of the warrior demon compelled Nagato's fragment's response. I hope the 2 of you are enough to provide me with some sport. Tetsuton, steel arrows jutsu. Niji jumped sideways out of range of the metal chakra projectiles, while Gaara focused his energy, and despite the rain, was able to muster enough sand to protect himself. Just as I thought, she sounded disappointed. Then she shrugged and started signing again, but maybe you're just getting warmed up. Misa, Sammy, are you 2 okay? Tenten asked kindly as the sisters from the stone village completed their 3rd hybrid fire and lightning chakra attack. Lee swept the soul Shizoku who escaped the attack off the outside of the wall. The youngest kunoichi, Sammy, slipped down to her knees and took another food pill. Her sister, Misa, remained standing but bent over, panting. "We'll be fine, fine." Sammy smoothed back her cyan hair and surged back to her feet, just needed a breather. "Okay." The elder teen Kunoichi did not seem totally convinced, but she nodded anyway. "Lee, Satoru, are you too good?" she addressed her teammate and the sand strongman. "Good to go." 10-10. The bowl cut Takujo nodded broadly and the quiet brute mimicked him. She shook her head in mock dismay. "Iwao?" "Osamu." She turned the two last members of her team. "We are prepared to keep going, ma'am," the stone ninja called Osamu added. 10-10 grimaced at being addressed like that by an older ninja of the same rank, even if she was in charge of the team. "Great," she sighed, "we've taken out the 3 easternmost positions on the northern wall. Which frankly, is one more than I thought we would. But there are 4 more. And the fact that they aren't attacking us now means they are almost certainly sending reinforcements to the other platforms. Unless the other teams are doing so well that they do not have people to waste on us," Lee said enthusiastically, "we have taken out almost 30 of them." "Out of 500 or more," Misa said softly, futility squeezing some of the water out of her purple locks. "There haven't been any explosions on the western wall," 10-10 noted. "They could have destroyed the weapons without blowing them up," the San Takujo Aweo interjected, unable to keep a snide inflection from his tone when addressing the Leaf Jonin. "And the gate isn't open yet," she continued forcefully, "and Gaara ordered us to escape before we were overwhelmed." The others all considered her words carefully. And then Sammy spoke out. "But the longer we keep them occupied, the better it is for the others," the youngest member of the team considered, "and every catapult and ballista we take out is one less they can fire at us later. You know, if we don't break everyone else in today." The others all stared at her, and the 14-year-old fidgeted, asking, "Was I out of line?" "No, I believe we all are in agreement," Lee placated her. "Unless our leader wants to turn tail," Aweo glanced at the Leaf Jonin sideways. "I would not have thought you would be so anxious to violate the Kazakage's orders," 10-10 countered pleasantly. Both of the Stone Sisters grinned, and Aweo blushed. "Good," the weapons expert dropped the argument, "then if we're all unapproved and rested, let's take out the next platform." Another cheer went through the Allied forces as the next explosion rocked the northern wall. The joy died as quickly as the flames, as a new round of water chakra hit the attackers' front lines. "The group attacking the north wall is doing well," Baki commented impassively, using Gaara's voice. "Good thing someone is," some said sourly, glaring at the fully restored gate to the hidden rain. The siege weapons and Suetun Jutsu had ultimately kept the Alliance forces at bay, giving Pain's warriors time to repair the damage. The Shizuka's greater number let them rotate units more frequently, and thus use ninjutsu more freely. "Maybe we should move back out of range and start planning our next attack," Shikaku suggested thoughtfully, "give them time to redistribute their remaining weapons, so they'll have less coverage. If we stop attacking, they'll be free to send the majority of their forces into the city." Tsutomu's voice echoed slightly under his mask, "and that'll be trouble for the Kazakage and those with him." "I wasn't serious," the deer herder responded in annoyance. "I was trying to get someone else to think of something." "Something is happening," the Tsuchikige's voice rumbled out of their radios. The 4 Jonin quit glowering at one another, and turned their attention to the wall. They immediately noticed that the barrage keeping the away from the city had declined, particularly around the entrance. As they watched, a burst of water flooded out from the northern platform, while the post on the other side of the gate was lit up by the purple energy of Raitun techniques. A second later, flares appeared on ramparts. There was a roar of protest from inside the village, and the Sand and Leaf warriors could make out shapes moving hastily behind the parapets. "It's about time," the Inuzuka clan leader growled hopefully, her muscles tensing. All around her, shinobi of the Leaf, Stone, and Sand prepared anxiously to charge the gate. "Don't let up," the Tsuchikige's voice echoed out harshly, "do what you can to keep them off of our people." The ninjas, frozen in anticipation, jumped back to work, raining weakened fire and lightning jutsu on the defenders attempting to retake the captured stations. Those among the allies with advanced hearing could barely make out some angry shouts amongst the partially hidden Shizukas. A few seconds later a loud creaking sound reached everyone's ears as the massive doors began to swing inwards. "Geo," all 3 leaders roared in unintentional unison. 8 trigrams, empty palm. Niji thrust his palm at the feminine Pain, trying to buy Gaara a few moments to gather and dry his scattered sands. Testoton, dividing blade. The Azura path countered with an intercepting sword of iron chakra, dividing the Byakugan technique in half. Gaara, are you all right? Niji asked, throwing a handful of shuriken at Pain. She gestured in amusement and the metal stars were deflected into a nearby building. It is only a minor cut, the Kazekage noted. Were it not for all of this water, Pain would not have even pierced my defenses. You should keep going. The Leaf Jonin looked into his ally's eyes, even as he dodged the kunai Pain threw at him. Then the Hyuga ninja slipped away from the dagger again, as it suddenly reversed direction and flew towards his back. We came to find Pain's Deva path, Niji continued, and he is probably inside somewhere, which means you won't have to worry about the rain. I will hold her off, while you head for the Amige Cures Ops, or whatever they call it. I wouldn't recommend that. Pain shook her head. Why not? Gaara asked with a touch of curiosity. Aside from the fact that the two of you together are not quite holding your own against me? Yahiko is not here. Why should we believe that? Niji demanded suspiciously, despite his Byakugan indicating Nagato's fragment sincerity. Yahiko, which is to say my Deva path, was recalled to fight Team Kakashi, she informed them, smiling at Gaara. The Kazakage blinked, and Pain's grin widened, having struck the nerve she intended to. What does that mean? The white-eyed man demanded. Naruto and his teammates were dispatched on a special mission to the Kumogakure. Gaara played his hand close to his vest, not knowing how much Pain and Guki knew, or the full results of Tsunade's trap. Even now, my other self is helping Guki-sama entertain our guests. The Azura path ignored Gaara's inadvertent attempt to bait her, and instead dropped another line of her own. Both Gaara and Niji's eyes widened at that tidbit, and Pain launched her next attack while they were off balance. Tetsuton, star bullets, she yanked the throwing stars Niji had used out of the wall with her chakra, and fired them at the two men, faster than a human could hope to throw. The technique also sharpened and reinforced the blades. The former Jinchuriki shot out gobs of wet sand, but this time the water aided his action. The silicate entombed each shuriken, so instead of carving into them, they squished against the pair of invaders like a moderately strong, soggy punch. Even if she is being dishonest about the Deva path, Gaara reasoned, I think it is better if we work together, to minimize our own injuries and chakra usage. That way we will still be of use after the fight is done. I like your confidence, Pain said truthfully, but Konan should have told you, next to Yahiko, I am the strongest Pain. She told us that that body possessed the latent talent for the Murasame clan's Tetsu Kabushi, Niji recalled, and somehow either the Rinnegan or the Azura realm spirit awakened the bloodline. Actually, it was both, Pain said simply, but that's secondary. You do know about the Azura path's special nature, don't you? You possess a special sense for strong fighters, Gaara recalled, one that is not tied simply to chakra or to physical ability. And that power allows you to anticipate our actions, Niji concluded, almost to the point of precognition. That's why I need both of you, she agreed. Together you might be able to surprise me, or to create an attack that is large enough or strong enough that knowing in advance doesn't help me. So far, only Sensei has been able to do that. I don't think you would find me so unamusing if the battle took place under drier circumstances, the Kazekage insisted. So you keep saying, she sounded mildly exasperated, would you rather go inside? We don't need your pity, Niji hissed angrily. Are you sure, she asked openly, because I've barely even started yet. Neither have we, Gaara stated firmly. Show me, she demanded hopefully and then sent out arcing axe blades of chakra-generated steel. Naruto could not suppress a look of amazement as Kid Mizuno dropped into the fetid water of the storm drain without complaint. Kakashi and Hinata were already in the man-made tunnel when the Miss Jonin hopped in. Tamari quickly followed the Jinjutsu expert, with Natsuki right behind her. What is it? Sakura asked her teammate, a hint of danger in her voice. She had not failed to notice how her teammate's eyes tracked the salacious Mist Kunoichi. I just didn't expect Kid to go in there without some kind of comment, he said squarely, and though the reason for her annoyance shifted, secretly the pink-haired medic could not entirely disagree. The war and everything else that has happened the last few years has forced most of us to mature, Sakura argued with him sharply, so why wouldn't the face of the mist, too. And besides, she was a full jonin and a hunter nin before we even met her. I'm sure she's had to go places like this before. She's also Kakashi-sensei's age, he reminded her, and then frowned, well sort of. And he hasn't changed much. I don't know about that, Tsunade's apprentice whispered ever since Ray. What's holding you two up? The copy ninja called softly out of the tunnel. It stinks in there, Naruto said truthfully. That Washichi guy said the sewer was for rain runoff, not for waste, but you couldn't tell from the smell. It's just your nose, knucklehead, Temari chided him. Just get in here, Kakashi insisted sternly, and Naruto complied. Sakura clambered in more slowly, pulling the massive manhole cover back in place behind her. According to the rebels, the tunnels that they have cleared of traps and sensors will get us into the heart of the city, the silver-haired Leaf Jonin explained quietly, and about 1/3 of the way to the Raikage Manor. Unfortunately, after that we will have to go above ground. We don't have the time to play dungeon sweepers, so it will be faster, safer, and probably easier to avoid detection on the streets. Washichi's forces are providing a distraction, but the rebels are outnumbered and generally outgunned, so they won't be able to keep the pressure on very long. So we need to find Nagato and extract him as quickly as possible. Any questions? They all shook their heads to indicate they understood without further explanation. Okay, I'll take lead. I want Hinata in the middle to get the best coverage out of her Byakugan. And Naruto will take rear guard. The rest of you are good as you are. He began to trudge forward without further instructions, and the others moved to follow, with the two youngest ninjas drifting into the marching positions indicated. We appear to be under attack, Madara stated in amusement, turning away from the monitors. Goki appeared unconcerned, while Kahaku and the two Paths of Pain searched the screens, looking both the invaders from the Leaf and the Jonin-ranked members of the Cloud Rebellion. This is not a laughing matter, Pain's animal path hissed, the part of her that was still Yujito ni taking the assault on the Kumogakure personally. Kahaku, take the 3rd and 13th legions, the Raikage instructed his wife, surround the rebels and crush them. It won't be that easy, she protested thoughtfully, her eyes still on the monitor. They're already using hit and run tactics, they're sure to break off and flee if we approach in force. I have confidence in you, he said simply, and she nodded. Madara and Pain, I want the three of you to find Team Kakashi and kill them, Goki continued, drawing a pleased look from Madara. Are you sure they are coming, Goki-sama? Pain's Deva Path asked, clarifying, this attack is obviously a distraction to allow them to sneak into the village. Too obvious for Kakashi Hatake. But Kakashi may be acting under orders from the Hokage, or the rebels may be attacking despite his wishes, or he could be double-bluffing us, and on, Namikaze argued steadily, and if we start going down that path we could end up arguing for days. Occam's razor and my intuition both say they are making their way into the village even as we speak. And if that ends up being incorrect, it is still the safer course. Kahaku nodded her agreement, and surprisingly, so did Madara. Both Pain's heads dipped slightly in defeat, and the four generals left to pursue their given tasks. After 20 minutes of trudging through the muck, Kakashi stopped as he noticed the poorly concealed electronic eye and the subtly carved Doton Jutsu seal that the sensor was supposed to draw attention away from. End of the line, he turned back, looking for the ladder he had just passed, time to go up. Heed was closest to the exit, but she stepped back so Sakura could go first, knowing the powerhouse medic would have the easiest time removing the heavy iron plate at the top of the rungs. The pink-haired teen quickly climbed up to the top and lifted the cover with one hand. She moved the rest of the way into the cellar, still holding the plate. The others quickly scrambled up to join her, and then she blocked off the drain again. As she entered the basement, Hinata gasped and covered her mouth. "Hinata, what is it?" Naruto asked quietly. "The Shizokas are out in force in the city," she explained, "and a large number of them are heading for where Washichi and his people are regrouping. Kahaku is with them, possibly directing them. Pain's animal path appears to be searching for something. Probably us," Temari concluded. "What do we do?" Natsuki directed her question at Kakashi, their agreed-upon leader, fight or run. The copy ninja glanced around at his allies, judging their reactions. Sakura and Kied's faces said the two women wanted to avoid unnecessary conflict. Hinata and Natsuki were both focused on him, their expressions not betraying a preference. And Naruto and Temari both tensed for battle, neither shinobi being the type to run from an opponent. Hatake frowned, their split opinions not helping him at all. Both, Kakashi decided, will split up into 3 smaller teams. Sakura and Natsuki-san will take a northeast route to the Raikage Manor. Hinata, Naruto, and I will go southwest. Temari and Kid-san, I want you two to take out Pain's animal path. Huh? Why? Naruto questioned, why not stick together? Smaller groups will have any easier time avoiding detection, the Sharingan user explained, and then held up his hand when his student opened his mouth again, and before you ask, yes, there is a reason I am asking Temari and Kid-san to attack Yujito. Goki knows we are coming, or at least he thinks he does. And the animal path is familiar with our scents from the time they attacked the village. If she finds this place, then Nagato will be able to confirm our presence for Goki. But for now he doesn't have proof. If you two attack Pain, Namikaze might second-guess that intel. Unless he realizes that this is a joint mission between our 3 villages and steps up his response further, Kid interjected dubiously. It is possible, Kakashi conceded, but if Yujito makes it here, she'll be able to smell that is more than just my team, even after we're gone. We can't have all 4 members of my team go after the animal path, but if only 2 of us go after her, Pain and Goki will know that we are here and have split up. This way, they will suspect it, but they also have to consider all of their intelligence suspect. Are you sure about this? Temari asked thoughtfully, her eyes not on her fellow jonin. No, Kakashi grinned under his mask, but does anyone else have a better idea? They did not answer, so he prompted, any other objections? Again no one protested, so he concluded, okay, then you have your orders. Sakura and Natsuki nodded, and both darted out of the building heading north. Come on, knucklehead, Kakashi instructed, as Hinata moved towards the door, already looking west. Naruto grimaced and followed his teacher and his girlfriend away from the entry point of the rebels. Shall we? Kid smiled at Temari in resignation. You can drop the act, Gaara's sister told the lighter-haired woman. I've heard all about your combat performances in the Valley of Dawn and the Hidden Waterfall Village. It's not all an act, the Mizukage's daughter shrugged as she exited the abandoned residence. Temari followed closely behind her. I really would prefer to avoid this fight, Mizuno offered, but Kakashi makes a good point. So, let's go be found. The duo began moving quickly through the streets, in the direction Hinata had indicated they would find Pain. They maintained a cursory veneer of stealth, and when they passed the resurrected form of Yujito Ni, the former Jinchuriki immediately noticed them and started to follow them. Sakura and Natsuki paused in an alley and waited for the Shizoku squadron to pass them by. After the masked warriors had passed a bend in the main thoroughfare, the 2 kunoichi emerged and raced forward. Both were painfully aware that there were no civilians out in the streets. Not only that, but they saw no cats, dogs, or any other mammals. Beyond the Shizokus, the only living creatures they saw were sparrows, and even the small birds seemed unusually jumpy. It's like the village itself is afraid, Sakura whispered, as much to herself as to her comrade. The sand jonin bobbed her head once. They are under attack by their own people, and being guarded by the faceless horde, the Kazekage's bodyguard noted, it is hardly a surprise. Both women hastily trailed off as they heard voices ahead of them. They quickly ascended a nearby restaurant, and continued along the rooftops until they reached the source of the noise. They crouched on the edge of the building and looked down on the scene below. Your men to point 14 by 9, and await my order to attack, an unmasked, glamorous beauty instructed the Shizokus. 10 of the 20 masked warriors nodded, and raced off to the northeast. It only took Sakura a moment to recognize the default appearance of Kahaku Namikaze. The medic summoned her bow and quiver, and steadily drew a single arrow, aiming for the grass renegade's throat. What are you doing? Natsuki demanded in an anxious whisper. That is Kahaku Namikaze, the Leaf Jonin explained, Jinchuriki of the Six-Tails Chameleon, Goki's wife, and one of his generals. If I take her out, it will create a hole in their command structure. Any other groups she sent to attack the Cloud Ninjas will never get her attack order. And Goki will probably be put off balance. And the six tails might be unleashed in the middle of the Cloud Village, the Hayaton user noted, her voice carefully neutral. Sakura let her jaw relax, considering both the positives and negatives of releasing the bijou. But ultimately, the risks exceeded the rewards and she lowered her weapon. We can't just let her go, Tsunade's apprentice insisted. That point is arguable, the Sand Jonin countered, she is not our mission. Sakura frowned unhappily, however Natsuki was not done debating the issue. Still, if we were to confront her, capturing her would be the better choice. How do you think Guki would react if we took his wife as a hostage? Kakashi-san, what do you think? Natsuki revealed her radio, which she had palmed and activated without the younger woman noticing. You are both right, the copy ninja's voice emerged from the communicator, killing her is not an option. But getting her out of the way could serve us on multiple fronts. Make sure she doesn't report in, but take her down. Sakura nodded, and lifted her bow again, this time aiming at the shapeshifter's legs. Kakashi lowered his radio and addressed his younger charges gravely. It looks like Sakura and Natsuki will be a little late in joining us, he informed them, even though they had both heard the conversation. Hinata nodded, while Naruto frowned dubiously. Are you sure they beat Aunt Kahaku? Uzumaki mused, I mean, even Hinata's Suijin Byakugan couldn't find her. Between the two of them, I'm sure they will figure something out, the silver-haired Jonin tried to sound more upbeat. Sakura knows everything I know about Kahaku's powers, Hinata reminded her lover. Either way, sitting around here won't help them, Kakashi asserted, we need to do our part. If we can take Nagato out of the picture, Kid and Temari will be able to back up Sakura and Natsuki. The trio resumed their silent movement through the hidden cloud. Hinata and Kakashi both noticed that despite the occasional interference, they were not having to spend as much time dodging Shizuka's as either of them would have suspected. Naruto's thoughts remained on his friends and the battles they were undertaking. The blonde youth ended up in between his two more observant comrades, Kakashi on his left and Hinata on his right. After the next few blocks, he shook off those worries and began to think about what awaited them. Despite his reputation, Naruto was not stupid, nor was he always oblivious. He had seen Temari and Natsuki looking at him when Kakashi suggested they split up. He knew about his reputation for making people rethink their darker beliefs, for making allies out of enemies. He wasn't entirely sure he believed it, even given his track record. I couldn't save Sasuke, he reminded himself. Despite that glaring failure, he could not help but think that everyone was counting on him to convince Nagato to surrender willingly. And after his talk with Pain's Predapath, he was not certain that was possible. Hinata carefully tracked the various empty spots that corresponded to the Shizuku's stealth garb. Though she could not see them when they moved in the shadows, in the bright open streets, they appeared as obvious voids in her Byakugan. She did her best to Guki's men a wide berth. If she could have made out their rank-coded colors, she might have been willing to pass closer to the privates and even the sergeants. Instead, she stopped when necessary and often took the two men on seemingly random detours to avoid the few Shizukas in this portion of the city. And in her task as guide, she began to drift subtly ahead of her teammates. A black-clad figure stepped out of the dark alley, suddenly gaining a notable non-presence in Hinata's eyes. She turned to shout a warning to Naruto and Kakashi, but the enemy ninja had already raised his hands. Bansho Tenin, Demetsu, he proclaimed, and a rift appeared in the air between them. A massive gravity explosion hurtled all matter and energy out of the spatial disruption. The force slammed Naruto and Kakashi backwards into a nearby building, while Hinata was thrown forward, tumbling further down the street. A massive fissure split the street where the leaf ninjas had been standing. Pain, Naruto snarled as he extracted himself from the crushed bricks. Kakashi was slower to recover, and unlike his regenerating protege, had to activate quick jutsus to both neutralize the pain and remove the bruises. The attacking shinobi removed his mask to reveal Yahiko's familiar face. He walked into the middle of the street, positioning himself between Naruto and Kakashi and the crack he had created. As he turned to face them, his lips pursed in consideration. I will admit, I was bewildered when my animal path was ambushed by the Kazakage's sister and the Mizuki's daughter, Pain told them. I thought that the Hokage may have given Hamura-san false intelligence. But it seems it was simply incomplete. Hamura? Naruto frowned in confusion, that elder guy? So it was one of the elders, the copy ninja mused, and if you are telling us, that means the Hokage must have already confronted him. Hinata moved silently forward, preparing to leap across the gap and strike at Pain from behind. But Kakashi caught her eye and shook his head in the guise of cracking his neck. Keep going, he told her with sign language, time critical. Find him, do not confront. We'll join you as soon as possible. The young woman nodded dubiously, but turned once more towards the Raikage residence and disappeared into the shadows. But if you think revealing the mole is going to distract us, you're sorely mistaken, Hatake continued more harshly. We have both been wanting to talk to you about what you did to Sakura. Who I notice is absent, the Deva Path countered. Is she with Temari and Kiid, or with the other Sand or Mist Shinobi? Surrender, and maybe we'll tell you, Naruto answered dangerously, slipping kitsune out of its scabbard. Hinata reached the Raikage's castle without any further entanglements. Most of the Shizokas were in the eastern part of the town, making her trip easier. She also watched her allies fight Guki's generals, but only indirectly. Most of her focus was on her target. Like the Shizoku's stealth uniforms, the building was shielded against scanning jutsu, including her Byakugan. She hoped the wards were only in the walls, and that once she was inside she would be free to use her Kekkai Genkai to find Nagato's position. But she also knew that there would probably be at least a handful of individually sealed rooms in the building. And if Nagato was in one of them, she could have to search them individually to find him. There were 3 red Shizokas outside the building's southern entrance, the smallest of the 3 portals. Though it hosted the least manpower, it was still heavily reinforced, though not so much as the windows and patios on the upper levels. Hinata scaled the outer wall and flipped forward, twisting as she dropped down behind the 2 forward guards. As she jumped, she was already focusing her energy, and when she landed, the young woman pressed one hand to each of their backs. She sent out twin pulses of chakra, softly proclaiming 8 trigrams, Assassin's Palm. The first 2 Shizokas crumpled even as the final warrior started to react. The Hyuga heiress spun back, jamming her heel into his throat in a high-thrust kick and pining him against the door. Although the move looked impressive and accomplished the primary goal of preventing the enslaved shinobi from raising an alarm, it was also less lethal than her other attacks. So, while her opponent was initially stunned, he quickly pushed back and reached for her foot with arms thicker at the wrist than the widest point of her thighs. Rather than try to hold him, she pushed off of his neck and used the momentum to rotate her whole body. 8 trigrams palms, heavenly spin, she whispered as the chakra flowed out of her hands, throwing the recovering soldier back into the building and knocking aside his fallen comrades. The Hyuga Scion deliberately reduced the power of her jutsu to limit the noise of her target's impact, but between the energy dome and the shale wall, she still hit him hard enough to stun him again. Which in turn gave her the chance to step in and place her hand on his chest. Assassin's Palm, she intoned quietly for the second time, and the Shizoku's body collapsed forward away from the building. Hinata started to turn her attention to the door, when she heard one of her initial targets groan and saw him rise slowly to one knee. The pale beauty quickly deduced that since she could not see neither his heart nor Tenketsu through his shielded uniform, she must have missed the vital points for the assassin's palm. Unwilling to risk giving him the time to cry out, she spun as she hopped towards him, her glowing fingertips flashing forward. 8 trigrams, 92 palms, she did not bother with the count up, nor did she try for precision. Instead, she just stabbed the common locations for the chakra network and internal organs, hoping that her multitude of rapid attacks would be enough to finish the job in time. As she drew back, exhaling, luck was with the pale beauty, and the Shizoku collapsed again. And this time he did not rise. After disposing of the bodies with what she hoped was a sufficiently subtle combination of water and earth techniques, Hinata was finally able to work on the door. Though her Kekkai Genkai could not penetrate the thick, metal-bound and chakra-shielded oak planks, she could see both the inner works of the lock and the few ninjutsu she would need to bypass to utilize the entryway without alerting what amounted to the entire Cloud Village. Though her work took less than a minute to complete, she still worried at the delay and breathed a sigh of relief when the final technique yielded to her chakra and the door swung in. Hinata steadied herself and raced inside, calling to mind the partial map the Cloud Renegades had shown them. Unseen by the Leaf Takujo, another black-clad form detached from the shadows further down the wall and followed her inside. and under his mask, red spirals on black eyes glowed with anticipation. "Do you think we're far enough from the others?" He'd asked Temari out of the side of her mouth. She glanced sideways, pretending to be looking out for Shizuka's, but the Miss Jonin really wanted to catch a glimpse of their shadow. "Probably," the San Jonin agreed, frowning. "What I really want to know is, why she is just following us. Why hasn't she attacked or called for reinforcements yet?" "It's like Kakashi said. Pain must be trying to figure out if it's just the two of us or if we are meeting the leaf ninjas they were told to expect. Should we ask her?" Temari smirked. He'd nodded, and both Kunoichi skidded to a halt, spinning 180 degrees as their dragging heels kicked up small clouds of dust. "You might as well come out," the Kazekage's sister announced. "We know you are there." "I was wondering why two Jonin would invade this village, only to run around openly like raw genin," Yujitone's voice answered as the animal path stepped into the open. "Have you been leading me away from your comrades?" "No," Keed said smoothly, "we've been leading you away from your comrades." "That makes no sense," Pain scoffed. "Why not just slip away from me so you could fulfill your mission?" "Haven't you figured it out?" The face of the mist shot back smugly. "You are our mission." Temari carefully limited her reaction, though she wondered why Mizuno would reveal their task to their target. But the former Cloud Ninja drew back in confusion and uncertainty. "Me?" Yujito sounded confused, but latched on to another thought and her expression cleared. "You mean you are after my main body?" Heed shook her head with a pitying expression. "Do you think we're that stupid?" the Jinjutsu expert denied. "Nagato is sure to be right under Guki's nose, and heavily guarded at that. There's no way we could get to him." "I said you, and that's what I meant." Pain's animal path, aka Yujitoni. The one who made it possible for Guki to become the Raikage. And the only reason many of the Cloud Ninjas offer any allegiance to Namikaze. Temari almost laughed at the misdirection, but kept her mouth shut when she saw the doubt hovering in the Rinnegan. "We knew we couldn't get to Guki or Nagato," the Mizukage's daughter continued without a hint of hesitation, "but the illusion that Yujito was still alive and on his side was the reason Guki was able to challenge Goro Yatsuki. And from what we can tell, just over half of the Cloud Ninjas still haven't been converted to Shizuka's, if you count the rebels." The conclave concluded that if we could take out this path, then we would have a good chance of turning rest of them against the fake Raikage. Plus our intel said that the animal path is the least heavily guarded, and also one of the weakest. So attacking this Pain gave us the best chance to put a dent in Guki's operations. The resurrected, former Jinchuriki had slipped into a fighting stance, and grew more tense with each of Keed's statements. And Temari found herself nodding along, almost wondering if this was part of the mission that she had not been told about. Then the fan wielder recognized the subtle layer of Jinjutsu in Keed's voice. "And if I thought you two could defeat me, why wouldn't I just call for help?" Pain asked. "Go ahead," Keed offered magnanimously. "You can't think we came here alone. Right now, the other 7 members of our respective teams are setting up radio jamming seals and taking out any Shizuka's they come across." The animal path touched her communicator, but a second layer of illusions caused her to hear only static from the device. "That's fine," Yujito's shoulders bobbed in unruffled acceptance. "I wasn't planning on using my radio. I have faster and more tamper-proof methods of communication." "You're going to call back to Nagato and have him send more troops," the face said dubiously. "I suppose it could work." Actually, it was the animal path's turn to look superior. "I was thinking asking my Deva path to join us, to make it 2-on-2. Yahiko should be able to get here in 3 or 4 minutes, depending on how long your underlings can hold him off." "Nice try, but we know your Deva path is in the rain village." "Actually," Yujito repeated as she shot Key down again, "last night I sent my Azura path to the rain, and brought my Deva path back here, specifically to deal with this." The former Jinchuriki grinned at Temari darkly. "In fact, my Azura path just let the rest of us know that she has happened across Niji Hyuga and Gara of the Sand, and is preparing to engage them." Temari swung her fan off her shoulder, but Keed lifted a hand to stall her ally. "You think that you're taunting Temari," the Mizukage's offspring interjected dismissively, "but instead you just told us that the Kazekage's forces have found some way to enter the rain village, and that they are in a position to take out your command structure." Gara's sister snorted in amusement and relief, while anger flashed through the former Cloud Ninja's eyes. The animal path crouched down, and then bounded forward, her nails changing into extended claws. Keed and Tamari seamlessly switched places, and the Sand Jonin caught the talon swipe on her fan. She then snapped it open, clipping Pain's jaw and forcing the animal path to jump to the side to avoid the minor wind jutsu the action stirred up. As Yujito landed, Keed finished signing. Suetun, fishing net jutsu, the Miss Jonin proclaimed. Drawing in the liquid from the air, forming it into a dense, solid lattice, before ultimately dropping it over their opponent. Pain spun horizontally, her claws tearing at the aqueous mesh. Unfortunately, the physical attack was not enough to disrupt Keed's technique, and the web fell over Yujito, pulling her down to her knees with its weight. Futen, wind scythe jutsu, Tamari swung her fan forward, sending 3 blades of air slicing toward Pain. Despite the interference of the water cables, the trapped Rinnegan user completed her own set of hand seals before the air technique hit. Katon, blazing talons, she hissed, and her inferno-wrapped claws shredded the water net, even while their heat disrupted the wind scythes. Then she drew out one of the 3 scrolls clipped to the back of her belt. Unconcerned as her claws lit the treated parchment ablaze, she dashed it against the ground, ordering, "Unbind." The scroll vanished, leaving behind 3 above-average-sized tigers and 2 equally massive male lions. The 5 felines looked at their mistress expectantly. "The unarmed one with the white hair is yours," Pain gestured at Keed. The cats turned toward the Miss Jonin, who had already begun signing. The 2 lions lunged for her, while the tigers began to stalk around the human. Mizuno hopped to the side and ducked under the first big cat, and brought her knee up under the jaw of the second, all without interrupting her hand seals. The struck feline snarled at her in surprise as he drew himself up again, blood running out the right corner of his mouth and down into his mane. The other lion drew back cautiously, joining the tigers in their predatory circle. Wind scythe, Tamari spun her fan towards the hybrid hunting pack. But Yujito interceded, her burning nails cutting apart airy blades again. "You will need stronger winds than that," the animal path admonished her. "Fine, I'll give you more winds," the blonde Jonin snapped, touching a particular segment of her fan rather than waste the time to sign, before intoning, double-cutting whirlwind. Kamatari appeared next to her, but the weasel halted his scythe mid-swing, staring enraptured at Pain. Tamari's portion attack was easily countered by Yujito, who jumped forward, her claws raking downwards at the younger Kunoichi. Tamari swung her fan up, but not fast enough to avoid a shallow cut on her left forearm, though the wound was instantly seared closed by the Katon technique still surrounding the animal path's claws. "Kamatari, why did you stop?" the sand Kunoichi demanded, as she danced away from a kick and the slash that followed it. The sentient rodent's eyes cleared briefly, and he pointed his sickle at Yujito again. For his second time he froze, slack-jawed. "Kamatari." "I'm sorry, mistress," the weasel both wrenched his head away from Pain and closed his eyes, "I just can't attack her." "Is this the power of the animal path?" Tamari pondered, sparing a glance for the disparate felines circling her comrade with uncommon patience and tactics more fitting wolves than great cats. Whenever Keed came close to completing a jutsu, one of the predators behind her would jump in, forcing her to stop to deal with the lion or tiger, though in a few cases they merely spoiled her aim. One of the tigers was limping, and the lion she had first hit was still bleeding slightly. But in turn the Kunoichi had 3 moderately deep sets of scratches on her limbs, and a large portion of the midriff of her uniform had been torn away, though that attack had not done any damage to the woman herself. "Then help Keed," Tamari barked at her familiar, forcing Yujito's claws high with her fully expanded weapon, and then attempting a quick kick at Pain's ribs. The rodent nodded regretfully, and loped over towards the hunting pack and their difficult prey. Wind scythe jutsu, Kamatari's voice was both regretful and thankful as he unleashed the attack on the wounded lion. The cat tumbled away with serious fissures carved into its torso. Despite the potentially lethal injuries, the predator struggled to rise again. Raiton, flowing sparks, the disruption of the circle and the other felines' diverted attention bought the face of the mist enough time to finish and direct a jutsu. The cresting wave of electricity struck one of the tigers directly, killing it outright, and grazed another, knocking it out. Anger flashed across Yujito's face as she regarded the dead, the dying, and the unconscious cats. The remaining lion and tiger slowed, their survival instincts trying to override Pain's divine influence. Kamatari, the animal path said sweetly yet firmly, putting emphasis on the familiar's name, would you please kill Kid Mizuno for me? She deliberately using the Miss Jonan's full name to avoid any attempt to subverted her instructions. The sapient weasel struggled for a moment, and then his eyes glazed over, and he turned his attention to the face of the mist. He'd also put most of her focus on him, judging the ninja animal to be more of a threat than the 5 cats had been. Return, Temari clapped her hands together in annoyance and sent the ensorcelled rodent back to his clan's burrow. In her moment of distraction, Pain kicked at her knee, but the Sand Jonin managed to avoid the blow. However, Gookie's general was signing at the same time, her hand seals quick and precise despite her oversized, flaming fingernails. Katan, Fire Streamer's jutsu, Yujito's voice intoned, and 4 golden lines of flame arced and twisted randomly towards Temari. The younger woman grabbed her fan from where she had driven it into the cobblestones, swinging it up into the fire technique. She connected with 2 of the streamers, and the wind chakra bonded with her fan broke them apart. In the same motion she was able to avoid a 3rd comet, which struck one of the houses behind her, setting it ablaze. But just when the final line seemed ready to miss her, it swerved and hit her lower back. Temari! He'd shouted as her ally fell, then thought angrily, damn, now's not the time to play safe or hold back. She addressed the remaining felines, signing much faster than she had before, concluding by shouting, summoning art, Hellfire Demon Jutsu. The 2 cats crouched backwards, trying to put distance between themselves and Kid without moving. Their tails shot straight up, the hairs along their spines standing erect. Pain and Temari both turned to look, but only saw a 10-foot-tall mass of vaguely humanoid flames. As they were not her target, they could only see the physical manifestation of her 2-part technique. Unlike the tiger and lions, they were not privy to the jinjutsu which caused the inferno to appear as a solid creature, overlaying the crackling of the flames with an unnatural roar, enhancing the aroma of smoke with an unearthly stench. They tried. Their training, their predator's pride, and Pain's control all worked together to try to keep the felines on the hunt. But the demon was too much for them, and they turned and ran. Even the dying lion that Kamatari had cut did its best to limp away from the perceived spirit. Exhaling in both release and to catch her breath, Kid turned back to Pain. Then she flash-stepped to Temari's side, supporting the younger Kunoichi as she finished standing. Are you okay? The mist ninja asked, observing the patches of reddened and blackened skin through the holes in the Sand Jonin's uniform. What did you do to my pack? Pain demanded. How did that weak fire drive them off? I can still fight, Temari responded roughly. Mizuno nodded and met Pain's eyes. Jinjutsu doesn't work well on animals, Kid answered indirectly, their brains are different. And on top of that, they don't rely on their senses in the same way humans do. But by creating a physical backing to the illusion, and hitting 3 senses at once, I can overcome those impediments. They weren't running from the flames you saw, they were running from the fire Oni they saw, heard, and smelled. So when are you going to stop hanging back? The Mizukage's daughter preemptively switched topics, her voice dripping with insinuation. She pointed at Pain with her right hand, while her left carefully palmed a jar of ointment and slipped it to Temari. Meaning? Yujito prompted, unconcerned. We know that you have the Bijou special attack, the menacing ball, Mizuno elaborated, or did you think Naruto wouldn't have reported that, or the Hokage wouldn't share that knowledge after you became our target? There's 2 problems with that jutsu, the animal path sounded amused. First, is that the menacing ball is a tactical attack, and not suitable for use inside the village I protect. Does that mean Naruto qualifies as a tactical target? Temari wondered. And, as I'm sure Uzumaki-kun has informed everyone, the menacing ball tires me greatly, the revived Cloud Shinobi continued, which I'm sure is what you were hoping for, wasn't it, Mizuno-san? Kid shrugged in defeat, and Temari began to rub the burn medicine onto her back. But you are correct, it may be better at this point to finish you quickly, the animal path concluded, Nagato having grown less confident when his Deva path started fighting Naruto and Kakashi. Feline Sapiens Jutsu. Composite Claws Jutsu. Her ears moved higher on her head and become more pointed. Her canines lengthened and grew sharper. Her limbs all lengthened slightly and their muscles thickened. And a tail poked out of her uniform as her transformation completed. Her second jutsu did not change the size or shape of Yujito's claws. Instead, they took on a distinct, metallic sheen. The flames on the outside seemed to sink in, and the talons started to glow red with heat. Purple lightning chakra crackled along their surface. And finally a thin layer of wind chakra formed over the top of her nails, without touching the fire chakra within them. Her transformations complete, the animal path leaped forward, aiming her left hand at Kied's face, and her right at the mist shinobi's gut. Weapon summoning jutsu, Kied resisted the urge to dodge, knowing it would leave Temari open. Instead, she called for her weapons. 2 scabbards appeared on her left hip and 1 on her right. However, only the second of her right-handed drawing sheaths held a blade. Instead, a Ziphos materialized in each of the Hunternine's hands, and she parried Yujito's claws with the leaf-shaped swords. The animal path pressed down hard, focusing her efforts on the blades. Mizuno's weapons endured the attack without a scratch, and the face of the mist smirked at her opponent. My Ziphos might not have the fancy tricks of Temari's fan, your boss's axe, or the 7 swords. The Genjutsu expert swept both sets of talons to the side and aimed a kick for Pain's crotch, but I'm a hunter, so they are hardened against just about any kind of jutsu my targets might use against me. Nothing short of a tactical ninjutsu will break, cut or melt them, and they don't send heat, cold, or sparks to my hands. We'll see about that. The animal path shifted away from Kied's low blow counter faster than the mist kunoichi expected, and scored a light spinning kick to Mizuno's left elbow. She slashed downwards again, and the white-haired kunoichi narrowly avoided her right claws while knocking her left hand wide. Despite the successful evasion, the chakra around Yujito's nails sliced and burned Kied's uniform from the near miss, exposing small strips of Mizuno's left hip and thigh. I thought you said you were still good, Kied prompted Temari with a growing anxiety, flipping away from another set of claw rakes once she recognized that the strikes could not have been redirected to the sand ninja after she evaded. Temari rolled her shoulders to get a feel for the oil's effect on her still injured back, and then retrieved her fan, stepping into a flanking position on Yujito's left side. I am, Gaara's sister said firmly, swinging her fan down and sending a sliver of wind chakra into it. The animal path blocked with her left talons, and Kied took the opening to swing her paired swords at Pain's chest. Nagato's fragment spread her fingers wide, catching both of the blades, and then flexed her arms, sending both of the invading kunoichi flying. Each landed on her feet, but they exchanged uncertain glances. Good, the normally indirect mist fighter said unevenly, I thought you might be trying to make me do all the work here. I think there is more than enough for both of us. Temari mirrored her comrade's mood, as Yujito pounced on her with a hiss. The air reverberated from the speed and power of the bowstring as it returned to its resting position. The arrow crossed the distance between archer and target in only slightly less time than it took the noise of its launching to cover the same span. Between Sakura's strength and the bow created across 2 generations of Uzumakis, the projectile would have had enough force to punch through the reinforced walls of a Kumogakure residence, and still bury itself in the rocky ground or cobblestone street up to its fletching. The Leaf Jonin had waited until Kahaku had dispatched the last of the Shizokas. She did not want to risk one of the masked warriors alerting their comrades of their general's defeat and capture. Though she and Natsuki could probably eliminate Guki's foot soldiers before they could announce the ambush, it was not worth the risk. Kahaku was already on edge, believing without reservation that the members of Kakashi's team were in the Cloud Village. She had been enhancing her senses to help her keep track of her men, but even after they had all been sent to their marshalling points, she maintained the Jinjutsu. As a result, she heard the bow creak as Sakura released the missile. Tracking the hum of the string, she hopped backwards, expelling unformed chakra to speed her evasion and to try to deflect or at least slow the arrow. Thanks to her actions, she was able to avoid having her knee destroyed as Sakura intended, but her efforts to avoid the projectile backfired. Though the hit was not square, the arrow sliced through her armored pants and the outside of her left thigh. Without conscious thought, the Jinchuriki called up her 3-tails cloak and vanished. Sakura immediately nocked another arrow, focusing her chakra as she hastily pulled it back halfway. The partial draw was much faster, if similarly weaker, and she fired again before her first arrow had fully embedded itself in the street ninja art. Shadow Arrow Jutsu, she announced, still targeting on the spot where Kahaku had been. The real projectile dug into the paving stones, while its chakra sisters shattered. None of them appeared to hit the six-tailed chameleon's host, despite the wide area of the attack. Natsuki leaned over the edge of the roof, trying to get a better look at the area below them. The sand kunoichi drew back less than a heartbeat later, shouting, "There is a spot of blood at the base of this building." She is. The conclusion of her statement was disrupted as an invisible knee collided with her jaw, throwing Natsuki onto her back. Sakura fired at where the attack seemed to have originated, but again hit nothing. Gaara's bodyguard recovered, standing while she wiped the blood off her split lower lip. Sakura felt something moving towards her, and tried to dodge, but Kahaku's punch still grazed her left shoulder, numbing her arm. The medic swung her bow like a club, hoping to connect before the Jinchuriki escaped her range, but the weapon whistled through the air without any resistance. Another unseen limb struck Natsuki's right rear quadrant. The sand soldier rolled with the momentum of the strike, redirecting it slightly so she ended up perilously close to the edge of the building, instead of vaulting off. Sakura charged forward and grabbed the bodyguard's arm and yanking her back. Their eyes met, and instead of setting her down, the Leaf powerhouse tossed her ally back to the middle of the platform. Natsuki modulated her flight, spinning horizontally, her leg extended to keep Kahaku from getting too close. "Back to back?" Sakura suggested, reversing the weapon summoning, sending her bow and quiver back to their stand in her room. Instead, she took out a scroll and withdrew her battle axe. Natsuki nodded and both women began to move tentatively closer. The older woman's hands twitched in apparent anxiety, and her eyes darted around, searching for any sign of the invisible woman. Just before she reached Sakura, a broad kick struck her midriff, knocking her aside. However, a heartbeat later, a howl of surprised pain filled the air around them. "What was that?" Kahaku's voice demanded, her teeth chattering. As Hinata had described of her fight with Guki's wife, they could not track her voice, as it seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. "My leg is half frozen," the grass rogue complained. Frostbite armor, Natsuki grinned as she rose, clutching her stomach. Sakura hurried over to her comrade, counting on Kahaku's announced impairment to keep her from interfering long enough for the medic to counteract the worst of the sand jonan's hurts. A simple Hayaton technique, Gaara's bodyguard continued as the Leaf ninja began fixing the torn muscles and burst blood vessels in her torso, one that easily countered with ranged or weapons attacks. "But according to our information, your illusion has a limited range, so you can't use those sorts of moves without being discovered. Not that there are not other ways of finding your location." "Oh?" Kahaku sounded genuinely curious, such as? "Futon, Sand Screen Jutsu," the ice user signed after Sakura finished the field treatments. Dust rose from the rooftop and from the street below, swirling around them. The cloud of sand was not thick enough to impede their vision or to cause any significant damage, but it stung and created a definite haze. Unfortunately, there were no empty, human-shaped areas visible within the storm. "That won't work," Sakura told Natsuki. "Hinata tried, but Kahaku's power compensates for this sort of thing." "So I read," the sand kunoichi nodded, however Hinata-san's methods were more mundane. "I thought a jutsu designed specifically to detect cloaked or hidden individuals might be worth attempting." Sakura felt a heel drive into the back of her left knee, trying to dislocate the joint. She dropped forward to minimize the damage, and took an elbow to the back of the head for her efforts. Natsuki spun, her cold-wrapped fists lashing out randomly in the area around the younger woman, hoping to score a lucky hit or at least drive the Jinchuriki back. As she did, the sand jonin let her concentration lapse, and the dust devil petered out. "Are you all right, Sakura?" Natsuki omitted the honorific as a matter of expediency. The younger woman nodded as she returned to upright. "She did more to my knee than to my head," Haruno said. "Compared to getting flicked or cuffed in the back of the skull by Lady Tsunade, that was nothing." Her eyes drifted out of focus as she said it, giving lie to the statement. Nevertheless, Gaara's guard nodded her agreement and turned her focus back outwards as the healer began to work subtly on the injuries. "Hold very still," the 30-year-old snow user advised, signing again. Sakura complied, keeping her back close to Natsuki's and holding her axe in front of her body like a shield. "Hayaton, skating rink jutsu," the sand ninja intoned, and a layer of slick, polished ice spread out from under her feet. Sakura felt herself lifted a few millimeters as the sheet pushed her up as it expanded across the roof. Don't move, Natsuki instructed her younger ally again. This technique is very slippery and will naturally repel any attempts to stick to it with chakra. Kahaku should not be able to move as quickly or as accurately now. Which means she should not be able to escape unharmed if she strikes us. As she spoke, the Sand Jonin subtly shifted her left hand further back and began to tap a quiet rhythm on Sakura's right hip. The Leaf Jonin drove her axe into the ice for support, cracking both the ice and the rook tiles underneath. As the medic braced herself, Natsuki began signing again. That appears to be a futon technique you are forming. Kahaku's flat tones flowed all around them again, hardly unexpected from a land of air shinobi and a Hayaton master. Perhaps a wide-area attack that will knock me off this building while the ice is slowing me down and preventing me from securing a grip. In that case, what's to prevent me from simply escaping? Only your pride, Tsunade's apprentice answered. Our files on the grass ninjas might be limited, but Goki isn't the type to run from a possible turnover, especially when he has the upper hand. And I can't imagine he would marry someone that would do that either. Then I guess I'll just have to stop that jutsu, the Jinchuriki conceded with a hint of bemused defeat. Then, as she finished speaking, a new sound rang out, like the shattering of cheap glass. Both visible kunoichi spun to look at the source. There! Natsuki barked, and Sakura incanted, weapon summoning jutsu. The medic released her melee weapon and was drawing her chakra-bonded bow even as it appeared. Kahaku recognized that the clamor had originated from her position, and that both were looking in her general direction, but lower, and her eyes flashed to her feet. Cracks spread out in the ice from around the leg she had moved. And though her three-tails cloak naturally disguised where her foot had landed and the area immediately around it, the range was too limited to fully conceal her, instead resulting in what looked like a large, unbroken footprint in the midst of a fractured area of the rink. Realizing her position had been compromised, the grass renegade took off, the pattern of her footfalls heading straight towards her opponents. Sakura fired, and for an instant the missile vanished, only to reappear, Kahaku's blood painting the arrowhead red. The medical ninja started to pull back a second arrow, but the invisible kunoichi was faster than she expected. Before she could ready the projectile, a knife hand hit a pressure point in her neck, and a fist collided with her temple. Her vision blurred as she fell, struggling not to pass out. Before everything went dark, she saw a flash of steel as the blades of a daisho appeared out of nowhere, and then heard a piercing squeal of electronic protest. Hayaton, Ice Kanai Jutsu, Sakura heard Natsuki proclaim as she pulled the scattered fragments of her mind back together. She lifted her head, and saw the two halves of the Sand Ninja's bisected radio lying next to her. The next returning thought was that the ice under her was gone. Hayaton, absorbing snowman, the Kazakage's bodyguard, intoned. Sakura looked up, and for a moment thought she was seeing double. The first Natsuki's frozen daggers disappeared into the three, stacked spheres of snow created by the second Natsuki. Then the Natsuki on her left unleashed a wind jutsu, blowing apart the snowman. The Natsuki who had been on defense gestured, turning the scattering flakes into a number of globes of liquid water, and sent them out to pummel her identical foe. That shinobi managed to narrowly dodge the attack and started to form her fingers into animal symbols again. What's going on? Sakura mumbled loudly, her awareness still not fully recovered. However, the medical training Tsunade had forced into her on a near instinctual level made note of the identical, bleeding wounds on each woman, a cut on the left thigh and a deep, possibly through and through, stab wound in the right side. She recognized the leg injury as the one she had given Kahaku at the start of the fight. Sakura-san, both Natsukis stopped their attacks and turned to face the younger woman. The last pieces of her intellect began to fall into place, and she clasped her hands together. Release, Sakura proclaimed, staring hard at the two versions of the Sand Jonin. I tried that already, the Natsuki on her right said sadly. I tried that, the left version of the bodyguard interjected firmly, but both Conan and the Grass Ninja's reports said she is a shapeshifter, right? She waited until you couldn't see, and then she turned into me. And she destroyed my radio and gave me injuries like hers. So you wouldn't be to tell the difference, both of the doppelgangers said in unison. All right, the pink-haired teen felt her headache worsening and blandly asked, in that case how did we first meet, Natsuki-san? Technically, we crossed paths when our two villages liberated the Sound Village from Kabuto's control. But we weren't formally introduced, and we never actually spoke on that mission. Those happened during the mission to rescue Naruto from the Akatsuki. When you were treating people after everything was finished. You approached me to see if I was injured. I told you I was fine, and asked you to check on the Kazekage. And then we talked a few times on the way back, before you returned to the Leaf Village and the rest of your team went with us to attend Kankuro Dano's funeral. We talked about Naruto-san, Gurasama, and Kankuro Dano. The duplicated women trailed off, staring at each other suspiciously. How do you know all that? The left Natsuki asked. Genjutsu? Or some sort of mind reading, the other one countered cautiously. It's probably just normal reading, Sakura sighed. Ayamiko-san told us that Kahaku has a perfect eidetic memory, it's part of why she can mimic people so well. The mole in the Leaf Village must have given Guki my reports. The younger woman looked chagrined. Lady Tsunade keeps telling me I don't need to be so detailed. The three women glanced back and forth between one another, though the two Natsukis focused primarily on one another. I've already seen that you can both use Hayaton techniques, the pink-haired teen mused out loud. Can you both use the frostbite armor and skating rink jutsus? Yes, both answered in unison. But if she were lying, she might be able to fake it with what she's seen. The left-hand copy decided uncomfortably. More importantly, could you tell if the techniques were real, without putting yourself in danger? Sakura-san, the right version asked. I guess I just don't know enough about Natsuki-san, Sakura thought to herself. Then she had a bad idea, but decided to use it as a test. So should I just take you both out, then? Sakura asked sarcastically. That ploy never works. You wouldn't know me well enough to know if I would say that. Besides, if you shot me first, you'd have to fight her alone. Or if you did manage to disable us both, you would just have to waste time and chakra to heal me afterward. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish my part of our current mission. Okay, then, speaking of the mission. Sakura grinned. Both Natsukis raised their hands to forestall her, but only the Sanjonin on the Leaf Kunoichi's right spoke, stating, don't. We can't be sure how much Guki has learned about our mission, so it might not work, the other one continued. And even if you asked about something Kahaku didn't know, then she would know about it. And if she escaped, that would mean Guki and Pain would learn about it as well. What about the message you just gave me? Sakura asked. The one I tapped on your leg? She must know the basic gist by now. And that language is not very specific. Since she obviously saw it, if I gave you the exact message, she might be able to decipher the code. Why did she mimic Natsuki, and not me? The unique woman demanded of the mirrored Kunoichi. Your bow. She can't copy that. Your strength. She can't copy that. Sakura sighed, and put her free hand to her face. The two answers, given at the same time, were both reasonable and didn't help her. So, what are we supposed to do here? She queried angrily. I've got no way to figure out which one is Kahaku and which one is Natsuki. Do nothing. Let us fight. If the real me wins, we are fine. Otherwise, you should be able to finish Kahaku in her weakened state. Okay, Sakura sounded dubious, but inside she was thankful to have a moment to rest her doubly taxed brain. She took a few steps back, watching both Natsukis carefully for anything that might give away which one was the fake. She stowed her axe, and then settled into a casual stance with her bow still half drawn. Hayaton, razor icicles, both of the supposed sand kunoichi proclaimed at the same time. Rasengan! Naruto shouted, charging Nagato's persona. Uzumaki's right arm was extended, and the spiraling sphere in his palm noticeably larger than usual. Chidori, Kakashi's voice was more subdued as he surrounded his hand with lightning chakra. His Sharingan was already active. Hatake had uncovered his transplanted eye even as Hinata had vanished around a curve in the street. Despite the more reserved start, the Leaf Jonin raced forward faster than his apprentice. Shinra Tensei, Pain announced when Kakashi's fingers were only inches from his chest. The gravity jutsu formed a sphere around Yahiko's body, and threw Kakashi away from its creator. The orb touched Naruto, and for an instant it appeared the teen would be similarly dislodged. Instead, a shadow clone was destroyed by the pressure, and the turbulent ball OD chakra exploded. The Deva path was forced to squint as he looked around for Uzumaki. Before he could find the teen, Naruto announced his presence. Shadow clone jutsu, the blonde Takujo's voice emerged from the fissure Pain had created in the street, and 2 duplicates caught Kakashi, while the original +6 facsimiles darted up out of the gap, closing on the Deva path from all directions. Off guard from the sudden escalation, and his gravity power recharging, Nagato readied his fragment to engage the copies in melee combat, at least from a few heartbeats. Unexpectedly, 4 of the clones slid feet first towards him, surrounding him and passing under his planned guard level. Nah. The 2 clones on his sides shouted together as their feet hit Yahiko's ribs, knocking him upwards. Are you? The Uzumaki behind him exclaimed as he literally kicked Pain's ass, pushing the Rinnegan user higher. 2. The 4th diving copy's kick hit the bottoms of Gookie's apprentice's feet, propelling him rapidly skyward. The 5th duplicate kneeled and cupped his hands to give the 6th a boost as he jumped after Yahiko. Yuzu! Clone 6 yelled as his fist hit Pain's jaw, rocketing him above the roof of the tallest building around them. The real Naruto also received a lift from the 5th clone, and then landed on the back of the 6th briefly, using him as a launch pad to pass Pain. Maki barrage! Naruto roared as he brought his heel down on Yahiko's skull, rocketing the Shizoku's general back towards the ground. Naruto's clones exploded, and he watched Pain plummet hopefully. An instant before he hit the street, another ball of gravity formed around the Deva path, dimpling the hard-packed dirt as he instantly decelerated. Still floating, he rotated slowly back into the upright position and then touched down gently. Naruto drew Kitsune as he dropped more normally, angling the staff blade at Pain's neck. The Rinnegan user noticed him, and rather than allow the Shinra Tensei bubble to dissipate, he directed the energy at the younger man, tossing him towards the clouds like a rag doll. Yahiko's face then creased with a frown as he reached to rub the bump forming on the back of his head. It is unfortunate my Naraka path is indisposed, he noted, but I suppose the destruction of the Konoha core is more important than my transitory aches. What does that mean? Naruto barked, pointing Kitsune at his foe as he landed heavily on the wall of a pharmacy. Guki-sensei dispatched my Naraka and human paths, along with an elite Shizoku unit, to assassinate Tsunade-sama. However, thanks to Hamiridano, we have acquired certain additional forces and are preparing to lay siege to the leaf. Ignore him, Naruto, Kakashi instructed darkly, he's just trying to distract you. And even if what he is saying is true, Lady Tsunade was expecting Guki to try something like this. Of course, the copy ninja's voice grew lighter as he turned back to Pain. The real reason you told us that was to delay us long enough for your gravity powers to recharge. Or did you think we hadn't noticed you needed a break between strikes? You think that matters? Yahiko's enthusiasm and speech briefly overtook Nagato's control. Tell you what, I'll go without using Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenon, or any of their variants for 5 minutes. And we'll see if you two do any better. Sure, why not? Kakashi refused to be riled. Futon, Cyclone Spike's barrage, Naruto indicated his acceptance by sending dozens of drilling tornadoes down in cloud that covered a larger area than just Pain's body. Futon, Gale Curtain, the Deva path proclaimed passively, creating a pane of translucent wind that absorbed Naruto's air chakra before fading away. Doton, Stone Spear's jutsu, the copy ninja altered the stone of the plateau into sharpened pikes, stabbing up at Pain. Doton Epicenter Jutsu, Yahiko intoned, stomping his foot. Kakashi's technique shattered as the ground around Nagato's fragment bucked and shook. The Leaf Jonin remained on his feet, but his protege was dislodged from his vertical perch. As he fell, Naruto summoned 2 copies, who started signing without care of their impending impact. The real Uzumaki grabbed a windowsill and flipped back up to stand on the side of the building again. Raiton, Spark Darts, the first clone finished moments before he hit the ground. Katan, Fire Trace, the second duplicate timed his jutsu more carefully, pressing his right hand to the street to unleash the 2 tracking flames, even as the rest of his fragile body crashed down and exploded in a puff of smoke. The fire and lightning attacks flashed towards Pain, who regarded them impassively. Raiton, Cloud's breath jutsu, Yahiko indicated ram before unleashed a dozen thin cords of electricity on Naruto. The massive attack broke apart the spark darts and cascaded around the blonde youth. He blocked as best he could with his shock-resistant weapon, but was still struck multiple times. His adherence to the apothecary failed again, and he dropped the rest of the way to the road, his uniform trailing smoke. The former Jinchuriki landed with a dull thud. Keten, tide of fire jutsu, the Deva path continued after flashing the dragon sign. Orange flames poured off of him, extinguishing Naruto's technique and flowing towards Kakashi like a river broken free of its floodgates. Suiton, water dragon jutsu, the copy ninja shouted, slamming every drop of free liquid his energy could grasp into the advancing inferno. For an instant it appeared the wet wyvern would lose, but then Pain's ninja art shattered, and the slightly smaller drake flew at the Rinnegan user's chest. Suiton, river tiger, the Deva path incanted. The mythologically opposed beasts struck one another and exploded, drenching all three shinobi and the buildings around them. Cute, Naruto growled as he dragged himself to his feet, his injuries already visibly fading, countering all our attacks with jutsus of the same element. The Rinnegan affords me affinity to the 5 primary chakra elements and the 5 simple hybrid elements, Yahiko's voice explained without boasting, and I know all the jutsus that any of my paths knew in their first lives. That's why I don't need my Shinra Tensei to defeat the two of you. Ninjutsu isn't the only way to fight, the teen roared, leaping horizontally with kitsune held ready. The staff blade glinted out parallel to the ground, aimed for the base of Pain's ribcage. Yahiko pushed the tubular weapon lower and stepped back the rest of the way out of Kitsune's path. Uzumaki released the staff blade with his left hand, and his fist continued forward, hitting Pain's jaw. The blow pushed the Deva path back into the trajectory of the handful of shurikens Kakashi had unleashed. Windscreen, Nagato's alternate incanted without signing, conjuring a quick wall of air chakra that was still enough to deflect the throwing stars. They should have known that I can use any chakra element not dependent on another Kekkei Jinkai, the spirit of the Deva realm, and Nagato thought in unison. Konan would have told them about my bloodline. Why goad me into using all 5 primary elements? Unless they did not believe her. Both Yahiko and Nagato's souls felt spikes of anger at the thought that their beloved former teammate might have doubted by the Leaf Ninjas even after everything she went through, betraying their teacher and leader. Were they just trying to confirm it for themselves, the original Rinnegan user considered alone? Then a light bulb went off in his head. Why did I counter with the same elements? Pain demanded aloud. I could have dodged or blocked more efficiently using other elements. Are you using your Sharingan on me, Kakashi Hatake? Katan, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Kakashi did not answer as he spit dozens of small spheres of flame at the Deva path. But the corners of his mouth turned upwards under his mask. Shadow Kanai Jutsu, Pain created a mesh of chakra daggers to defeat the copied Uchiha clan technique. At the same time, Pain stretched forward to launch a punch at the retreating Naruto's midsection. The former Jinchuriki blocked the strike and thrust his still disengaged left palm at Yahiko's nose. Cookie's apprentice dove under the attack, coming up behind Uzumaki. The younger man spun around to face Pain before he could capitalize. Did you also make me want to stop using my Shinra Tensei? The Deva path demanded. You have worked with Madara enough know that the Sharingan can't make you do anything you don't want to. The silver-haired Jonin shook his head, especially not at this level. It can just give you a little push. You offered to give up your gravity moves on your own. I just took the chance to test out your limits. So he was confirming that I could use all the elements. Pain considered Kakashi's words carefully, but that's not all. He wanted to know if I could summon jutsu fast enough and powerful enough to neutralize their attacks with the same element. Kakashi launched his own spark darts at Pain, and Nagato forced himself to craft an earth wall to stop both the electricity and Naruto's sidekick. No, it's more, he realized as Uzumaki broke through the granite with Kitsune's green chakra blade. He's trying to make me waste chakra. His multi-ringed eyes shift back to Naruto. Even with my unique abilities I cannot hope to outlast Uzumaki's chakra supply, the Deva path admitted to himself. Only a Bija Jinchuriki can hope to do that, and Kahakudano is the only one left hosting a tailed beast. Naruto swung again, and Pain's distraction hindered his evasion. He took a deep cut on the left forearm, bringing his attention back to the battle. He reflexively sent a tiny pulse of earth chakra into his hand to knock aside the next slash from the blonde teen without getting sliced again. Pain kicked up at the Takujo's passing elbow. A clone appeared beside Naruto, pulling him out of the way, and then instantly exploded. Yahiko's eye widened, and he flipped sideways, his other heel following Uzumaki while his body drifted over Kakashi's latest set of thrown kunai. So you have progressed to the point where you can form a shadow clone without hand signs or an incantation, the Deva Path sounded genuinely impressed. Just one though, and they're less stable than usual, Naruto managed to sound smug even as he stated the weaknesses. He moved to intercept Pain's kick with Kitsune, and the Rinnegan user grabbed the ground with his hands and hauled himself back to avoid losing a foot. 298, 299, 300, a portion of Pain's mind finished counting, then he grinned as he returned to a standing position, facing both Leaf ninjas. Time's up, he announced, before adding, Bansho Tenin. He made a grasping gesture at Kakashi with his hand, and swung his arm harshly towards Naruto. The copy ninja was yanked towards his apprentice at high speed. Without time to dodge, and not wanting to let his teacher slam into a building again, Uzumaki dropped his staff blade, the energy blade instantly collapsing. He raised his hands as if to catch his mentor. However, as Kakashi reached him, the former Jinchuriki was shifting his feet, not planting them. He grabbed Hitaki's arms, but instead of stopping his teacher, Naruto turned into a perfect shoulder throw, redirecting Kakashi's momentum towards Pain and adding additional speed in the process. The two opposed ninjas faced each other dumbfounded as they approached collision at incredible speed. Naruto, what the? Kakashi howled as he tumbled uncontrollably towards the Deva Path. Hell is he thinking? Yahiko muttered as he braced himself. He might have been able to evade the human missile, but chose to surround his right hand with a blade of blended fire and lightning chakra instead. You thought this would help you in some way? Pain said, for the first time letting a hint of derision spill into his voice. I would have expected better from a fellow pupil of Jiraiya-sensei. He brought his hand forward, preparing to disintegrate the leaf jonin. Only then did he notice Kakashi's eyes had shifted from dismay to amusement. 2 feet away from Guki's general, a cloud of white chakra smoke surrounded Kakashi. Clone? Pain thought, until the table spun out of the explosion. It had a heavy granite top and a broad, wrought iron base. The Deva Path vaguely recognized it from one of the patios overlooking the street. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Kakashi appear on said balcony, waving his hand once, his massive grin obvious despite the mask that always covered his mouth. Substitution, Pain hissed. With no other options, he jabbed his plasma-wrapped hand into the heavy furniture. The high-energy chakra was less effective on metal and stone, but he still cleaved through the table without any hesitation. Though he was spared being crushed, chips of the shattered rock and drops of the molten iron pelted him as the majority of the table sailed past. Dozens of cuts and small burns peppered his chest, arms, and face, and he started to glare at Naruto. Cute, but merely an inconven. Yahiko tried to boast. But the instant the halves of the table cleared his vision, he realized Uzumaki was only a foot behind it, Kitsune already swinging down. They have that level of teamwork? Pain asked himself in amazement, no talking, no sign language. Naruto throws Kakashi at me like an idiot, Kakashi substitutes for something that will obscure my vision despite being highly disoriented, and Naruto uses the distraction to close the gap on me for a killing blow. It is possible Kakashi instructed Naruto to use various elemental jutsus without me noticing. I knew they were strong, but I still managed to underestimate them. The timing required from the multi-stage feint saved the Deva Path from instant death. Between summoning his dropped weapon and sprinting toward Pain with chakra-boosted speed, both in the heartbeat after the table appeared, Naruto did not have time or focus left to generate one of Kitsune's specialized blades. Instead, the raw, reinforced steel of the staff blade slammed into Pain's right shoulder, the full force of the Takujo's weight and chakra supplemented muscles behind it. Yahiko's clavicle and humerus were not so much broken as shattered, and the rest of the force cracked his top rib and shoulder blade and drove him to his knees. He did not stay that way for long, as Naruto's foot collided with his left ear, sending him tumbling away. Pain did not so much stand as push himself back to his feet with a weak Shinra Tensei. Despite the defiant act, Nagato was filled with dread as Kakashi hopped down and walked over to stand by his student. Yahiko's eyes were narrowed and fluttered in agony, but he still stared down the two-leaf shinobi. I can summon my Naraka path, he told himself. It might hurt the attack on the Konohagakure, but he can repair these injuries, and then we can fight them 2-on-2. Kuki-sama will understand, and the human path should be able to lead that army. But before he could enact his desperate plan, Naruto and Kakashi's radios both crackled to life. All three ninjas paused, the leaf warriors in surprise, and Yahiko's body so he didn't miss what was being said. Is anyone listening? Naruto's eyes narrowed in worry and shock, as he recognized the voice of the ninja Squirrel Soul, his beloved's favored familiar. I know I shouldn't be doing this, the female rodent continued, but Hinata Dano was ambushed by Madara Uchiha inside the Raikage's castle, and she's in a bad way. If Naruto Dano or anyone else can hear this, please help. The clamor from the device ended, and Naruto stared at his squad leader in desperation. Hinata's hopes were almost immediately dashed upon entering the Raikage's stronghold. Even after passing through the layer of Fuinjutsu that blocked her Kekkai Genkai from the outside, she could still only see the first floor of the four-story structure, and she could not even see all of that. What she could see was 3 teams of Shizokas along the outer wall of the building, and a large, 2-level room in the center of the building. Most of the first-floor rooms that her silver eyes could not penetrate into were on the far side of the fort, and she quickly plotted the fastest and safest route. As she moved carefully through the building, Hinata noticed one of the blank spots in her Byakugan seemed to be following her. She could not be certain, partly because the Shizoku's form was so indistinct, but also because the Shizoku appeared to be avoiding his comrades. The Leaf Takujo would have expected the foot soldier to raise the alarm and make contact with the other anonymous warriors if he was tracking her. Since he was dodging the other Shizokas, she wondering if he disobeying orders in some fashion. In that case he might have been on the same course as her simply because it was the best way to stay undetected. She checked the first 2 rooms without incident. However, her unease grew, as her shadow remained the same distance behind her. The Hyuga heiress decided to put the Shizoku to the test. She turned back to where she had seen a staircase. She darted up to the 2nd floor, and found her ability to see down to the 1st floor with her Byakugan was immediately blocked. There were more sealed areas on the 2nd level than there were on the 1st, but she could still see into just under half of the rooms. And there were also fewer Shizokas, at least in the sections that were not protected from her enhanced vision. But instead of continuing her search in earnest, she looked in the closest blocked room. Finding an empty bedroom, she ducked inside. As she expected, the Fuinjutsu only blocked detection from the outside, so her metallic eyes could gaze through the wall. She settled down, intently watching the stairs. She waited anxiously for 5 minutes, though that turned to a mild impatience as the next 5 minutes drew hour. Hinata was just about to admit that he had not been tracking her, when a blank spot emerged from the lower level. The young woman still could not make out the specifics of his height or build, however he definitely had the same gait. Beyond just the way he moved, her instincts told her that this was the same individual. She waited until his back was to her, or so she thought, and slid the door open a fraction. She frowned at what she saw, though the warrior was facing away from her as she hoped. His unfamiliar black variant of the Shizoka's uniform gave her pause. Hinata only waited for a second, knowing he might turn at any time. She pushed the door the rest of the way open with a careful balance of speed and silence. Then she darted forward, rapidly striking his hips and shoulders, hoping to disable the tenketsu leading to his arms and legs. She grabbed his shoulder with her right hand and placed her left palm over the spot on his back roughly corresponding to his heart. "Why are you following me?" she asked sternly. "Why haven't you raised an alarm?" "How did you know I was there?" he queried calmly, seemingly unconcerned by her initial strikes, or by her current, potentially lethal position. "These uniforms should block your Byakugan. You should not have been able to see me." "You Fuinjutsu aren't as good as you think," she said firmly. But inside Hinata felt a sliver of uncertainty, as she thought she recognized the Shizoku's voice. Or perhaps that is the point, he decided. You can't see through these clothes, but you can see everything around them. After all, if you could see me, you would probably have tried to kill me outright, instead of trying to question me. Her anxiety rose, and Hinata chose to take him at his word. She pressed her threatening hand more deeply into his clothing and intoned 8 trigrams, assassin's palm. Even as she started forming the chakra threads that would perforate his cardiac muscle and seal the tenketsu around it, the black Shizoku went limp. Her training told her to duck even before her eyes saw him, and she dove under the red chakra spear that stabbed where her head had been. She spun as she dropped, trying to sweep his legs as she turned to face him. He hopped backwards to avoid her. For the first time in her life, Hinata refused to believe what her Kekkei Genkai told her. But once her physical eyes landed on him, she could no longer maintain her hopeful doubts. Madara, Hinata struggled to keep the fear from her voice, as she saw the Shinen Sharingan glowing in Tao's eye sockets. The chakra tattoo weapon retracted, and the first Uchiha smiled at her with unsettling serenity. "That is awfully forward of you, grandniece, addressing me by my given name without any sort of honorific," he told her, but his voice contained no recrimination. "Are those really the manners of the next leader of the Hyuga clan?" "You have no honor," she explained darkly, edging back slightly. "Why would I address you as if you did?" Madara's gentle smile turned into an amused smirk, but the red swirls in his black eyes flashed. He took a step closer, not letting her escape, yet his posture remained calm. "I suppose I have not answered your questions yet," he pretended to remember. "I did not alert my creations because I do not need them and do not want them to interfere. And I followed you because I was hoping to have some time alone with my beloved sister's great-great-granddaughter." Hinata dropped into the gentle fist stance, her legs tensing, though she was not sure yet if she would charge or run. Now, dear niece," Madara admonished her, "if we start in the hallway, we are certain to attract the attention of Namikaze's cannon fodder. And I believe we would both rather avoid that. There is a modest dojo on this floor, one with reinforced and soundproof walls. I would suggest we go there for this family reunion." Hinata's eyes narrowed as she considered him. Now that the stealth uniform was gone, she could see all of Tao's body. She could see the unique chakra-bonded tattoos on his right arm. She also noticed that the tenketsu she had attempted to close were now open, but she could not say if she had missed due to the Shizoku's interference, or if Madara had removed the Byakugan's blocks. And she was not surprised to find that in addition to the usual chakra reservoir in the area between his stomach and heart, there were extra concentrations of energy in his eyes. However, what she was really looking for were signs of deception, and despite his oddly polite facade, she could not see any dishonesty. Hinata was not foolish enough to think her eyes were infallible, especially against the immortal who had trained to fight them. But she decided to trust her skill to a degree. Besides, she reasoned, Konan said that Madara wants to kill me personally, and if the Shizokus or Guki get involved, he could lose this chance. "Lead the way," she gestured, allowing her body to relax while her focus remained sharp. He nodded magnanimously and walked past her, his defenses seemingly down. The Hyuga heiress did not take the bait and trailed him just out of arm's reach. "You're Toby," she suddenly realized. "You're playing the part of Toby again." Toby was fun, partly because of how much Konan was annoyed by him. He half turned to smile at her openly, "Just like you are now. But it was also nice not to have everyone around me either cringe or bluster and pretend they weren't afraid. Since I started working for Guki, I haven't had a time or a reason to put on that mask again. So I thought I would show it to you. Sorry if it makes you uncomfortable." Hinata contained her frown. Even though she knew Madara did not regret his actions or their effect on her, she could not see anything other than sincerity in his apology. She began to wonder if he was actually taking her to a private sparring room or somewhere else. The pale beauty also doubted she could escape him now, not without alerting the guards and making the whole mission that much more difficult. And that was if she could get away at all. She decided to keep following him for the time being, but her mind was already considering other plans. Her worries were unfounded, at least in this instance. Madara led her to a larger room, entered first, and generously allowed her to have a look at the dojo. The space had a thick padding on the floor, walls, and ceiling, soft enough to lessen the impact of falls and throws, yet firm enough to not impede movement. There were a few weapons racks mounted on the walls, filled with practice replicas made from bamboo or foam-covered wood. Unlike the bedroom where she had waited for Madara, this room blocked her Byakugan for leaving as well as from entering, but that fuinjutsu was in the outermost strata of the walls, which were comprised of multiple layers of wooden, metal, and chakra. As Uchiha had told her, no sound would be escaping the dojo, and the reinforced structure would be able to take all but the strongest ninjutsu. Hinata doubted her Rasengan or 8 trigrams empty palm would even put a dent in the walls, though she expected an Otama Raitan Rasengan would overwhelm the armor. Hinata closed the door behind her, and Madara turned to face her, his expression changing. Hatred emitted from his eyes, strong enough that it was nearly a physical force. His stance did not change, yet any sense that his posture was casual and open evaporated. The Hyuga heiress fell into the gentle fist stance again, wondering if she had made a mistake. I have been waiting almost 80 years, his stolen voice was eerily dead. I was going to destroy my sister Hoshi's mind, merge her Byakugan with my Sharingan, and take my rightful place as leader of the Hyuga clan. But her eyes, those accursed silver eyes, they turned my power against me, and nearly destroyed me. That is the only reason Hashirama Senju was able to defeat me, to force me to fake my own death and flee the Hidden Leaf village. But today, I will crush the Suijin Byakugan, and prove that I am better than the clan that abandoned me like garbage. As his rant ended, Madara surprised Hinata by breaking the fundamental tenet of the Uchiha fighting style. Rather than wait for her to initiate, he jumped forward, the tattoos flowing off his right arm, forming giant claws over his hands. The pale beauty caught the red blades on Jinmaki, and used the force to slide backwards, avoiding Madara's follow-up kick. His right hand followed her, and her bracers stopped the attack again. This time she countered with a gentle fist tap aimed at the shadowed remnant of the tattoos on his arm. Madara spun away from her, unsure if the gentle fist would affect the physical base of his weapons, but unwilling to take the chance. First a spear, now claws, she considered as she blocked another slash with her kote. Is there a limit to the number of forms those tattoos can take? I wish that part of Tao's file hadn't been redacted. Madara seemed to notice her focus on his stolen chakra weapons, because the claw on his left hand suddenly shifted into a wakizashi, while the one on his right hand lengthened into a bullwhip. Uchiha snapped the lash towards her neck. Hinata knew he would try to wrap the whip around her arm when she interposed Jinmaki, and then pull her into range of his short blade. So instead she put both bracers together, creating a broad enough surface that whip was deflected. I can't stay on the defensive, Hinata told herself, but against an Uchiha, no the Uchiha, I have to be careful. He can copy almost anything I do, especially if those tattoos can take any shape. That means I can't use my koto weapon style, the whipping willows, or the tiger and heron. And most of my ninjutsu are also going to be off limits. But he can't steal my Byakugan techniques, and while he can copy the movements of the gentle fist, without my family's bloodline, it becomes ineffective as a combat style. And if Kakashi-sensei and Naruto are right, the Sharingan can't copy the Rasengan either. So those attacks will have to be my arsenal. The Hyuga heiress's eyes continued to track the tattoo weapons as she blocked and dodged Madara's attacks, waiting for an opening. The reason for her focus had changed, but the Sharingan user either did not recognize that or just did not care. They are quite useful, Madara stated smugly, as he changed the whip into a pike, stabbing at her without concern for the fact that a real version of the polearm would have been too unbalanced to wield with one hand. Jinmaki pushed the extended spear away, and Hinata spun closer, aiming her glowing fingers for his wrist. His offhand sword darted towards her forearm, and Naruto's lover was forced to abort her attack. They are physically solid, but seem to resist normal damage, she noted, ducking past a horizontal sweep of the pike. At first I was quite furious that you and Naruto prevented me from entering Hanabi's body, and that I was forced to take this ANBU agent's body instead, he taunted her. But once I realized how well these weapons complement my Sharingan, I began to think it was for the better. Besides, having a fully trained, adult, male body is better than that of a female child. Rasengan, she intoned angrily in response, slamming Minato's jutsu into the pike as it flashed towards her heart. The spinning technique did what the earth chakra-enhanced impacts with her bracers had not. The flesh bonded, chakra-altered ink construct shattered. The front half of the polearm fell to the floor, flaking away. Madara looked at the splintered end of the weapon in shock, but then shrugged, unconcerned. He retracted the weapons, and as the tattoo reformed on his arm, Hinata noticed that the lower ring was now jagged and incomplete. Well played, but a temporary win, he informed her. Even if my weapons are damaged, they are self-repairing in their sealed form. My tattoo should be back to normal in at most 2 days, and then I can resume using them normally. But for now, you are limited to hand. She raced forward, her chakra-wrapped digits aimed for his neck and heart. Madara twisted his body to prevent her right hand from striking his throat, but instead of avoiding her left hand, he lifted his right palm to intercept it. Hinata stopped just short of hitting it, the oddly swirling chakra in his forearm tenketsu triggering something she remembered from a discussion with her cousin Niji. You know the ringing palm, don't you? She asked as she leaned back to avoid his follow-up punch. Not precisely, he admitted, but I have always been looking for methods of overcoming the Hyuga's techniques. So after I heard how the leader of the Suzuhara clan defeated and humiliated Hoshi's son, I made it a point to observe them. Though I was not able to learn the true ringing palm, I was able to create a close approximation. How close? Hinata wondered silently, as her fingers lashed out again. Again he evaded the attack on his left side, while attempting to get her left hand to strike his right palm. It looks like he can only use it with his right hand, she concluded dubiously, unless that's an intentional trick. But the main issue is, will his defense damage my fingers as the true ringing palm did to Niji, or will it just stop my gentle fist attack? Katen, fire clone jutsu, Madara intoned while fully ducking her next set of strikes. 2 apparently normal copies of Uchiha split off, and started to move to surround Hinata. Rotation, she incanted in retaliation, throwing the duplicates into the walls where they exploded in matched bursts of intense heat and flame. Unfortunately, the real Uchiha was just out of range of the repelling dome. Madara exhaled in annoyance, and hopped forward, thrusting his right palm at her forehead. Hinata dropped under the attack, letting it sail over her. At the same time, her arms both darted upwards. Her right index and middle fingers dug into Madara's elbow, while the matching digits on her left hand landed 1 inch back from his wrist. From her crouching position, she somersaulted past Madara, shutting off 2 tenketsu in the left side of his torso as she passed. And before he could turn, her gentle fist struck again, shutting down 2 points of his chakra network within his right lung and cutting shallowly into the muscle over said organ. Hinata surveyed him hopefully as he faced her again. 3 of the tenketsu she closed in his torso were vital, and the attack on his arm had ended his ringing palm copy. His ability to use jutsu should be limited now, she told her with no small amount of relief, and without that blocking jutsu, I should be able to shut down his chakra. Chakra pulse, he exclaimed, violently derailing her train of thought. Her eyes widened in surprise and fear as his energy blasted through his spiritual network, removing the blocking effect of her attacks, leaving him with only the minor physical damage. He smirked at her expression. You might be wondering how I learned your technique, he answered the unspoken question in her silver eyes, but I didn't. You and Naruto recreated a jutsu that I devised decades ago. Of course, I called it explosive opening, but since your name for it has become somewhat infamous, I decided to adopt it. He has spent his whole life creating and stealing techniques to use against the Byakugan, she realized, recalling her father's description of his fight with the first Uchiha. None of the well-known jutsu of the Hyuga clan will work against him. But some of the newer or hidden variations might still be effective. Madara closed the gap between them, again trying to tag Hinata with his open right hand. The young woman decided to test her theory, and began to rotate before he could touch her. 8 trigrams palms, heavenly spin, she stated strongly, using the full incantation to empower the hemisphere around her. Madara placed his hand against the dome, and instead of being thrown away, he dug in his heels to avoid being pushed back and the heavenly spin distorted away from him. In the midst of the barrier, Hinata shifted her stance slightly, and inverted the flow of her chakra. 8 trigrams palms, infernal whirlpool. The energy sphere turned from blue to red, and began to suck Madara inwards. His pirated jutsu did nothing to impede her technique, and his eyes narrowed in annoyance as he circled the boundary, being drawn unevenly closer to Hinata. The pale beauty dropped her right hand, her fingers slightly curled, and chakra began to spin above her palm. Rasengan, she shouted once Madara was in range, thrusting Minato's jutsu at the traitor. The immortal raised his right hand to block, but the Rasengan destroyed his copied technique, and then skidded along the inside of his arm until to hit his chest. The Rasengan tore into his flesh, even as the infernal whirlpool pulled him into the deadly orb. Finally, the Hyuga clan leader's hidden technique ended, Hinata's focus directed to the spiraling sphere. Then that jutsu also ended, but it did so with an explosion, throwing Madara into the padded wall of the dojo. Hinata's shoulders dipped slightly as she panted from the effort of using the two techniques in concert. She took a food pill to restore her chakra, even as Madara drunkenly stood. The skin on his palm and all down his right arm was shredded. His shirt was destroyed, and the flesh and muscle of the right upper quadrant of his torso had been flayed to the bone. The injuries were not necessarily fatal, but would have incapacitated most ninjas. But there was only hatred in his eyes as he literally stared death at her. Amaterasu. Black flames flickered around the edges of his orbs, and then shot towards her with an unholy roar. Please be right, Itachi-san, she begged mentally as she threw her arms outward, expelling most of the chakra left in her body as she desperately cried out, 8 trigrams palms, holy cyclone. Hinata disappeared behind the opaque purple dome, and the shadow inferno cascaded over the bubble. Madara's ogi burned away even the chakra of the holy cyclone, but the technique was constantly renewed under it. And since the Uchiha Jutsu could only burn what the user could see, it passed no further. Inside the dome, Hinata felt no heat, and it was only thanks to her Byakugan that she could see Madara's wrath increasing. She also watched the walls of the dojo behind her being slowly consumed by the black flames. Uchiha skid bitterly as he ended the Amaterasu. Hinata waited another half-second, and then dropped her holy cyclone. Her chakra was exhausted, but the food pill started to kick in, slowly replenishing her energy. His eyes continued to study her, livid yet also more thoughtful. So, even at the Shinen level, my Sharingan is worthless against you, he said as much to himself as to his opponent. You refuse to use jutsu I can copy, you are immune to my Tsukuyumi and Susanoo, and you know the secret limitation of Amaterasu, probably from Itachi. I'm guessing Kakashi will have also taught you some way to counter or avoid Kamui. And neither Izanagi nor Izanami will help in this situation. I guess I will just have to kill you as if I were a common jonin, he shrugged in mock defeat, but first. Susuri. The substantial damage from her Rasengan flowed gruesomely across his body, neck, and face, vanishing into his whirlpool eyes, leaving him unharmed. Even the minor, internal cuts from her gentle fist attacks were removed. As he healed himself, Hinata bit down on a second food pill and started signing. Raitun, lighting cannon jutsu, he announced without crafting hand seals, as Susuri completed. Hinata was forced to cancel her technique as she shifted Jinmaki to block the 8-inch sphere, sending earth and water chakra into the kote to reinforce them. The cannon shot was deflected into the ceiling, but Madara followed close behind it, slashing down with a katana shaped from Tao's undamaged tattoo. After a brief exchange of melee combat, Hinata had only scored one good gentle fist hit, though it was to Madara's throat. She was too busy fending off his attacks. Uchiha was pouring chakra into his muscles to match her speed and overpowering her in strength. On top of that, the crimson blade gave him the advantage in reach. Hinata had managed to avoid any truly damaging hits, but she had multiple minor cuts on both upper arms, plus one on her right calf, and one leading up her left jawline to her earlobe. She was waiting for her chakra to recover, but even with 2 food pills her energy was not growing fast enough. She dared not waste it to increase her own physical abilities. And with each injury he inflicted, Madara's mood lightened. You know, it's too bad that you encountered me, the Uchiha founder said conspiratorially, shifting once again to Tobi's kind tones. If it had been any other member of your team, I probably would have ignored them, or even told them where to find Gookie. His taunt reminded Hinata of her mission, and she dabbed the fingers of her right hand against her bleeding leg. Then she vaulted past Madara and tagged the ground, stating, summoning jutsu. Madara smirked in amusement as Sol and Lune appeared before their contractor. The squirrels darted around to stand beside Hinata, but the albino rodent could not suppress a squeak of fear when she saw their opponent. You need us to help you take this guy down? Lune bluffed. No, you have your orders, Hinata shook her head. Hinata joined Kakashi even as he banished his ninja hounds back to their kennel. You wanted to see me, sensei, she asked, once he turned his attention to her. Yes. Thanks for coming, Hinata. What can I do for you? She prompted immediately. Would you summon Sol and Loon, please? He requested. Of course, she nodded as she took out a kunai and lightly sliced her fingers, but may I ask why? Tomorrow, we might need more eyes and ears to find Nagato, he explained. I want to prepare your friends in advance, just like I did mine. He showed her the picture of Nagato that had been copied from Conan's photo album. I want to make sure Sol and Loon know our plans and are familiar with Nagato's appearance. So that way, if you think they can help you find Nagato, and won't jeopardize operational security, you can call them and they will know what to do with you needing to explain further. What about Naruto and his toads? She asked, gathering her chakra into the blood on her digits. Kakashi considered that for a moment, and then slowly shook his head. Given who Naruto is likely to end up summoning, and the person doing the summoning, probably not. Hinata smiled slightly as she nodded her understanding. Then she printed her blood on the ground and intoned, summoning jutsu. Sol scampered closer, placing her paw comfortingly on the taller human. Are you certain, mistress? The female squirrel asked. Thank you, but yes. Go. The black and white rodents nodded and raced towards the door. Hinata moved to defend them, but Madara just shook his head. Once the dojo was again sealed, Madara unleashed a weak wind jutsu, which circled around to try to hit Hinata from behind, as he ran forward, stabbing at the teen's heart with his crimson chakra sword. If you want Gookie dead, why did you work for him in the first place? Hinata asked the question Conan had never been able to adequately explain. She backflipped over the arcs of sharpened air, letting Uchiha deal with his own technique. She dropped into a low crouch as she landed, throwing out her uninjured limb in another leg sweep. Namikaze. Madara seemed to struggle with the question as he hopped over her knee. Namikaze is excellent with both the carrot and the stick. He used himself and pain as threats to keep me in line. But on the other hand, he taught me an excellent new way to use Susanoo. He helped me acquire a new body. And if he is true to his word, he will return the demon god statue to me once he controls the continent. And the 3, 4, and 5 tails demons still sealed within it. The fool. The 7 and 9 tails are dead, she stated curiously. There is no way Gookie will let you have the 6 tails. And the other 3 are also beyond your reach. For now, he agreed, unconcerned, but the shark and fox will be replaced in time, and Kahaku can't live forever. And I can find the 1, 2, and 8 tails again. The 3 remaining will do, for a start. He swung at her head, and she caught the strike on her left bracer, her right index finger closing in on his left elbow. Do you think Gookie will allow you to use the demons as weapons? She recalled the Akatsuki's 2 stated uses for the demons, as fake disasters to manipulate politics, and to power the most destructive tactical jutsu ever conceived. The bijou were never meant to be weapons, he grinned confidently, taking the hit to his joint in exchange for the chance to slam his heel into the cut on her leg that was just a ruse to control the Akatsuki. They were captured for me. You want to be a Jinchuriki? For a few years, he agreed, that should be all it will take for me to subjugate and absorb all 9 of the tailed beasts. Hinata backed off, finally openly frightened. However, it was not his strength that cracked her mental defenses, but his insanity. That's what the statue is for. Madara enjoyed her reaction, and relished the chance to boast about his genius, not just to store the spirits, but see if the 9 of them could be forced into some sort of balance, so that a vessel that could normally only hold 2 or 3 of them might be able to stably contain all 9. You already have a bloodline trait, she protested. And it's not enough, he countered, even with the powers of a mime, a siren, and an ifrit, and the unique abilities that arose from combining them, my Sharingan is still not sufficiently stronger than any other Kekkei Jinkai. But imagine, he continued with a touch of deranged wonder, innate control of the 5 elements, almost without the need for chakra. Instant shape-shifting. Unmatched regeneration. And a functionally infinite chakra supply to do anything the innate powers of the bijou cannot. Combined with the immortality I already possess, I would be more than a human, more than a ninja. I would be a god. His head dropped from gazing at the ceiling, but you will not live long enough to witness my ascension, grandniece. Katen, grasping blaze jutsu. Madara's left hand was surrounded by talons of flame, almost as large as he was tall. He flexed the artificial hand once, and seemed pleased with the result. Hinata braced herself and started mentally preparing a jutsu, and Madara charged her again, katana and flame claw both swinging. After the ninja squirrels exited the dojo, they split up as instructed. But while Loon loped away to search, Sol found a sheltered corner. She reached into her sash and took out the radio she had stolen from Hinata. She knew her actions were highly illegal, due to the potential threat the communicator posed to both her clan and the humans they had a contract with. And she was disobeying her orders as well. But Sol had also seen the fear in her beloved mistress's face. And she had heard stories about the one with the eyes of the abyss. So after gathering up all of her determination, Sol activated the device. "Is anyone listening?" the albino squirrel said tentatively into the microphone. "I know I shouldn't be doing this." But Hinata Dano was ambushed by Madara Uchiha inside the Raikage's castle, and she's in a bad way. "If Naruto Dano or anyone else can hear this, please help." The white rodent crouched down around the radio, hoping desperately for a response. Pain's human path was not entirely surprised when his grand request was met with suspicion and doubt. The Reaper joined his troops, and the two stupid brothers followed her like brain-damaged puppies. But most of the other rogue ninjas watched him with varying degrees of suspicion. "I understand your hesitation," Pain's voice dripped with sincerity. "After all, there are just over 100 of us. The Leaf Ninjas should outnumber us 3 or even 4 to 1. Attacking their stronghold against that kind of numeric advantage would be insanity. But there is something you don't know, something I'm sure the Hokage did not want you to know, so you would remain docile." He sounded as if he were sharing a vital secret, but the truth is that the entire ninja world is at war. "My teacher and leader, Guki Namikaze, has raised an army that rivals the power of the 4 remaining great villages." And yes, I said 4, because even now the Rain, Mines, and Cloud villages are under Guki-sama's control. Whispers passed through the crowd. The name of the rogue who had defied the conclave of shadows for nearly 2 decades was a legend among the missing Nin. Beyond that, the potential implications of such a war were not lost on the smarter criminals. Right now, even as we speak, the majority of the Leaf Ninjas are helping to defend their allies or trying in vain to assault our forces. He increased his volume. From our earlier scouting, there are no more than 150 shinobi left to defend the Leaf. And many of those are genin, too weak or too green to send to war. So any edge they have in numbers, we will more than make up for in skill, in experience, and in determination. His expression darkened. "This is your chance to secure a place for yourself in the new regime. You may flee now, and we will not stop you, but know that when the war ends, no matter which side is the victor, you will still be hunted as criminals. Stand with us, and you will leave this battle as free men and women. So I ask you again," his tone switched back to rousing sincerity, "who will stand with me against the Konohagakure?" A cheer went up through the deviant mass. The human path stepped back, and the black Shizokas moved forward under the direction of the Naraka path, distributing their extra weapons to the new converts, and working to establish a chain of command. "I almost bought that," the Reaper told the human path surreptitiously, brandishing Griffin's claw to reaffirm the feel of her trident. "What do you mean?" he asked innocently. "Even if we have the edge in skill, the Konohagakure still has its defenses," she answered, "not to mention the fact that they are armed to the teeth, and most of your new army will be lucky to get a kunai and couple of shurikens from these fancy new Shizokas of yours." He did not answer, but studied her face with a mildly curiosity. Nagato realized he had never seen her without her armor of ninja crests before. But the real lie was that they would have a place in Guki's world, she added. "The best most of these can hope for is to become a blue or red Shizoku. And that's if they aren't executed outright. We both know Namikaze's stance on rape, mind control, and the slaughter of civilians. And we both know he's nowhere near as kind-hearted as the Leaf." He frowned at her, but the Reaper just smirked back. "Oh, don't worry, I won't tell them," she purred. "I doubt there are more than a handful among them that don't deserve whatever fate they find. After all, they are ninjas." She said the last word like it was a deadly insult. Pain nodded, and he and the Reaper also began to interact with the convicts. Sakura tapped the shaft of an arrow impatiently against her knee as the 2 copies of Natsuki danced around each other. Both fought like bodyguards, focusing more on defense, with offensive techniques were not designed to kill, but to disable an opponent for a quick escape. The volatile medic had almost reached the point of trying to knock out both of the supposed sand kunoichi, and dealing with the consequences, when her radio crackled to life, and Natsuki's damaged device whined pitiably as it tried in vain to fulfill its purpose. All three women froze and stared at the working communicator. If Naruto-dano or anyone else can hear this, please help. Sol completed her call for help weakly. Sakura reacted openly to the ninja squirrel's familiar voice, and both Natsuki's realized that if the younger woman knew the source of the plea, it was probably genuine. Go, the Natsuki on her left turned to the leaf medic, her icy blue eyes locked on the archer's green orbs, and firmly instructed, go help Hinata, Sakura-san. I can't do that, Tsunade's apprentice balked uncertainly, I can't leave you alone, not against Kahaku. The copy who had spoke suddenly began to change. Kahaku's long, blue-black hair replaced Natsuki's shorter, sandy locks as the Jinchuriki returned to her default guise. Goki's wife then pulled aside her top to reveal most of her left breast, caught some of the blood from the injury Sakura had given her on her right pointer finger, and carefully scribed the kanji for honor over her heart. If you go to rescue Hinata, I swear on my life that, so long as my battle with Natsuki of the Sand Village remains one-on-one, I will not turn invisible, change my shape, or use more than one or two tails of the chameleon's power, Kahaku pledged, shocking both Natsuki and Sakura. And the former grass ninja was not finished yet. I'll even give you a few minutes to treat Natsuki-san's wounds, Sakura-san. Why would you do this? Natsuki demanded. Obviously, I think I can still defeat you with those restrictions and I want to get rid of Sakura-san, Kahaku admitted freely, but just as importantly, I want Sakura-san to save Hinata-chan. Why? Both of her opponents asked dubiously. There are only two people I have ever hated enough to wish on them a one-on-one duel with Madara. The Jinchuriki shuddered as she contemplated that, those being the previous leader of the grass, and Madara himself. Beyond them, I wouldn't let anyone else fight Madara alone. Especially not a woman, and especially not a member of my extended family, or eventual family member, I suppose. Even if she is on the other side. Madara might be a necessary evil for our plans, Kahaku added vehemently, but that doesn't mean I don't intend to kill him the instant he outlives his usefulness. Go, the real Natsuki said softly, and Sakura blinked at her in surprise. If half of what I have heard about that Uchiha is true, then Kahaku-san is right. Then the ice user grinned ironically, besides, I began serving as Gaara's bodyguard when he was still the host of the One Tails. If I can't handle her using only 1/3 of her power, and sealing her two strongest abilities, I don't deserve my position. All right, Sakura agreed, though her voice still held some hesitancy. She slipped the arrow she had been playing with back into her quiver, and shouldered her bow, before approaching the paused combatants. She stopped in front of Natsuki, and handed her ally a food pill, before beginning to work on her wounds. As the medic worked on restoring the frostbitten patches of skin and closing the gashes in the sand kunoichi's leg and side, she grabbed Natsuki's gaze, and rolled her eyes to the side. The elder Jonin looked surprised, but then she smiled slightly, and nodded. Sakura turned away from Natsuki, having done all she could without spending a much larger portion of both chakra and time. The wounds were smaller, and what remained was mostly scabbed over. The healer took 3 quick steps, and ended face to face with Naruto's aunt. Kahaku tensed slightly, but Sakura placed her hand over the Jinchuriki's punctured torso, and began to close the wound. After the medical jutsu ended, the leaf Jonin handed the grass renegade a food pill. Though she considered it for a moment, Kahaku finally bit into the supplement. Why? The shapeshifter asked in honest confusion. The terms you offered were too generous, Sakura answered, I had to even the scale. Kahaku nodded gratefully, and Sakura added sharply, but since your transformations don't heal you, I can still use the wound on your thigh to tell you two apart, when Hinata and I get back. The Jinchuriki chuckled appreciatively, and the medic raced away at high speed, disappearing over the side of the restaurant. Shall we? Natsuki prompted with a modest smirk. After you, Kahaku grinned back. The sand kunoichi fashioned a sphere of intense cold, and hurtled it at Goki's wife. Kahaku slid narrowly out of the way, and countered by turning the tiles under Natsuki's feet into a grasping claws. The iron chakra of the Azura path stabbed through Gaara's sand barricade and scored a cut on his right cheek that went deep enough to scratch to the bone. The Kazekage dragged in his scattered ammo as quickly as he could, pooling it under pain. Suetun, Raindrop Senbon, Niji attempted to distract her from his ally's action by crafting a water jutsu. But the advantage he gained from the natural precipitation was offset by the now missing ring and pinky fingers on his right hand. One of Pain's earlier attacks had claimed the digits, and only Gaara's intervention had saved the other two. The cuts were clean, and both men understood if they could end the fight quickly, one of the field medics could probably reattach the fingers. Or, as increasingly appeared to be the case, if the two young men could at least survive, a master healer like the Hokage or one of her two apprentices might be able to regrow them. Without the digits, Niji's ability to shape his energy through hand signs had been severely reduced. He had mostly made up for that with the Hyuga clan's ninjutsu and taijutsu, but now he pulled together enough focus and chakra to change the droplets falling on the Azura path into combat needles. Tetsuten, chrome shell jutsu, Pain indicated pig, dog, and ram, creating a bubble of shining steel chakra around herself, stopping both Niji's Raindrop Senbon and Gaara's sand coffin. She stepped out of the grasping silicate, her metallic barrier unmarked by either attack. She passed the body of a leaf kunoichi who neither Gaara nor Niji had recognized. When she attempted to help the two jonin, Pain had cut the interloper down without hesitation but with an odd look of distaste. Though the three fighters each tracked the even-increasing clamor in the western part of the Rain Village, no more of the invaders broke through to help the Kazekage and his temporary teammate. "I suppose it is too late to take you up on your offer to take this battle inside," the former Jinchuriki of the One-Tails asked without a hint of irony or sarcasm. He pulled back the sand that had piled around her bubble, but his flagging energy and the weight of the water it had absorbed kept the material plastered to the ground, instead of flying through the air as it normally would have. "I'm sorry, but no," the Azura path surveyed them carefully, "in the shape to two of you are in, it won't make any difference. At this point our best hope is to remain out in the open and pray that someone on your side finds us." "Someone with skill, that is?" Niji bristled at the insult to his fallen comrade, even as Pain allowed her defensive technique to lapse. "Our best hope?" Gaara sounded curious. "Inclusive?" "Your best hope for survival," she clarified, "and my best hope for a renewed challenge." Neither man looked happy to hear that, yet neither could deny the accuracy in her words. Niji slipped a food pill out of a pouch and began to gather chakra from another mountain crusher, while Gaara created an umbrella of air chakra to dry his sand as he gathered it and help keep the water off it for his next strike. "They're coming." Tsunade set aside the Hokage's crystal ball and looked up at the assembled team leaders. Yamato, Shizune, Hana Inuzuka, Yugo Yuzuki, Chosa Akimichi, Saburo Takamichi, and Tommy Arashikage were the only active jonin left in the village besides herself, since Hamura's betrayal left him and Danzo dead, and Koharu hospitalized just over an hour before. The rest of the temporary captains were Takujo rank, except for two chunin who had not yet chosen to participate in the trials yet. And the majority of the defenders were genin with a precious few chunin-level shinobi. Before the Hokage could further instruct her lieutenants, a young girl rushed into the meeting room. Though she appeared to be no more than 10 years of age, she wore a standard jumpsuit uniform, minus the chunin vest. And instead of the spiral leaf of a full Land of Fire ninja, she wore a headband with a much more realistic carving of a leaf. She slipped through the adults and handed a note to Tsunade before smartly saluting and slipping away. Given the danger posed by the criminal legion, the last Sannin had even asked the academy students who were in their final year to help. Most had jumped at the chance, too young and foolhardy to fully grasp the threat. Tsunade was neither desperate nor cruel enough to assign them to the front lines, but instead had them carrying supplies and messages. She had also called up the Konoha's Special Defense Forces, a small group of shinobi who were allowed to retire without being decommissioned in exchange for swearing oaths which prevented them from spreading their retained knowledge and called for them to fight for the village in the event of a dire emergency. In theory, they were the Leaf's hidden line of defense. In practice, there were currently fewer than a dozen of them, and most had allowed their skills or physiques to degrade, or both. Still, they were better than nothing, so Tsunade put them in charge of the children, and had them take the gopher jobs closest to the walls. "All right, you guys don't need me micromanaging you right now," she sighed angrily after reading the missive. "Get to your positions, prepare any other traps you think are appropriate, and keep an eye open so they don't try to surround us." Dismissed. She waited until they had all left, waving off Shizune and Yugo when the two stopped with questioning looks. Once she was alone, she reached for the speakerphone in the middle of the room and dialed. Mara, the simple, no-nonsense name offering emerged from the phone. "Mara, it's the Hokage, I just got your note." "And you don't sound too happy about it, Tsunade," the programmer noted without bothering with any sort of polite speech. "You said you could get the negative chakra reaction seal up and running," the Sannin reminded her. "I also said from the beginning that I would be brutally honest with you," the civilian scientist countered. "I told you having that Fuinjutsu completed, installed, and tuned might be possible in 3 to 4 years. And despite the fact you've only given me 2, my team has the initial placement and setup of the jutsu web nearly finished. Then we can use it?" "I suppose," Mara answered sarcastically, "if you don't mind errant bursts of anti-chakra destroying the village's other defenses or disabling your people on the walls." "I didn't think you had this sharp of a tongue when I hired you," Tsunade noted with a hint of amusement. "I had just been kidnapped, and then accidentally rescued by 2 strange kids," the younger woman shot back. "You'll forgive me if I was a little shell-shocked." "So we can't use it?" "Not reliably," the scientist sounded mildly apologetic, "though I could have my people remove the safeties and flood the matrix. We could cover the entire border with a blanket of negative chakra. The summoning seals and everything else would need to be replaced after, and I could only guess at how far into the village it would spread. But that might work as an emergency measure," the Hokage pondered. "All right, Mara, can I get you to head to command and control and monitor things there?" "Whatever you want, boss," the civilian sounded only mildly exasperated as she agreed. The line went dead, and Tsunade steepled her fingers as she looked at the map. "I guess the best thing for now is to wait and see what Paine's next move will be," the leader of the Leaf decided cautiously, looking at the spots she had marked, indicating the approximate placement of Paine's 103 warriors. Though the crystal ball could not track the Shizukas, the positioning of the 2 Paines and the 81 released prisoners let her fill in the blanks. "Assuming that's not some sort of trap, too," she reminded herself. "What are you going to do?" the Deva Path asked, Yahiko's normally smooth voice rasping slightly in repressed hurt. "Go ahead, Naruto," Kakashi instructed easily. "Are you sure, sensei?" the teen hesitated, glaring hatefully at Paine. "Our goal is in the Raikage's castle, and Hinata is our best scout," Kakashi reminded Uzumaki, using his teacher's voice, "and Madara is pretty high on our list of secondary objectives. So you backing up Hinata and taking Uchiha out is a threefold win for us. Besides, I should be able to handle this guy now," the copy ninja decided confidently. "You think so?" the first Paine sounded unconvinced. "Your right arm is worthless. You have some pretty substantial internal bleeding. And you have spent a lot more chakra than I have. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that even one-on-one, I've got the advantage. Get out of here," the Sharingan user instructed. "I'll catch up with you as soon as I can." Naruto bobbed his head once, and took off, heading straight for the distant structure without any care for their previous route. Yahiko waited until the young man was gone, and then raised his left hand before his face, his pointer and middle fingers extended. "Heaven release, Tenchi no Tsubasa," the Deva Path stated, and 3 pairs of feathered wings extended grandly out of his back. Kakashi recalled the wings from Paine's escape during the diversionary attack on the Leaf, but also remembered Nagato's fragment using a different incantation. The half-dozen extra limbs flapped lazily, and Yahiko lifted into the air, hovering rather than flying. "Going to chase Naruto?" Kakashi asked, "or maybe warn Guki?" "You misunderstand, Kakashi," the Deva Path admonished him. "These wings are not physical, nor are they just for movement." He plucked out one of the feathers and tossed it almost casually. The pinion drifted through the air until it brushed up against Kakashi's shoulder. Suddenly, gravity tripled around the white-haired Jonin, almost forcing him down to his knees. "Each feather is a tiny Shinra Tensei or Bansho Tenin," Paine explained. "Though weaker than normal, they provide me with greatly increased mobility, and they do not take any time to recharge." A primal roar erupted to the south of the Konohagakure. Years, or in a few cases decades, of patient anger exploded. There was no organization, no strategy in their approach. Instead, the mob of convicts and Shizukas moved like a vicious amoeba, pulsing towards the wooden barricade surrounding the ninja stronghold. Then the mass split into four. Though Pain did not trust the supposed weaknesses in the Leaf's defenses, his two paths and the Reaper agreed that there was too much information in Hamura's report for it to all be fake, so they focused on the areas of medium resistance. As they surged forward, the Leaf shinobi braced to meet the assault. "Look, it's just who we were hoping for," Chosa Akimichi rumbled darkly, as the one-eyed Pain approached their position. "All right, let's take snake formation." His 3 genin students lined up behind him, hiding behind his great bulk. The size-shifting clan leader locked his attention on the Naraka path and expanded his fist to twice its natural size. The Naraka path noticed Akimichi's glare, smirked confidently, and shifted his course. Nagato's fragment ran up the wooden wall and vaulted over the spiked palisade, and shook his head in mock dismay as Chosa's giant hand arced towards him. "Armor of Pain," he intoned softly, absorbing the force of the punch. "Yup, that's what we thought," the Leaf Jonin agreed as the nearly identical Takamichi cousins leapt out from behind him. Each genin unleashed 2 handfuls of oddly tinted needles. Pain continued to rotate his head side to side as he and the 2 teens dropped to the platform. "You think I didn't know you two were part of his team?" Pain asked in honest disappointment. "That I didn't expect you to try to poison me again? I've already taken an Akatsuki antidote and have more at the ready." "That's why those Senbon aren't poisoned," Keiko Takamichi shot back triumphantly. "They're coated with all sorts of different painkillers, from concentrated versions of over-the-counter drugs to surgical-grade anesthetics. Also, you won't be able to feel this. 8 trigrams, 2 palms." A high, clear voice suddenly announced behind Pain. Sakura took Kahaku's parting advice and snuck around to the northwest corner of the Raikage Manor. As described by both the rebels and her sympathetic opponent, she found one of the 2 secondary entrances to the fortress. The secluded gate was guarded by 1 red and 3 blue Shizukas. She moved cautiously into a tree overlooking the entrance and drew her bow. Her arrows felled the lieutenant and one of the sergeants before they recognized the thrum of her weapon. The second intermediate warrior had started to look for her when her 3rd missile penetrated his throat and severed his spine. The last blue Shizuku had his gladius out before she was able to release her 4th projectile, and he cut it from the air, surprising her slightly. He signed around his weapon's hilt and unleashed his jutsu before she could retrieve another arrow again. "Fire style, physical blaze jutsu," he intoned, launching a 1-foot diameter, 3-foot-long cylinder of dense yellow flames at her. Sakura dropped out of the willow, the burning technique missing her by inches. She fired again as she fell, but the blue-clad soldier deflected the arrow with his blade again. His hands began to shape his chakra again, but Sakura pulled 2 arrows from her nearly empty quiver, drew both together, but only halfway to save time. She fired, and her on-the-fly, mid-air, double draw was not as accurate as normal. The upper arrow flew towards the crown of the Shizuku's head instead of his upper chest. The lower arrow was even more off-course, aiming for his leg instead of his stomach. In this case, it worked out for the Leaf Jonin. The Shizuku was only able to block the headshot, though the uneven angle at which he struck the arrow left his fingers numb. He tried to grab the other arrow, but her missile had too much power, and it sliced through both the glove and skin on his palm and fingers, before continuing most of the way through his calf and into the wall, pinning him. Realizing his danger, he reached for his radio, but Sakura fired her last 2 arrows in rapid succession. The first took the short sword from his weakened grip, and the second hit him square in the heart. Sakura summoned her second quiver as she approached the dying warrior. As the last breath rattled out of the Shizuku's lips, his other jutsu ended, and the sergeant's blue uniform reverted to the deep gray of a captain's Shizuku. Sakura slipped her bow back across her body and knelt to look at the lock. "I could pick it," she told herself, "but I've already wasted too much time on that guy. I need to get to Hinata." Sakura grasped the handle firmly and ripped it out of the door and the wall with a single jerk. She did not hear any alarms, but she did not let herself believe that that meant she had not triggered some sort of alert. Vaguely wishing Soul had been a bit more specific about where Hinata was, the pink-haired woman pushed the now loose door inwards and ran inside. Naruto charged straight for the front gate. He recalled, vaguely, Washichi telling them about two smaller and more concealed entrances to the Raikage's home, but Uzumaki hadn't paid very close attention. He had expected to be following one of the 5 Jonin in their group. Or that Hinata would remember the directions and be the better choice to find the one of the other doors, if the Takujo lovers somehow ended up separated from the rest of the team. He had never expected to be all alone, so he aimed for the obvious entrance. He diverted slightly, and instead of heading for the gate in the wall surrounding the manor, he climbed the stockade just out of view of the main opening in the outer barrier. Naruto skidded to a halt and dove flat onto the narrow barricade when he saw the number of Shizukas guarding the large set of reinforced, double doors. There were 14 that he could immediately count, and he suspected there were at least a few more around the curve of the building. Darn it, he cursed mildly in his head, I don't think I can take that many without making some noise. Besides, I need to save my chakra to help Hinata. Uzumaki looked around and noticed a balcony on the 3rd floor of the building, out of the view of the anonymous guards. He remembered the Cloud Jonin telling them something about how the windows and terraces were even more reinforced than the doors, specifically to repel shinobi who thought they could get in that way. But Madara was probably on the upper levels with my uncle and Nagato, the blonde youth decided, so that where Hinata'll be. He crawled backwards on the wall, until he could no longer see the sentries, hoping the same also applied. He slipped quietly off the parapet, landing in a small tomato patch. He carefully lined himself up with the edge of the balcony and raced forward. His momentum, the traction of the soles of his sandals, and the slight inward incline of the building let him make it almost halfway to his goal. But he quickly slowed, the jutsu tied to the fortress preventing his chakra from gripping. Uzumaki began to fall, and had to clamp down on a howl of annoyance. Instead, he reached into his weapons pouch, grabbed the first kunai he touched, and plunged it into the stone. By luck or by providence, the dagger he grabbed was one of the black ceramic blades Hinata had given to him for his 16th birthday. The stealth kunai slid easily into the stone, and with much less noise than one its metallic counterparts would have made. Naruto wound up hanging 5 feet above the ground. He recognized that the fall would not have hurt him, but it would have almost certainly given away his position. He searched briefly, and found one of the other 2 special blades. He pulled himself up, and plunged the second blade into the side of the building before extracting the first. He continued his climb in that manner. His ascent was not so quick or silent as he would have liked, but the blonde Takujo made it onto the ledge without being detected. The door was a lattice composite of steel and glass, as defensive as it was decorative. Uzumaki tested his stealth kunai against both substances, but it cut neither. He decided if it wasn't for the thickness of the stone that made the outer wall, he would have had an easier time chopping his way through that. He put the blades away, as he considered the possibility of bypassing the portal entirely. I might be able to cut a hole around the door with Kitsune's futon raisin blade, he calculated, but that would be noisy and would waste a lot of chakra. Besides, there's no way I could cover that up. He knelt down and glared at the lock. Having taken Hinata's encouraging platitudes on the morning of his 16th birthday to heart, and had never learned to pick locks beyond the basic level. Even his unskilled eyes could tell that the complex and well-made deadbolt before him was beyond his abilities. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the door, as if trying to get the lock to magically open by means of his uncommon fortune. Okay, Hinata said Lee just breaks down doors, right? He searched his memories. As he tapped the metal experimentally, a Rasengan might not do it, but a futon Rasengan would. But if I do that here, I'll be sure to attract some kind of attention. She also said Shino has his bugs crawl in the keyhole and open it that way. But my toads aren't small enough to fit in there. As Naruto considered those different methods, his face suddenly brightened. He signed quickly and then whispered. Futon Dead Air Jutsu. Naruto's chakra grabbed the winds around his left hand, creating an area of total stillness. Asuma Sarutobi had taught him the simple technique as part of his wind release training. The jutsu was only E rank and had a limited range. Asuma used it mostly to keep breezes from blowing out his matches when he was trying to light a cigarette. but the deceased Jonin had also admitted that the technique was a perfect substitute for earplugs. Uzumaki cupped his left hand around the keyhole, and sent the rest of his attention to his right hand, to his raised pointer finger. Chakra began to twist over the digit. Rasengan, Yukihana's son, intoned softly, as the sphere solidified. With the dead air eliminating the noise, Naruto pressed the miniature Rasengan slowly against the keyhole. The enhanced metal resisted, but the orb grounded away, slowly destroying the inner works of the lock. After almost a minute of work, the handle dropped, its support gone. Naruto gently pushed the door in with a self-satisfied grin. Hinata was not in the room, so Naruto ignored the room's furnishings as he headed for the door. He did not notice the exquisitely complex origami sculptures hanging from the ceiling around the edges of the room, nor the familiar black and red robe draped over a chair. The young man just charged into the hall, without even bothering to check if anyone else might have been there. As a result, both he and the two guards in front of the next room down received an unexpected surprise. Of the two sentries, one was definitely male and the other appeared to be female, but her slender build and the concealing nature of their clothing made it hard to tell. Each of the guards carried a naginata, but with a shortened haft more suited for close-quarters combat. They wore off-white shizokas, but the loose sleeves and leggings, along with certain other touches on the masks and uniforms, gave them an almost priestly appearance. Their eyes, hidden behind mirrored goggles, snapped over to Naruto, as did their polearms. "Your Pain's acolytes," the fox-faced youth recalled with a growl, drawing Kitsune. "I guess I shouldn't be too surprised to run into you guys here. But what are you guarding?" "That is none of your concern." Naruto Uzumaki, the female acolyte, confirmed her gender when she spoke, "for your life ends here." Before she had finished speaking, her comrade charged forward, stabbing his naginata at the leaf shinobi's chest. Naruto swept the abbreviated polearm aside, and then hammered his left fist into the acolyte's right elbow. Nagato's follower dropped far more than he should have from the blow to his limb, and the blonde teen realized he was clearing the path for his allied dual arts, magnetic earth jutsu, she incanted, having completed her hand signs. She released a fist-sized chunk of rock, crackling with purple lightning chakra. The stone arced through the air, aiming at his weapon's pouch. The fox-themed staff blade dipped down, shattering the rock and resisting the electricity. "It is as our former sister said," the male acolyte commented, "his weapon ignores Raitun techniques. We will have to avoid those dual arts that use lightning." "What do you mean, former sister?" Naruto asked curiously. "You two aren't the acolytes I fought before?" The male warrior shook his head. "So what happened to them?" Uzumaki queried. "We are the last two of our order," the female acolyte answered harshly. "Within Guki's command structure, our group was unnecessary. So the rest of our brothers and sisters have been converted into shizokas." Dual arts, frigid burns, her partner completed his jutsu while she distracted Naruto, and launched a sphere of nearly frozen water, wrapped in a layer of white-hot flames. Cyclone spikes. Naruto's favorite futon technique tore into the hybrid attack, forcing the flames and liquid into contact. The chakras normalized, and Uzumaki was struck by a ball of lukewarm water, with only moderate force. "Last time I took on 3 of you guys at once," the leaf ninja threatened, "and I wasn't even at my best back then. Now why don't you take a clue from your old buddies and get out of my way?" "Sarah, Toro," a voice emerged from the room, weak yet also commanding. "I have nothing to fear from Naruto Uzumaki. If he wishes to see me so much, let him in." "Are you certain, Nagato-sama?" the kunoichi asked carefully. "Yes," the answer came without recrimination. The two acolytes nodded. They resumed their places on either side of the door, and the male warrior opened it for Naruto. Inside the dimly lit room, the former Jinchuriki could see the face and frail form of their target. He hesitated. "I already abandoned Kakashi-sensei to save Hinata. On the other hand, Nagato is the reason we came here. Now that he's right here in front of me, can I just leave? If go, will the acolytes move him someplace else? But if I don't go, what will happen to Hinata?" Uzumaki debated with himself. "Okay, if I can convince Nagato to surrender, or knock him out, then maybe Kakashi-sensei, or Kid and Temari might be able to get here in time to help Hinata. She can hold out for a little while longer, right? But can I really take that chance?" Soul sounded scared, and this is Madara we're talking about. I can't risk her like that. Then his father's sharp words from their first meeting came back to him. Words about the cost and responsibility of being in command. When I am Hokage, I might have to send Hinata or another of my friends into danger. When that time comes, I have to trust in them and stick to the mission. And now, Nagato is the mission. Naruto squared his shoulders resolutely and walked slowly into the room. Nagato's room was darker than he expected. It had a simple table with a bench on either side. It would have looked more like meeting or private dining room if not for the simple bed against the back wall. Nagato sat on the opposite side of the furnishings, watching the younger man enter. He leaned forward against the table, seemingly interested of his guest. But Naruto's eyes were not fooled. Nagato's posture was as much born of exhaustion as of curiosity. "Weren't you coming here to rescue your teammate?" Nagato asked evenly as Naruto sat opposite him. "Can you afford to waste time here with me? You heard Kakashi-sensei say that our target was here and that we needed Hinata to find him?" Naruto said bitterly. Nagato frowned, but he also nodded. "Well, if I just happened to find the target, we wouldn't need Hinata to track him, would we? And I can't abandon my mission even for the woman I love. Besides, I'm pretty sure Hinata would scold me if I chose her over our assignment, even if secretly she'd be pretty happy I did it." "Your target?" "Me," the true pain queried dubiously, and Uzumaki indicated his agreement. "I thought you were here to assassinate Guki-sensei," the Rinnegan user protested weakly. "Yeah, Grandma Tsunade figured you guys'd think that," Naruto shrugged, "but the real reason we're here is to rescue you." "Rescue me?" Nagato objected. "I am not a prisoner here. I am Guki-sensei's pupil, and at the risk of sounding immodest, his friend and trusted comrade." "You are dying," Naruto insisted pointedly, "so we're here to rescue you." "I chose this," the former Akatsuki countered with a hint of scorn. "It is like you just said about Hinata. I accepted this life, I accepted this mission, so I can hardly quit just because my life is in danger." "That's not the same," the fox-faced teen struggled not to shout. "Why not?" "It just isn't. Hinata might be at risk, but it's not a sure thing. Her life isn't being slowly sucked away." "But what if it was a sure thing?" Nagato objected. "Ninjas undertake suicide missions. Then the goal would have to be worth the sacrifice. And my life for world peace isn't a worthy sacrifice." "World peace?" Naruto snorted. "Yeah, I've heard all about that, both from Conan and from the Reaper's rantings. But I don't buy it. Peace through war is a stretch at best. But peace through slavery? No way." "Slavery?" Nagato tried not to sound unsure. "What else do you call the Shizokas? They have to obey Guki. If they don't, they oaths they were forced or tricked into swearing will kill them. They can't even turn rogue like a real ninja could. And he's got you brainwashed pretty good, too." "I am working for Guki-sensei because I want to." Naruto shook his head. "You're doing it because he gives you an out for your guilt. Plus, his ideals are pretty close to yours, so you ignore all the bad things that are happening. He has you convinced it's for the greater good, so you just accept that working with criminals, taking away people's free will, and starting a war are necessary. Like any of you are any better." Nagato's indignant protest sounded almost childish. "There have been 3 great ninja wars before now, and a handful of smaller conflicts." "Maybe not," Naruto agreed, "but some of us are trying to find a better way. And if you sink to the level of everything you claim to hate, will you really be able to change anything, in the end?" Nagato slumped further, before forcing out, "But Guki-sensei didn't even try another route," Uzumaki interrupted. "I mean sure, he had you guys try to steal Madara's plans first. But he must have known that anything Madara thought up was at least as bad as this. And when the Akatsuki fell apart, he went straight to war. He could have taken over the Cloud Village legally and tried to talk to the other villages to show them that his way might be better. Given everyone a chance to judge for themselves. Tried to make some sort of compromise. Instead, he decided it was easier to just try to force everyone to live his way." "You may have a point," Pain's base agreed, "but so does Guki-sensei. The other villages would never have accepted him or his ideals. We've all seen too much to believe that. But if you were really the good guys, you would have at least tried, first, right?" why subject everyone to pain, especially the woman you love? It wasn't supposed to be like that. Nagato grabbed the thread and ran with it, if only to direct the subject away from his other, growing doubts. The sage used all 6 paths, all the time, and he didn't suffer from this sort of weakness. Well, I don't know much about that. Naruto grinned in embarrassment. History was never my best subject. But I can say that you're not the sage of the 6 paths. Even if 2 people use the same jutsu, what happens isn't always the exact same, right? And that's assuming your path's jutsu is the same as that guy's. Or maybe your Rinnegan just isn't as strong as his was. Like how Madara's Sharingan is so much better than Itachi's or Sasuke's. Or how Hinata is the only one right now with the Suijin Byakugan. Just 'cause you have the same bloodline doesn't guarantee you'll get all of the same powers. So I'm just too weak? That sounds about right. That's how it always was. Arg, Naruto grabbed his head in frustration. That's not what I meant. I was just trying to say that you are you. You're not the sage, and you're not my uncle. Look, the blonde youth reached across the table and poked the fragile shinobi gently in the shoulder. I guess I'm really trying to ask, what do you want? If Guki were to die today, and told you to do what you thought was best, would you keep doing this, keep trying to make a better world by erasing this one? Or would you be like Conan, and decide that being with the one you love is more important than putting her or yourself at risk? I don't know. How can you not know? Uzumaki demanded. You knew what you wanted when you took revenge on that Hando guy, right? Have you just been coasting since then, letting Conan and my uncle and Madara decided everything for you? His already weak voice faltered, and his Rinnegan stared blankly at Naruto as he thought about the teen's query. I don't deserve to move forward, not until I am forgiven. I want to be forgiven. But I can't be. Not yet. Naruto sniffed, a feeling of sadness filling him. He remembered how he had felt after killing Sasuke. And he wondered what it would have been like to sunk in that level of regret and self-loathing for almost 20 years. I forgive you, Uzumaki said softly, and Nagato's eyes suddenly snapped back into focus. What? I forgive you for hurting Sakura. I forgive you for working with Madara to hunt down and kill me. I forgive you for helping kill Gaara, and forcing Granny Chiyo to sacrifice herself to bring him back. Then Naruto remembered what Conan had told him about Nagato's history, and I forgive you for not being able to save Yahiko, or all of your other friends in the original Akatsuki. I forgive you for outliving your family. What do you know? Nagato started to lash out, but as he complained, he remembered that Naruto knew all about being the instrument of his best friend's heroic sacrifice. That this teen was also the last survivor of his family. But despite the revelation, he shook his head with a weak grin. That's very kind of you, but you don't have any authority to do that. That's why I need Guki-sensei. If he becomes the ruler of the world, he will be able to absolve me of all of my sins. He will shoulder them all himself. Naruto started to argue the point, but then another idea came to him. What about Yahiko? Naruto asked carefully, does he forgive you? Does he have the right to forgive you? Yahiko is dead, Pain stated harshly, he can't forgive me. Yahiko is out there right now, fighting Kakashi-sensei. Naruto stared at him intently. I talked to Ino, and she told me she and her dad both saw a part of the mind and soul of the original person in the paths of pain they fought. So the same thing must be true with your Deva path, right? Nagato looked like he had been slapped. It seems so obvious when you say it, the scarlet-haired rogue stated with a sense of wonder, but I never even thought of that. Or maybe I didn't want to. Sometimes, it's easier not to move forward, Naruto agreed, trying to sound wise. But what if he doesn't forgive me? Nagato asked his would-be rescuer, a tear running down his cheek. Then at least you'll know, won't you? Then you can legitimately give up, or you can try to earn his forgiveness, or something. Then I guess I'll have to ask. Nagato announced with a renewed strength, his Rinnegan suddenly glowing brightly in the dark room. The scene tore at his heart. Nagato found himself back in the ruined village of the original Akatsuki. The buildings were broken and smoldering, just as they had been when he and Yahiko had returned to find Hanzo's massacre. But none of the bodies of his friends and students were present, nor could he see Conan or Hanzo and his men. So, you finally came here, a familiar voice greeted him. Nagato turned so fast that he would have hurt himself had he been in the physical world. Yahiko was just as Nagato remembered him. He was in his dark gray gi, his orange hair slightly shorter, and his darker blue eyes lacked the concentric rings of the Rinnegan. And his grin carried an easy mirth that Nagato had missed for a great many years. "So, does this mean you're finally ready to forgive me?" Yahiko asked with amusement, but also a hint of sadness. "Forgive you?" Nagato demanded incredulously, vaguely noticing that his voice had regressed in years. He looked down and saw that he was once again a gangly teen in clothing just like his comrades. "Is that a no?" Yahiko's taunting was cut by a greater degree of worry. "Yes." "I mean, no, of course not." Nagato seemed confused. "Why would I need to forgive you? You haven't done anything wrong." "I did bring the original Akatsuki together, only to let Hanzo slaughter them," the dead teen suggested, pretending to be nonchalant. "But if you hadn't done that, most of them would have died years earlier from starvation, exposure, or disease," Nagato protested, "and you didn't just save their lives, you gave them a purpose. They were happy while they were with us. Besides, the boy who would be Pain looked unhappy. I failed them too." "No," Yahiko argued, "I was the leader. I was the one who chose to keep stealing work from the Rain Village. And it was all my idea in the first place. If I had chosen to side with Konan, when Jiraiya-sensei offered to bring us to the Leaf, we might all be alive and happy, living as Leaf shinobi. If I had listened to you and Konan about not antagonizing Hanzo, he might have kept on ignoring us. And that's only for starters." The too happy rogue returned to the first topic. "I forced you to help me kill myself, because I couldn't think of any other way to save you and Konan from Hanzo's goons. And that hurt you a lot. But that's also my fault." Nagato did not deny his friend this time. "If I had better understood my powers, I could have done something. Or if I hadn't hesitated to throw away that kunai, you wouldn't have had the chance. And Konan would have died, and neither of us wanted that." The Rinnegan user couldn't argue that point. "And worst of all, I interfered with your relationship with Konan." Yahiko actually showed embarrassment as he said that. "Wha?" Nagato stammered, totally confused. "What are you talking about? You really still doubt her? You really think she settled for you? Or that I was in love with her?" The original soul of Deva Payne's body briefly sounded exasperated at his friend. "I was just so sick of the fact that neither of the two of you could just spit it out. You both had it so bad for the other, but neither of you ever said anything. So I thought that if I made a play for Konan, one of you would tell me to back off. Then I was going to force whoever cracked to tell me why, and then run to the other one to pretend to apologize. That way I could have got everything in the open. Except you were ready to step out of the way for me." Yahiko suddenly switched from apologizing and explaining to accusing, "and Konan kept humoring me, I think because she was afraid of breaking up the team. You two were so fragile. Unfortunately, before I could find a way to fix it, you know." The orange-haired youth made the motion of cutting his stomach. "But you two managed to get together anyway, so I guess it worked out." "It didn't work out," Nagato complained, suddenly aging a few years, as he turned away from his friend. "You are dead. By my hand. It was my fault. I wasn't strong enough to save you, to save anyone." "You're contradicting yourself," Yahiko said sadly. "If you weren't strong enough, how could it have been your fault?" The Rinnegan user paused, unable to argue the point. He looked down at the smiling teen and prompted desperately, "What should I do?" "I can't make your decisions for you." The orange-haired boy suddenly turned stern. "If you ask me, you've let too many other people control your destiny. The people who ran you out of your village, me, Konan, Hanzo, Guki, Madara. The only things you've ever really decided for yourself were to save Konan from that jerk merchant, and to kill Hanzo to avenge me. What do you want to do?" "I want to live," Nagato sobbed. "I want to be with Konan. But I can't. I don't deserve it. I haven't earned forgiveness." "Nagato, why would anyone need to forgive you? You haven't done anything wrong." Yahiko parroted his friend's earlier words. Then he touched his friend's arm comfortingly, his fingers not coincidentally brushing the single chakra control rod in Pain's current mental manifestation. "But if you had, I would have forgiven you a long time ago," the original of the Deva path concluded gently. Nagato smiled and nodded. Then his face fell again. If I do this, you will. Nagato couldn't finish the statement. I'm already dead. This is just a portion of my soul that your jutsu called back. This will probably be a good thing for me. I'll finally get to see what kind of hotties there are in the afterlife. Nagato could not help but chuckle. Goodbye, Yahiko, he said thankfully, embracing his friend. The specter allowed it for a few seconds, then pushed him off. Save the touchy-feely for Conan, he taunted with mock disgust. Then he smiled happily, and said, Goodbye, Nagato. Naruto tried to look nonchalant, as Nagato's eyes opened again. The Rinnegan bearer smiled contented, and took a few deep breaths. Then he looked at his guest again. What was the deal you made with Conan again? He asked openly. Naruto stammered in surprise, you two get decommissioned, but you get to live freely in the Leaf Village, under our protection. Oh, and Grandma Tsunade will treat you personally, to make sure you recover from being pain as much as possible. That seems more than fair, Nagato agreed. I think that calls for a gesture of goodwill on my part. But I'm going to need your help. Naruto looked bewildered, but nodded his consent nevertheless. Nagato reached for his right forearm with his left hand, and with an expression of suppressed agony, withdrew the control rod closest to his wrist. The human path, Nagato said wistfully, Tara Hanashir, a jonin from the mines village. Tara was an excellent talker, and fit well with the soul-stirring nature of that realm. He set the gray bar on the table, and looked up at Naruto. I don't have the chakra now to break it, to release him. Can I ask you to do it for me? Sure. What do I do? Destroy it with a jutsu. The control rods are strong, so it will take more than a cyclone spike to do it. Simple slicing the rods in half would be enough, but the more thoroughly you destroy them, the faster the paths will be freed. Freed, as in? Naruto prompted, thinking of two possibilities. Return to death. They will be freed from my control, but they will not last for more than a minute or two without my life force. My lord, the voice of the male acolyte suddenly asked through the still open door, are you certain you wish to go through with this? I am, Nagato answered openly, is that a problem? Not at all, Pain-sama, the female acolyte sounded overjoyed. Then you should not call me that anymore, Nagato's voice was full of relief, Pain is about to die. Rasengan, Naruto finished forming the sphere while Nagato and his guards spoke, and pushed it carefully onto the bar. The spiraling orb splintered the dark material, and the ends that it did not touch began to break apart on their own. Yujito ni, Nagato expositioned as he removed the remaining rod from his right arm, Jonin of the hidden cloud. Even before the bijou was sealed in her, she had a strong connection to animals, and becoming the Jinchuriki of the Two-Tails cat only deepened that bond. Gumin, Takujo of the hidden claw, he removed the first bar from his left arm after Naruto destroyed Yujito's link to him. His love for giving and receiving pain made him an unfortunately ideal candidate for the Naraka path. Higane Senshi, Jonin of the hidden rain. When my first two paths and I fought her to reach Hanzo, I could feel both her noble warrior spirit and her latent Tetsukabushi Kekkei Jinkai. After her master fell, I returned and made Higane my Azura path. Naruto destroyed the two first divine paths and watched carefully as Nagato removed the last control rod. Then the Rinnegan user shook his head. I will free this one myself, he told the young man, Yahiko, no rank, of the Akatsuki township. My best friend and comrade. He set the rod amidst the disintegrating remains of the other four, then held his hand above it, and took a deep breath. Shinra Tensei, Nagato intoned, and the cylinder shattered. The Rinnegan user shuddered and closed his eyes. For a moment, Naruto thought he had passed out. Then he opened his eyes and smiled weakly. I'm going to need some sort of assistance to leave this place. I'm not sure I have the strength now to walk out of this building on my own, more or less make it to the Konohagakure. And I'm not sure how Guki-sensei will react to me leaving. Will you help me, Naruto-kun? And you too, Sarah, Toro? Sure thing, Uzumaki grinned. Of course, my lord, the two acolytes said in unison. Naruto offered Nagato his shoulder, while the two clerical warriors took up defensive positions. Soul? Sakura said softly, getting the attention of the white ball of fluff in the alcove. Sakura Dano, the albino squirrel unfurled, and looked up at the human. She sniffed the air carefully and studied the medic before deciding she was the genuine article. Thank the gods, Sakura Dono. Hinata Dono is. I know, the medic cut her off. I got your message. I'm here to help. I need you to take me to where Hinata is. It was only luck that I found you. Of course, the familiar nodded in relief. It's not far. The squirrel girl scampered off and the jonin followed. Soul turned left at the intersection and then froze. What the heck are you? The blue Shizoku demanded of the rodent. Then Sakura rounded the corner, already pulling her bow off her shoulder. STO. He started to call out to the young woman, but the arrow that passed through his throat silenced him. Sakura inclined her head to Soul, who started running again. The white-furred squirrel turned right twice as she moved around the outside of a large room. She stopped in front of the door. Hinata Dono and Madara are inside. It's some sort of training room. Sakura slammed open the door. Inside the remains of the dojo, Madara had backed Hinata nearly into a wall. Which might not have been the worst place to be, except the undying black flames of Amaterasu were eating away at the metal plate behind her. If the pale beauty touched them, they would spread to her. Madara obviously knew that. He seemed to be taking sadistic pleasure as the slashes of his chakra katana and flame claw clanged off Jinmaki. Each blow drove her closer to the shadow inferno. Hinata! Sakura shouted. Madara glanced back at the intrusion even as Tsunade's apprentice released her first arrow. Madara almost casually shifted the burning claw surrounding his left hand. The fire chakra extension intercepted the arrow, incinerating even the metal head before it hit the first Uchiha. Though Sakura's attack failed, the distraction gave Hinata enough time to push the chakra tattoo weapon aside and slip past Madara. The pale beauty darted away, joining her teammate as the medic stepped into the dojo. Sakura, thank you, Hinata said with obvious relief. How did you find me? I called for reinforcement, mistress, Soul explained timidly as she followed the archer into the room. You looked to be in great danger, so I stole your radio and asked if anyone would be able to aid you. You called for Naruto, Sakura taunted the squirrel fondly, but hopefully I'll do. Her attempt to defuse the situation failed, and the healer fired at Madara again to keep him from interrupting. Hinata stared at Soul in thoughtful surprise, and the rodent met her gaze, apologetic yet hopeful. Thank you, Soul, Hinata said softly. You saved me, despite the risk to your honor and station. But I am going to have to ask for my radio back. Of course, the squirrel squeaked gratefully and handed over the device. Now, back to your mission, Hinata said more sternly. Sakura and I can handle things here. Can you? Madara asked dubiously. Your friend may have saved you, but she doesn't have your talents for overcoming my Sharingan. And once she is dead or disabled, it will just be you and me again. Don't underestimate Sakura, Hinata warned him. She is a jonin of the Hidden Leaf and the apprentice of the 5th Hokage. No need to egg him on, the medic countered nervously, preparing another arrow, then asked, what's the situation? I'm almost out of chakra, the Hyuga heiress explained as she blocked a slash from Tao's stolen katana. I took 2 food pills, but he has been forcing me to spend chakra almost as fast as I am recovering it. So far, none of my injuries are too serious. Sakura nodded and launched her missile at Madara's left eye. For a third time, the fiery appendage destroyed her projectile before it connected. Madara is down to about 1/4 of his chakra, the Byokugan user continued, and about 7 minutes ago, I hurt him badly enough with a Rasengan that he had to use Susuri to temporarily heal himself. I was trying to hold on until it runs out. Even if you can last another 12 minutes, there's nothing to stop me from using Susuri again, Madara scoffed. Just the fact that you're running low on chakra, Sakura shot back, to cover her uncertainty. Itachi's reports had said that he could only use Susuri once on a given injury, and neither Kunoichi knew if this was another way Madara's Sharingan outclassed his descendants' eyes, or if the first Uchiha was bluffing. Besides, 12 minutes against this monster is long enough as it is, Tsunade's apprentice reminded herself, and neither one of us is in perfect shape. And it is not as if I can't take food pills as well, Madara informed them, as he aimed his weapons to drive the 2 young women apart. The teammates jumped in opposite directions, but circled around to regroup behind him. Madara tracked Hinata as they did so, but was still able to block the weak water jutsu Sakura aimed at his back. As the women resumed formation, he smirked at the medic. I chose this room specifically for the lack of water and earth, which, according to our last report, are currently two of Hinata's strongest elements, he informed the pink-haired jonin. But back to the previous topic, he said conversationally, as he let the fire claw lapse. He reached into a pocket on the left side of his uniform and took out a small capsule with a deep blue liquid inside. Sakura, as a healer and chemist, I'm sure you could us all the reasons why food pills are solids, even though the human body absorbs liquids faster, he noted, waving the pill before them. Both of his opponents' faces registered shock. That's right, another of creation of the Akatsuki scientists, he affirmed, a liquid food pill, as concentrated as any solid, in a capsule hard enough to withstand the rigors of ninja life yet saliva and stomach acid soluble, and vacuum-sealed to extend potency. He quickly popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed. And when it hit his stomach, Hinata's Byakugan registered a blossom of chakra refilling his tenketsu. Now, let's remove the interloper, he said confidently, staring hard at Sakura. Susanoo, he announced. The archer tried to look away, but it was too late. The phantom warrior flew towards her, its sword of eternal pain raised. Suijin Byakugan, absorption. Hinata shouted desperately. To Sakura, the Genjutsu figment turned towards the Hyuga Takujo, rapidly fading away. But to Hinata, the indistinct construct solidified, and swung its katana sideways at her neck. Naruto's beloved did not flinch, and when the blade hit her throat, it shattered. The destruction of the sword spread back to the rest of Susanoo, and the Genjutsu broke apart. I remember reading about that power, Madara growled, but I would not have thought you could use it against my Susanoo. Raiten, thunder pressure jutsu. He sent out the shockwave without warning. Instead of the standard, dense column, Uchiha created a broader arc to fully encompass both women. Hinata quickly summoned Jinmaki's lightning blades, and held the enlarged kote in front of her face and chest, while sending the rest of her once again flagging chakra into her feet so she would not be pushed towards the Amaterasu-covered wall again. Sakura grabbed her canteen and threw it at the lightning release. The metal jug snapped when it hit Madara's technique, flinging the water into the air. Suiton, water burst jutsu, Sakura countered, causing the newly available liquid to explode outwards, neutralizing the Raiten attack. How's you chakra? The healer asked her friend, as she fired an arrow at the first Uchiha's knee. Madara changed his tattoo katana into a broader, straighter claymore, and interposed the blade between the missile and his leg. I'm okay, Hinata said aloud, while her fingers formed the words, almost empty. Absorption costly. That's unfortunate, Madara signed back, and then added vocally, Hashirama and I designed Leaf Sign Language, and I've made sure to keep up with the security changes that have been made over the decades. Fine, Sakura snarled slightly, beginning a new set of hand seals. Hinata, take 2 more pills, and just throw some empty palms at him if you get too full. Ninja art, maximized metabolism jutsu. The Hyuga Scion nodded and ducked under Madara's claymore as she bit into the tablets. Sakura's jutsu accelerated Hinata's body's conversion of the supplements into energy, and also increased the rate at which her injuries healed, though not to the level of becoming actual, visible regeneration. Hinata closed in again, knocking the red blade aside, aiming her gentle fist attack for Uchiha's heart. She knew that he could unseal his tenketsu as fast as she could close them, but her goal was to keep him on the defensive and spending chakra. Even if he really could banish his injuries more than once, waiting for damage to his arm to return and going for the kill while he was distracted using Susuri again was the safest plan. Sakura let Hinata fight up close, and used her teammate as a blind so Madara's Sharingan could not influence or copy her actions. The immortal raised his claymore for a beheading stroke, and Tsunade's apprentice launched an arrow into the crosspiece. Her counter did not damage the chakra weapon, nor could she knock it from his hand, but the impact delayed the stroke long enough for Hinata to land 2 hits to Uchiha's right side as she slid under his arm. Sakura darted around to stay in line with the other 2 fighters, but fired another shallow shot at Madara's trunk as she moved. He cut the missile down with his blade, and then shifted his hands around the weapon's hilt. Chakra pulse, he intoned smugly, and then pointed his left hand at them. The fingers on his directed limb moved in their half of the noble animal shapes, but the digits on his right hand remained firmly around the grip of the tattoo claymore. "You let him copy that?" Sakura asked, unable to resist a hint of accusation. "No, I haven't used that jutsu." Hinata shook her head as her fingers lashed out at Madara's right shoulder. "He claims he invented the same technique a long time ago." "Katen, Cascade Conflagration Jutsu," their opponent intoned, and a broad wave of deep orange flames emerged from his palm, flowing heavily towards the kunoichi. Hinata hopped backwards, landing right next to Sakura, and threw her arms out. 8 trigrams palms, enfolding dome, she incanted, creating the barrier around both of them. The liquid flames crashed against the jutsu, and were thrown away. After the last of the weaker inferno had broken on the walls or been engulfed by the lingering Amaterasu, Hinata ended her bubble, exhaling sharply. "Okay, so what are we going to do?" Sakura mouthed silently into Hinata's back, counting on her comrade's Byakugan to let Hinata read her lips. "He's immortal, right?" Conan said that he only switched bodies because it was faster than waiting for his original body to heal, and he was hoping to grab Naruto's body. "Maybe the best we can hope for is to disable him and escape. If we can even do that. I think I might have a way to kill him." Hinata temporarily showed Madara her back so he could not make out her words. He attempted to close the gap between them, but the Hyuga heiress threw up another enfolding dome, forcing him to dive backwards or risk getting knocked into the lingering black flames. That alone gave Madara pause, and he reluctantly neutralized the Amaterasu with a pair of shallow Kamui portals. "Then why haven't you done it already?" Sakura whispered sharply, firing again as the 8 trigrams art ended. Madara slipped by the arrow, and raised his claymore, pointing it horizontally at Hinata's throat. "Because that jutsu isn't battle-ready," the pale beauty answered. "I've never used it in real combat, and it takes me too long to set up to use it alone. But if you can buy me a minute." "Just 1 minute," the medic sounded dubious as they darted away from Madara's attempt to skewer them by changing the claymore into a spear mid-stab. He then gestured with his free hand, flinging unformed fire chakra at Sakura. "Inu, Tori, na." Suetun, dousing rain, the leaf jonin pulled down the previously scattered water from her canteen, now condensed on the ceiling. The droplets fell through Uchiha's attack, neutralizing it as they boiled away again. Hinata nodded, and Sakura sighed dubiously. Then Tsunade's apprentice bobbed her head once in agreement. "When I say, 'Get behind me, put your hands on my back, and stay there no matter what,'" Hinata's lips formed the words without any noise escaping, and she hoped Madara's attention was sufficiently on Sakura that he did not see her. Then she placed her hands together, the first 2 fingers of her right hand pointing up, and the same 2 digits on her left hand pointing right. She whispered the incantation and got to work. "Ninja Arts, Shadow Arrow Jutsu." Sakura shouted, splitting the arrow that left her bow into a swarm of 50 missiles. Madara ducked, transforming his sword into a broad spherical shield. The real projectile poked through the red aegis, but was stopped before it could hit Uchiha. And the chakra-generated shots all broke on the defense without doing any damage. Madara looked mildly annoyed as he stood. He changed his shield back into a katana, dropping the arrow in the process, but there was still a rhomboid break in the curved blade, corresponding to where the weapon had broken through Tao's tattoo. Sakura had drawn an arrow to full extension by the time Madara regained his stance, and she launched it while he was still looking at the damage to his crimson sword. "Ninja Art, Iron Arrow Jutsu," the healer intoned. The projectile leapt out with its usual speed, but the immortal's reaction was too slow to stop it. Instead, as the illusionary arrow hit his heart, his left hand shot out and grabbed the solid, invisible arrow by the shaft. "You think you can use genjutsu against me?" Madara demanded, incensed. "Just because you have an unnatural talent for it, doesn't mean you're immune," Sakura shot back, "and I just have to distract you with an illusion long enough to hit you once." As if to illustrate, she pivoted slightly and fired at the wall. With a dull whine of metal on metal, the missile pierced the protective barrier around the dojo and vanished. Madara's ire cooled slightly as he realized he might have been underestimating the leaf jonin. Then her words sparked another thought in him. Speaking of distractions, did Hinata escape or is she up to some? His taunt trailed off as he turned to look for the Hyuga heiress. His jaw dropped, and then he forced it shut and chuckled derisively. Impressive, but you can't think you'll be able to hit me with that. Opposite him stood Hinata and 3 of her shadow clones. And what had caught his attention was the massive Odama Rasengan the quartet had formed. The Sharingan user estimated its diameter at around 16 feet, as it was digging into both the floor and the ceiling of the sparring chamber. "I'm not done yet," the real Hinata croaked. All 4 versions of the young woman placed their hands against the edge of the Rasengan and began to push inwards. The spear began to slowly shrink. "I don't know what you're up to, but it doesn't matter," Madara lashed out at the closest clone, his sword once more becoming a whip. Sakura darted around, intercepting the lash with her bow, and then pulling Madara closer with her greater strength. The red cord switched for a spear, and he attempted to move the healer out of his way. The Rasengan was down to 12 feet in diameter when 2 of the chakra threads near the top of the sphere collided, setting off an explosion that shook the roof and threatened to destabilize the rest of the orb. The 4 Hinatas paused, switching their efforts to maintaining the Rasengan instead of compacting it further. "Focus," the silver-eyed woman told herself bitterly, and they began to press inwards again. "Katun, Grand Fireball Jutsu," Madara snarled at the annoyance keeping him from his true prey. "Katun, Oxygen Consumption Jutsu," Sakura fired an arrow wrapped with a paper bomb into the cloud of fire, using the explosion to steal the Inferno's fuel. The 5-foot sphere was a much deeper blue, and Hinata dismissed one of her clones. The turbulence around the Rasengan was much greater than usual. Sakura and Madara both felt it tearing at their uniforms, however Hinata was not touched by the chakra storm she was creating in the enclosed space. "What is she doing?" Madara demanded, with a hint of desperation. He attempted to impale Sakura with his spear, but she caught the weapon and pushed him back. He changed the tattoo again, this time into a rapier, and he sliced deeply into her palm and fingers as he slid the blade out of her grip. "No idea," Sakura admitted openly and with great amusement, while her inner self piped up for the first time in months, adding silently, "But I wish I did. That thing's really starting to make me uncomfortable." The real Hinata was finally able to fit her hands around the 3-foot navy blue orb. Her last shadow clone slipped Naruto's lover an additional food pill, and then dismissed herself. The Rasengan now seemed to fall in on itself on its own accord, and the compression grew faster in turn. "Enough of this," Madara growled, "you'll either stop what you're doing to defend yourself, or you'll die." "Sakura, now," Hinata shouted, her voice still strained. Sakura complied eagerly, the ball in Hinata's hands starting to make her feel unbalanced physically as well as mentally. She jumped sideways, and then slid into position behind her teammate. She banished her bow and placed her palms on her friend's back, doing her best to minimize her profile behind the Hyuga Kunoichi. "Terasu," Madara stated for the second time, and the shadow blaze roared out towards the 2 young women. Uchiha started to grin triumphantly when Hinata did not release the Rasengan. Then the flames began to curve, and instead of spreading to the edges of his vision, they started to whirlpool towards Hinata. The immortal's eyes widened in fearful amazement as the Amaterasu fell into the Rasengan and vanished. "What the?" His accusatory query died out as Hinata closed her hands around the tiny, black orb, and the storm around them died out. Then she unfolded her fingers again, and the room went black. "What have you done?" Madara attempted to shout, but no sound emerged. The air in the room spun with the force of a tornado, and he felt himself being pulled towards the last place he had seen the pale beauty. "Release," Uchiha slapped his hands together, more praying than trying to remove the Jinjutsu that wasn't there. "Katun, Kagutsuchi," he shouted desperately, but though he felt the fire chakra leave his hands, there was no illumination nor did anything change. And once again, the vocal seal produced no noise. He sent the remaining chakra in his body into his feet, however he still felt himself sliding steadily forward. "Hinata, what's going on?" Sakura pleaded, unaware of Madara's matching desperation. But like the traitor, her request went unheard. "I'll show you," Hinata answered anyway, and both Sakura and Madara heard her voice. "Carry name Jutsu," her clear voice announced, and suddenly the other 2 ninjas could see, though the colors were severely muted. The door to the dojo was gone, apparently ripped inwards, but nowhere to be seen. The layers of the wall were being slowly stripped away, and the particles were flowing into the orb above her right pointer finger. a point of infinite blackness, less than a quarter of an inch across, hovered above the digit, and was the only point in the room that the lone Suijin Byakugan could not penetrate. Hinata, Sakura mouthed, that's a black hole. More or less, the younger woman agreed, this is my Ogi. Byakugan art, Singularity Rasengan. Then her silver eyes locked on Madara's black pits, and she said kindly, I thought it was only fair to show you, too. The vision-sharing jutsu ended, and unseen by her colleague or enemy, Hinata took a step forward. Sakura almost did not notice the move in time, and she grabbed tightly onto her friend's uniform, huddling closer to the takujo. Madara wanted to run. He thought he remembered where the door was, but was afraid if he lifted his foot, he would be sucked in like the walls were. Even if he could move, the disorientation from the false gravity and the gale force winds would almost certainly have diverted him off his course. He felt her fingers touch his chest. And then his body started to melt away. Empirically, he knew he should have been in incredible pain as his flesh disintegrated. But the Singularity Rasengan destroyed his nerves before they could register any sensation. After a handful of seconds that stretched out like hours in the impenetrable darkness, his torso was gone, and his disconnected head and limbs began to tumble into the abyss. Madara panicked. Rationally, he knew it would not save him, and might even hasten his demise. But the first Uchiha was engulfed in a terror he had not experienced since before attaining his Sharingan and with it his supposed immortality. He convinced himself that he would be able to escape, to survive. And so, he fired tiny bursts of Amaterasu backwards, burning away Tao's optic nerves where Madara had merged with them. Madara's eyes pushed their way out of their recently stolen sockets and attempted to fly away. The grip of the Singularity Rasengan on Madara's chakra intensified without the shield of flesh. Rather than escaping, the Sharingan orbs were sucked even faster into the tiny void. Desperately, he tried to launch Amaterasu, Kamui, and Susanoo in rapid succession, but he was so far within the event horizon that the jutsus failed before they were fully formed, their energy broken down by the vortex and scattered. Madara tried to scream, but even had he still possessed the physical capacity, Hinata's Ogi would have consumed the noise. Madara Uchiha died without making a sound. His precious eyes, the host of his soul and seat of his power, were disintegrated, and with them his anchor to life. Though she regretted doing so, Hinata maintained her Singularity Rasengan until every cell of Tao's body was gone. She wanted to stop when Madara's eyes vanished, but she could not chance that Uchiha could recover from another part of his pilfered body. Only once there was nothing left did she end the jutsu. Sakura blinked in amazement as the light returned. Although the overhead fixtures in the former dojo were gone, massive sections of the walls had been torn away, so there was plenty of illumination from the outside. The medic released her death grip on Hinata's top and stepped back. Is he gone? The pink-haired girl asked cautiously, despite the fact she could not see any trace of Uchiha. There isn't even one cell left of him, Hinata said softly, tired and also inexplicably saddened. Any matter that touches the singularity is broken apart to the molecular level, sometimes further. And any chakra it pulls in is similarly redistributed. The only way Madara could have survived is if he is no longer a human and had somehow become a spirit or a demon. But even then, it would take him some time to reconstitute himself. Sakura sighed in relief. And then she fixed the younger woman with a glare that she normally reserved for Naruto, and punched Hinata in the arm. What the hell was that? Tsunade's apprentice shouted incredulously, why? How would you even create such a destructive jutsu? I started working on it by accident, back when I was learning the 5 points Rasengan, the pale beauty explained, tapping her fingers together nervously. I kept trying to compress a full-sized Rasengan into one of the smaller spheres that the 5 points uses. But Naruto told me I needed to use fewer, shorter threads. He said it would be too hard to get all of the chakra of a normal Rasengan into an area that small, and he asked me what good would it do. Hinata tilted her head in memory, before continuing, that question made me curious. I began to use my Byakugan to watch the inside of the Rasengan as I shrunk it, so I could better prevent the threads from colliding. And then I used the narrower threads of the protection of the 8 trigram 64 palms to make it easier. Once I had a normal Rasengan shrunk down to that size, I noticed that a sort of vacuum effect pulled in solids, liquids, and even chakra around it. But fortunately, my body and my chakra are not affected. So I kept working on it, until I found the critical mass where even light is absorbed. Hinata sighed regretfully, but it's not really a viable combat technique yet. I need to use 3 clone for the initial stages, and it takes too long to form. And until I have it down to the size where I can handle it alone, it leaves me very vulnerable. I think Madara would disagree with that, the healer countered in mock exasperation, and her inner self noted, she's spending way too much time training with Naruto. Well, we better get going, Sakura said happily, handing the heiress another supplement. We've still got a mission to complete. But that's the last food pill you're getting, you're already over the recommended limit for the day. So you'll have to be stingier with your chakra, okay? Hopefully we won't be fighting anyone like Madara again anytime soon, Hinata smiled at her friend. Fingers crossed, Sakura agreed. Now, we should get in contact with Sol and Loon, to let them know you're okay, and see if they've found anything. In the chaos on the wall, Hana and Shizune had found themselves driven into battle with Pain's human path. The lovers had waved off any assistance, the 2 Jonin believed they were sufficiently in sync to handle Pain on their own. And they also knew that the Leaf currently did not have the manpower to send 3 or 4 warriors against a single opponent, even if that opponent was one of Nagato's fragments. Besides, the couple had other reinforcements at their disposal. At first the fight had been going well for the 2 kunoichi. Hana and her dogs kept Pain hemmed in with wolf pack tactics, so he could not dodge Shizune's poison needles. But no matter how many of the healers Senbon connected, Guki's general did not seem to notice. His movements did not slow, nor did he show any other signs that the toxins were attacking his nerves or organs. Then Pain connected with one of the Haimaru trio, knocking the ninja hound into the outer palisade. The canine attempted to stand, but appeared to have a broken leg. That drew the attention of his brothers and his human partner, giving Pain a chance to close in on Shizune. Tsunade's first apprentice engaged the human path in taijutsu while she was waiting for Hana to finish checking the injured dog. But the way he fought confused her, his style was mostly defensive, and the few attacks he did launch were both slow and weak. Just as the medic expert reminded herself not to underestimate him, Pain suddenly darted in much more quickly. Still, instead of a fist or knife hand, he lashed out with a loose, open hand strike. And it looked like he was aiming high enough that his strike might even pass over Shizune's head without the kunoichi needing to dodge or deflect. Rather than take chances, Shizune lowered her stance and launched a punch at his stomach, 2 Senbon gripped tightly between each of her fingers. At the last instant, his hand dipped down and lightly grabbed the healer's forehead. Shizune froze in place. She felt an odd tug from his hand, not on her body but on her spirit. And as that pull grew steadily, she lost all ability to move. It felt like Pain was trying to rip her mind and soul out of her body. She resisted, anchoring herself with her chakra, using every mental defense she had been taught to try to evade him, and just plain wishing and praying to hold on to her body. Pain grinned slightly. "Your will is strong, and you are well trained," he whispered to her kindly, "but no one has ever held out against this power for more than a minute. It would be easier and less painful if you just surrendered." "Get him." Hana Inuzuka instructed her hounds in angry desperation. The veterinarian did not know what was happening, nor could she hear everything Pain said over the din of battle around them. But, even though neither Shizune nor the human path were moving, Hana could tell that her girlfriend was in some sort of mortal danger. The uninjured Haimaru pair leapt forward, and their teeth tore into the human path's arm. For a few moments, the dogs hung there, trying to separate Pain from Shizune with their weight. But Terra's body did not move or flinch, and the hounds let go. Instead, they went for his legs, holding him, as their human approached with a drawn kunai. "Hana," he acknowledged, turning slightly to meet her. He raised a hand to stop her, and then he paused and his ringed eyes drifted back to Shizune. "Ah," he said, "you are with child. That explains your resistance. But that. The human path's eyes closed, and his body slumped, his hand sliding off Shizune's head. Hana motioned for her hounds to break off, expecting a deception. When Pain's eyes opened again, she tensed for an attack. But Pain turned his head slightly, and darted away from the 2 leaf jonin, aiming for the nearest black shizoku. Halfway there, he stumbled, a spot of blood appearing on his leg. He jumped the rest of the way, and grabbed the anonymous warrior's skull with both hands. "You got no willpower, you swore it all away," he said in a decidedly different dialect. Then he pulled his hands away, and the Shizoku crumpled. As Shizen recovered consciousness, he turned back to the two women, a deep gash opening up in his skull. "Guess that's all the revenge I'll get," he grunted painfully. "I guess I'll have to count on you gals to handle the rest." The human path fell forward, the head-cracking blow he had suffered 6 months prior killing him again as the lovers and dogs looked on in confusion. The animal path's claws tore both Ziphos from Keed's hands, and then the Miss Jonin had to somersault back to avoid being disemboweled. Temari attempted to capitalize on Pain's focus on the Jinjutsu user, but Yujito's nose and ears twitched, and she deflected the fan with her left claw, without looking. The sand kunoichi pushed Pain's hand higher, and channeled her chakra into her weapon to unleash a quick, weak wind scythe jutsu into their opponent's ribs. But the former host of the two tails darted away, and Keed was also forced to dodge the attack. "That fan of yours is getting to be an annoyance," the animal path hissed, turning both her claws towards Temari while the mist kunoichi recovered from the friendly fire. "Dual arts, Pharaoh Ren Jutsu," Yujito's voice intoned, and the chakra mixture around her enhanced nails changed. It took on a green-gray tint and adhered more closely to the claws. Even as the change occurred, she darted forward, aiming her fingertips for Temari's chest. The sand ninja spun her weapon up the block, but after a moment of resistance, the talons sliced into the fan. Pain continued to push forward, her widening nails slowly expanding the punctures in the Temari's fan. Gaara's sister extended her arms, leaning her weapon outward, after she realized the extended nails might reach her. "Pharaoh," Temari growled, as in the chemical name for iron. "A combination of air and earth chakra that will cut through all but only the toughest alloys and the strongest reinforcing jutsus," Pain agreed. Yujito pushed closer to Temari, her superior strength both forcing the younger woman's arms to bend and scraping her heels against the street. Fortunately, Pain's fingertips hit the fan, preventing her from cutting further into the sand Jonin's weapon. Though she was no longer slicing through the fan, she continued to steadily push closer to the Kazakage's surviving sibling. "Temari," Keed called out, pausing in the attempt to retrieve her weapons so she could toss her third Ziphos to her ally. Temari recalled Keed's boast about her swords and swung her fan to the side as she released it. She caught the blade as she spun past Yujito's claws, still embedded in her damaged fan. As she rotated, Temari stabbed underhand at Pain's ribs. The animal path allowed herself to stumble so the tip of the Ziphos would miss her, but the leaf-shaped blade still sliced her back. Yujito took advantage of her more stooped posture, placing one of her feet on Temari's fan to wrench her claws free, widening the rends in the process. She leapt forward, continuing towards the Mizukage's daughter. Keed had snatched up her first disarmed blade, and was nearly to the second Ziphos when she was forced to turn to meet Pain. She raised her sword with both hands, stopping the downward force of Yujito's claws. Unfortunately, the mist kunoichi did not have time to brace her legs for the animal path, and Pain was able to bowl her over. Mizuno was so focused on keeping the talons on Pain's hands away from her chest and throat that she did not notice the smaller nails on Yujito's feet extend. Pain suddenly brought her right leg up, and raked her lower claw down the left side of her opponent's belly and thigh. Keed cried out in pain, and Temari went from running to join the melee to flash-stepping directly next to the animal path and the face of the mist. She raised her borrowed weapon to dismember Pain when Yujito suddenly grunted in surprise and rolled off Keed. She looked up at Temari apologetically. "Too bad he wasn't a minute sooner," she commented mysteriously, then she tossed a small jar to Temari, stating, "This will slow her bleeding and prevent infection. Can I ask the two of you to make sure that Namikaze and his gang get thrown out of my village?" the Cloud Jonin asked regretfully, her voice weakening steadily. "Yujito ni?" Keed asked, levering herself up on her right elbow and wincing. The former Jinchuriki wobbled, and then forced herself to nod once before collapsing. "That was odd," Temari sounded bewildered. She performed a quick check of the cream Yujito had given her, and then knelt to apply it to her injured comrade. As explained, the ointment staunched the steady flow of liquid from the cuts and eased the pain visible in Mizuno's eyes. You're still going to need medical treatment, Tamari informed the face. Darn right, otherwise this will scar. But at least I can move for now. Ki bound her chakra around the wounds, further restricting the ache and blood loss. In that case, we should see if we can catch up with Sakura and Natsuki, the straw-haired Jonin decided. Sounds good to me, the platinum blonde agreed, but could I ask you to get me my other Ziffos? I shouldn't move any more than I have to, after all. Tamari smirked at the skilled manipulator, but complied nevertheless. After Ki's 3 swords were sheathed and the Sand Jonin had recovered her damaged fan, the 2 women began to move slowly towards the path taken by the medic and the bodyguard. 64 palms, Hanabi concluded, jumping away from pain and back to the relative safety of her teammates. The 4 members of Team Chosa watched the Naraka path carefully. For a moment Pain hunched over as if defeated. Then he reared back, laughing uproariously. Amazing, he congratulated them, I couldn't feel that at all, and my chakra network is almost totally sealed. Unfortunately for you, my armor of torment wasn't affected, and I can still do this. He signed quickly and incanted, Ninja Art, Enhanced Agony Jutsu. The 3 younger ninjas tensed against the Jinjutsu, but Chosa had already figured out what the Naraka path intended. Pain flicked his left wrist and cringed slightly before grinning at them. I thought my interrogation techniques would be enough to overcome your painkillers, he told them. Then he lowered his head and charged forward like a common berserker. Ninja Art, Shiatsu Fingers, the Takamichi duo proclaimed in unison, but they felt a vague deflection as his Jinjutsu blocked theirs. Kei drew another set of Senbon and threw them at Pain. Chosa Akimichi stepped forward, meeting Pain at the same time as Kei's needles bounced of the Rinnegan bearer's skin. The big Jonin hit the invader hard in the jaw with both fists, and then drove a partial expansion enlarged foot into the Naraka path's gut, knocking him back. Suetun, Water Bullets Jutsu, Keiko completed her jutsu, and dozens of spheres of liquid struck Pain, each with the force of an expert punch. Hanabi joined in by throwing 2 tag-wrapped kunai at the resurrected claw shinobi. The paper bombs exploded, obscuring Pain momentarily. Then the compact Cyclops rose from the smoke, still grinning. What exquisite pain, he said happily, and then raced towards them again. Once more the Leaf Jonin set himself to meet the attack, but this time the Naraka path knocked him away like he was a lightweight chunin. Both Hanabi and Kei started signing desperately as Pain plowed straight for Keiko. The elder girl tried to dive out of the way, but Pain caught her ankle and swung her up like a human club. He started his downward swing to impale her on the sharpened wooden stakes of the Konohagakure's outer wall when he suddenly shuddered. Keiko's leg slipped from his grasp and Kei and Hanabi jumped up and caught their teammate. Pain turned and looked down the wall to where Tommy Arashikage was bouncing of the belly of Raijin, and the other stupid brother was getting ready to crush Yanagi Sakashita. Miserable criminals, Gomen of the Claw growled happily, and charged Fujin and Raijin. The idiotic siblings barely registered that their temporary leader was attacking them, until Pain's punch launched Fujin back over the wall and into a mist trader who was just gaining a foothold inside the leaf defenses. Huh? Raijin grunted mindlessly, unsure where his brother was or what the man with the one weird blue eye was doing kicking him. The rotund outlaw's right knee cracked under the force of the Naraka path's blow, and Pain tipped him over the palisade as well. Then he grunted in a different kind of pain as his right arm fell off his body, as if severed by an unseen sword. Then his left dropped away in the same manner, and Gomen fell to his knees, his single red-brown eye rolling back into his head. What just happened? Kei asked his female teammates. There'll be time for that later, Chosa admonished his charges, concealing his confusion in the need for expediency. For now, we need to stay focused on the task at hand. Niji skidded back next to his ally. The metal mesh and thick padding in his sleeves had stopped Pain's iron scissor jutsu but was rendered useless in the process. Gaara's drill of sand was mostly dry when it left the wind chakra canopy, but the rain soaked in the instant the silicate moved out from under the protection. It slowed and dulled, and Pain was easily able to avoid the direct attack. I recall you stating that your sand draws power from the blood soaked into it, Niji whispered with a thoughtful expression. Is that true, or was it the boast of a madman? Both, Gaara admitted, not bothered to challenge indirect Barb about his past lack of sanity. It is not necessary, and was more to do with Shikaku's hungers than anything else. But the statement was not entirely without truth. My sands can draw some chakra from blood. And the idea of my opponent's life essence in my sand provides a psychosomatic connection, though not so strongly as it used to. Why do you ask? Does that mean blood does not inhibit your sand like water does? Niji bypassed the question, wanting to be certain his plan could work, before suggesting it. That is correct. The Kazekage considered the ramifications of the statement even as he made it. Are you suggesting we try to protect my sands with a layer of blood? No, I doubt that would last against this weather. It would be washed away before we could reach her, leaving us the worse. Then what do you propose? Give me a handful, and then try to hold her for a few seconds, Niji offered cryptically. Gaara complied, and then sent a wave of his sand at her legs again. Pain felt bad about how the battle had progressed, knowing that if Gaara were not hindered by the weather, it would have been a much more even fight, which was what the Azura realm spirit within her was searching for. That, along with simple curiosity, led her to hang back briefly, allowing them to catch their breath and try to plan something. But as they started to move again, she was unsurprised by their tactics. She could already tell the Kazekage would surround her legs with his sand, while the leaf shinobi would attempt to capitalize on her immobility using the gentle fist or, more likely, given their need for a decisive blow, one of the variations of the 8 trigram 64 palms. She did note with some small pleasure that the broad net of dust the sand jonin was using would make it almost impossible for her to evade the trap. Instead, pain hardened her steel chakra around her legs so Gaara would not be able to injure her while she dealt with Niji. 8 trigrams, 2 palms, Niji lived up to Pain's expectations and landed the first 2 blows before she could begin to react, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16. She caught Niji's wrist halfway through the 4th level and swiped at his ribs with a literal knife hand. The Hyuga ninja twisted away from her and hopped back to join his comrade. She noticed, with some confusion, that Gaara retracted his sand at the same time. Though he was retreating, the Kazekage was also showing a smile but pleased grin. Why did you not press the attack? She asked suspiciously. There is no need, Niji said smugly, this fight is over. I don't expect either of you is going to surrender, she frowned thoughtfully, which means you must have come up with some sort of plan. She flexed her shoulders as she checked the flow of her chakra, before stating, the tenketsu you blocked will only stop a handful of my jutsu. So what is your next step? There are no other steps, Gaara said, raising his hand, other than to finish this. Pain's expression suddenly changed, a burst of intense agony passing through her eyes. She looked at them in mild amusement and confusion. Then her back arched oddly, and she fell to one knee, a spot of blood appearing in the corner of her mouth and out of her left nostril. What did you do? She asked, sounding almost pleased. Gaara is manipulating his sand, but I don't see any movement. You appear to have figured it out, the Kazekage noted, curling his fingers. Your sand is inside me, tearing up my body. Was it when Niji attacked me just now? I wrapped Gaara's sand in the threads of my 8 trigram 64 palms, Niji confirmed. Each blow I landed inserted 3 or 4 grains. And my sand can feed on the chakra in your blood, Gaara continued, so not only is it no longer slowed by the water, but I can increase its speed by almost half. She nodded along with their words, but then began to shake her head sadly. If you had finished it in one blow, you would have won, she told them regretfully, but since you let me figure it out, and confirmed my suspicions, it will be a simple matter too. Suddenly she froze, and her whole body shuddered. Niji turned his head slightly, so his physical eyes could confirm what his Byakugan had already told him. Gaara had not moved his hands any further, and looked mystified by the Azura Path's actions. Then she lifted her head, with a new expression of melancholy. You know, I never resented being made a path of pain, Hagane Senshi told her opponents, but other than the Deva path, I think I'm the only one who didn't. As Hanzo's successor, I owed my loyalty to Nagato, even if he did kill me before he killed our former leader. And Pain is a better leader, a better man than Hanzo was. Also, I felt a connection with the Azura realm. She coughed violently, spitting up blood. Niji saw her ribs shatter, even though the sand in her torso remained still. He could not know that it was the impact of the Shinra Tensei that had originally killed Hagane, returning after so many years. Thanks for the fight, she whispered hoarsely, it was fun. Her dying breath rattled in her throat for the second time. For a moment her body remained balanced on one knee. Then the impacts of the rain rattled her, and she fell backwards onto the street. What just happened? The Kazekage asked flatly. I believe we just defeated the Azura path of pain. Niji concealed his bewilderment under dry speech as well. But ultimately, we did nothing to kill her, Gaara protested weakly. You can't be sure of that, Niji noted smugly, nor will anyone know better. And it will be better for morale if everyone believes that is true. Gaara nodded, and added, we might even be able to get the remaining rain ninjas to follow us, given their means of succession. For a moment, the two men stared at Pain's body in silence. Should we continue into their headquarters? The Hyuga Jonin asked. No, the former Jinchuriki said firmly, we go back, so Ino can check on your fingers, and so we can inform the others of Pain's death. Niji inclined his head in agreement, looking down at his incomplete hand. Gaara gathered up the remains of the leaf kunoichi who tried and failed to save them. They began to jog slowly towards the sounds of the continuing battle. Kakashi used small bursts of chakra to try to right himself. But just as he was in a position to throw another kunai at Pain, another Shinra Tensei feather struck him, lifting him higher above the ground and spinning him upside down away from the Deva path. The copy ninja struggled to resist the urge to vomit. Though he had fallen often enough, and even glided a few times, he had never been aloft continuously free of the pull of gravity for so long. Very few ninjas possessed the power of true flight, and Kakashi was not one of them. The Leaf Jonin was not sure if Pain was toying with him, testing him, or simply conserving his feathers against Naruto's potential return. Whatever he's up to, I have to find a way to attack him. Kakashi focused on the words to draw attention away from his churning stomach, but his feathers have stopped my weapons as well as any jutsu I can get off fast enough to target him. And as long as he keeps me spinning like this, I can't make eye contact long enough to influence his actions with my Sharingan. Unless the hypnotic power isn't the only thing he's afraid of. Under his mask, Kakashi's lips pursed in thought. It would make sense that the essence of the gods would overcome the wings of an angel, Hatake decided. He closed his original eye, and focused his Sharingan on the glimpses he got of Pain as the slow stream of feathers sent him fluttering through the air. He aimed not based on the images, but on a calculation of distance and absolute direction. The air around Pain began to warp, as if flowing into a drain. The Deva path floated away, his eyes widening in worried recognition. Despite an increasingly bouncy ride as more feathers hit him, Kakashi was able to force the Kamui to follow Yahiko. Then Pain suddenly stopped moving. Not only did he no longer dodge, but the stream of gravity fragments targeting the Sharingan user also ended. As did the incomplete Kamui, when its creator suddenly dropped out of the air and barely managed to land safely on the street. He quickly turned, expecting some sort of trap. But the Deva path just hovered a few inches above the ground, his ringed eyes unfocused. Okay, not sure what's going on, Kakashi muttered, mostly to see if Pain would react, but I'm not going to waste this chance either. And now that I'm back on the ground, I'm not going to let you hit me with those again. He lowered his right hand and grabbed his wrist. Electric chakra began to crackle audibly around his fingers. His transplanted eye locked onto Pain, but also absorbed the terrain and the dust in the wind and any other potential obstacles in between them. Lightning blade, he incanted as he pushed off, racing forward at a dangerous clip. Halfway there, Yahiko woke up and his eyes widened. His wings all extended outwards, the top set pressing against Kakashi's shoulders, the middle set grabbing the copy ninja's wrist, and the bottom pair wrapped around Pain's chest. The shield proved unnecessary. Kakashi was forcibly halted almost a foot short of his target. The leaf ninja tensed for an attack, but Pain just set him down. Whoa, that was close, Yahiko exhaled sharply. I don't have much time left, and it almost got cut off early. Kakashi eyed him suspiciously, noting the change in Pain's speech patterns. Hatake also recognized the Pain could have easily killed him instead of just stopping him. But despite those points, Naruto's teacher was not entirely convinced this wasn't a trap. That student of yours is sure some talker, Yahiko shook his head with a wry grin. I've been waiting forever for Nagato to have some kind of conversation with me. Kakashi's dubious and uncomprehending expression deepened. Sorry, I guess I should explain a little. The Rinnegan bearer smiled broadly. I'm Yahiko. Or at least what's left of him, propped up by the Deva realm spirit. Which is pretty ironic, since I really think the human realm would fit me better. I could talk most girls into doing whatever I wanted. But then I guess the Deva realm is the strongest, and Nagato didn't know what he was doing back then. You're Yahiko? Kakashi prompted dubiously. Yup. Your boy and I convinced Nagato to give up on pain. And so he let me have control over my body for the last few minutes. But not the other paths, I guess he doesn't trust them as much. The Deva path grimaced suddenly and added, well, there it goes. The control rod is gone. As soon as Nagato's soul peace returns, and the Deva realm finish vacating my body, I'll finally be dead. Again. You don't seem very upset about that, Kakashi noted dryly. Yahiko shrugged, I already died once. And to be honest, coming back hurt a lot more than going. But don't tell Nagato, okay? Last thing that guy needs is more guilt. As he said that, a line of red appeared across the stomach of his uniform. That's unexpected and a little annoying, the first path exclaimed weakly, grabbing his belly tightly, but I guess that means time is up. Yahiko's expression suddenly turned serious. Naruto found Nagato, so he didn't get to Hinata and Madara, he informed the Leaf Jonin, so you should probably get there as fast as you can. Kakashi nodded and took off. Yahiko leaned back against the pharmacy that bore the scars of their battle. He blinked once, painfully slowly. And when he opened his eyes again, he saw a small girl floating before him. She looked more like a doll than like a human being, despite breathing and blinking normally. She had hair of the purest white, but her eyes were constantly changing colors. In her right hand, she carried a scythe that probably weighed more than she did. She faced him expressionlessly, but extended her left hand to him. Yahiko smiled sadly and reached up to take it. When they touched, his pain vanished and his soul stood, leaving his body behind. So, how much searching did you get done? Sakura asked. Not too much, Hinata admitted, though my Byakugan can see into many of the rooms, each floor is blocked and some of the individual rooms are as well. I only managed to search a few of the shielded rooms on the first floor, before Madara chased me up here. I doubt Nagato is down there, the medic grimaced, more likely he's near the top. But, if we're going to do this right, we had better be thorough. So maybe we should split up. No, the pale beauty quickly shook her head, I don't think we're in any shape to do this alone right now. Yeah, you're probably right, Sakura looked at her nearly empty quiver and at Hinata's numerous, if minor, injuries, especially as we run into Guki or one of the pains. Let's head down and make our way back up. Hinata led her teammate back to the stairs she had used, and the two kunoichi quickly descended. Once they reached the first floor, they heard something that made them freeze. "Ly taking you as far as the front gate," a familiar voice said loudly. "From there, your three should be able to make it on your own. Look for Kakashi-sensei, or Tamari and Kid, you know where they were fighting, right?" Someone else said something after the first voice paused, but as the young women broke into a run, they did not hear it. "Me," the echoing voice continued, "I gotta go find Hinata." "Naruto." Hinata dove at him as she and Sakura emerged into the interior courtyard. Hinata, Uzumaki teared up in relief, and Sakura, too. "What are you doing here?" "Saving Hinata from Madara, well, sort of." The healer countered, then continued pointedly, "What do you think you're doing?" "Our mission," he snapped back, and Sakura looked past him to see their target and two of his acolytes. "This means we can all get out of here, right?" Hinata said hopefully. No, it doesn't," a deep, gentle voice answered, and Guki Namikaze stepped out of the fuinjutsu that had concealed him in the shadows. "I wondered who was making such a large ruckus in my home," the Raikage said, his obvious annoyance covering mild amusement, which in turn rested over a current of genuine anger. "Guki-sensei," Nagato sounded mildly chagrined as he bowed his head as deeply as he could to his teacher. Naruto, Hinata, and Sakura closed ranks around the weakened shinobi, and Uzumaki drew his staff blade. Their reactions cooled his ire, and shifted his thoughts towards the younger renegade. Guki shook his head and chuckled sadly. "Nagato has nothing to fear from me," Namikaze told the Leaf teens. He looked past them and addressed his junior. I see your control rods are gone, and you seem to be leaving. Have you decided to join Conan in exile? I have, sensei, the Rinnegan user answered respectfully. I have been reminded that my responsibility to her predates our apprenticeship to you. Or maybe I should just say that I love her, and I want to live for her. I'm sorry to see you go, Gookie smiled at the younger man, but you are my friend and ally, not my prisoner. I won't stop you. Rather, I wish you both the best. The group started to move again, and suddenly siphon appeared in Gookie's hand, and he pointed the axe at Naruto. Nagato and his acolytes may leave if they go alone, the Raikage stated darkly, but that does not apply to the three of you. Sensei? Nagato sounded surprised. They have invaded my city and stolen you, Gookie explained, and unless I miss my guess, they are also responsible for Madara Uchiha's death. Madara, now it was Naruto's turn to sound confused. How did you know that? Hinata asked softly, causing Naruto and Nagato both to stare at her in amazement. I placed a tracking seal on him, Namikaze answered. I knew the instant it vanished. You understand that I can't allow this to go unredressed? Gookie queried his student. I understand why you feel that way, but given the situation, I'm not sure I can agree with you, sensei. Nagato denied Gookie his approval, and I will not leave without them. Just go, Naruto countered. I've been wanting to have a conversation with this guy, and you'll just be in everyone's way. For once I agree with Naruto-kun, Namikaze nodded. In that case, can I provide him with some additional escort? Naruto asked, both to help Nagato, and in case your followers disagree with your decision? Gookie inclined his head, and Naruto bloodied his fingers. Beside him, Hinata did the same. Both lovers pressed a palm to the ground. Summoning jutsu, Uzumaki and Hyuga intoned in chorus. Sakura frowned at the younger woman even as Gamakichi, Gamatatsu, Soul, and Lune appeared in the space behind Nagato and his acolytes. The sibling squirrels looked mildly confused at their resummoning. The toads looked at all of the potential opponents and tensed for battle. What's up, Naruto? The darker-colored amphibian asked carefully. Kichi, I need you and Tatsu to escort Nagato and his bodyguards out of the Cloud Village, Naruto said, and you guys might need to carry him, he's pretty weak. Soul, Lune, will you two please accompany them as scouts? Hinata asked kindly. The albino rodent nodded broadly. So, Nagato's the stick figure guy? Gamakichi prompted again, and a hint of sadness flashed across Gookie's eyes. I'm afraid that I am, the Rinnegan bearer agreed. Great, climb on, the horse-sized toad crouched down lower, and the female acolyte Sarah helped Nagato secure a spot on Kichi's back. Soul, Lune, you know where to take them, right? Sakura asked, her statement indicating an individual rather than a location. Yup, we know the drill, the male squirrel answered. Gookie stepped aside to allow the bizarre procession to leave the Raikage's home. But he kept a careful eye on the teenage members of Team Kakashi, ready to pounce if they tried to escape. But none of the younger shinobi made a move until the doors closed behind them, and the shouts of the surprised Shizukas disappeared. You really think you can take the three of us? Naruto asked his uncle confidently. I mean, numbers aside, it sounds like Hinata and Sakura just killed an immortal. And if you were all in peak condition, it might give me pause, Namikaze admitted, but Sakura-chan has a lump on the back of her head the size of a chicken's egg. Both ladies have a number of minor cuts, Hinata-chan more so than Sakura-chan. And while you appear physically unharmed, the damage to your uniform would indicate you were in a fight recently, so, like your teammates, you must have expended at least some of your physical and spiritual energy. He brandished siphon lazily, and smiled at the teens, earnestly with a hint of condescension. So yes, I think I can take all three of you, he concluded. He tapped his right toes against the stone floor, and then he vanished. Gookie reappeared next to Naruto, swinging his axe at the younger man's neck. Hinata started to call out a warning, but her lover was already raising kitsune to intercept. Sakura hopped back, drawing and releasing an arrow while still in midair. Even as siphon clanged against the staff blade, the Raikage took his left hand off the weapon. Redirection jutsu, Namikaze stated without signing. He twisted his body slightly, and as Sakura's arrow approached him, he moved his free hand above the projectile. Even with only one hand, the pressure he placed on Uzumaki forced the Takujo to move his offhand to Kitsun's hilt as well. As the missile passed under Guki's hand, he turned his arm and body further, and the arrow followed as if stuck to his inverted palm. He buried his right foot in Naruto's ribs as he completed his rotation. Guki released the arrow from his jutsu, and it flew at Hinata with the same velocity it had had when he caught it. Hinata squeaked in surprise, ending the jutsu she had been forming. She quickly crossed her arms in the path of Sakura's redirected missile and braced herself. The arrow scraped off Jinmaki with a metallic whine and was deflected into one of the nearby pillars. And in spite of her preparations, the force of blow knocked the silver-eyed kunoichi onto her butt. Naruto skidded to a halt next against one of the stone columns, wheezing as his broken ribs started knitting back into the correct shape and position. Despite the regenerating injury, he sent chakra into Kitsune to form its wind chakra blade and charged his uncle. Once his kick cleared Uzumaki from his immediate path, Guki turned his focus to Hinata, who was still in the process of falling backwards. He once again moved forward with speed even the Hyuga heiress could barely track, and lifted Siphon for a broad swipe at her legs. Ninja arts, find me jutsu, Sakura drew 2 arrows at once and fired at Namikaze. As they left the bow, the missile seemed to split, but into a much larger mass of bolts than a simple arrow shadow clone jutsu. Most of the 200 arrows flying at Guki and Hinata were illusionary, but mixed in with the real and fictional projectiles were around 3 dozen shadow arrows. The swarm made Guki pause long enough for Hinata to plant her hands and spin her body upwards. 8 trigram sols, heavenly spin, the pale beauty intoned, expelling chakra from her feet. The Raikage brought his axe down, and the red ribbon of metal in the blade glowed as it sliced through the jutsu. The swath carved out of the heavenly spin prevented it from hitting his chest and face, but the technique still hit Guki's belly, legs, and arms, throwing him clear of the archery barrage. Though he escaped the 2 kunoichi, his flight method tossed the rogue unsteadily into the path of Naruto. The blonde teen stabbed his futon blade at his uncle's spine. The renegade twisted his shoulder almost out of joint, and managed to catch the sword against the flat of his axe. Namikaze pushed back, turning to face the Takujo as his feet touched down again. He swung shallowly at Naruto's chest, and Uzumaki blocked with his enhanced staff blade. Siphon flared again, and cut right through the wind chakra extension, before being stopped by the metal shaft. Guki spun Siphon up, catching Kitsune under the flare of his axe's head. He yanked down quickly, and Naruto was not prepared for the sudden switch in direction. The staff blade and the axe both dropped, and Namikaze took his right hand off the weapon, thrusting his palm at the teen's chest. As the strike hit, Naruto exploded into a cloud of cherry blossoms. Release, Guki announced, and then caught Kitsune on Siphon's hilt just before the blow from the concealed Takujo hit his left temple. He pushed the pole weapon away, and rotated his entire body, aiming his battle axe at Hinata's stomach as the younger woman once again entered melee range. Her kote prevented him from cutting her, but once again she was put off balance. This time the pale beauty used the momentum, lifting her right leg and dropping her heel lightly on his knee. She put her weight onto his leg and jabbed her other knee into his right elbow. Then she pushed off with both stems, and flipped back into position next to Naruto. Guki examined his right knee and elbow while the teens caught their breath. Neither was particularly damaged, but Hinata had blocked 1 tenketsu in each joint. To be able to use the gentle fist with that level of precision with your legs is quite difficult, he observed with an odd hint of pride. I like your girlfriend, nephew. You don't get to call me that, Naruto snapped, too incensed to try to deny their connection. You abandoned your brother, your village. Kakashi and Irika are my uncles. I don't know you from any other missing nin I've had to take down. I regret that I wasn't part of your life before now. Guki sounded genuine. If I had known Yukihana and Minato were dating, that they had a son. Yeah, but you're still trying to kill me now, aren't you? Uzumaki shot back. I don't intend to kill any of you. The Raikage sounded hurt. You should know that I do not kill if I can avoid it. And my skills being what they are, I am rarely unable to avoid murdering my opponents. You could have fooled me, Sakura interjected sarcastically. No, familial connections aside, you 3 are too valuable to kill, Guki stated openly, Naruto's fame and popularity make him a critical asset in this war. If capture him, it will demoralize the other side and hurt their alliances. And if I could turn him? That'll never happen, the blonde youth growled. So you said before, but never is a long time. And if I am holding both of your teammates as leverage? But your attacks have not been designed to incapacitate. Hinata shook her head, while objecting to Guki's assertion, trying to behead Naruto and disembowel me can hardly be called non-lethal. Siphon doesn't cut flesh if I don't want it to, Guki explained, illustrating by swinging the axe through his own arm. My strikes are designed to tire the three of you and relieve you of your remaining chakra. After that, taking you prisoner will be far easier. You're still getting ahead of yourself, Naruto countered smugly. Other than that one kick, you haven't hit us yet. That is true, the renegade leader admitted, but then, I haven't really been exerting myself yet. But I suppose, to be fair about this, I really shouldn't hold back. He hopped further away and started signing. His hands formed the noble animal seals with speed the teens had only seen when Kakashi Hatake was particularly serious or desperate. Inu, Inu, Tori, Guki finished the 40 signs in only 5 seconds, and then intoned, Ninja Art, Clone Brigade Jutsu. The air around him exploded and 60 additional versions of the rakeage filled almost half of the previously expansive audience chamber. Big deal, Naruto scoffed, placing his hands together as the Guki copies all lifted their right arms into the air. Multi-shadow. Naruto, wait, Hinata implored him, grabbing his shoulder. Siphon, replication, Guki ordered, tossing dozens of loose kunai into the throng. Just over half of the clones caught a dagger, and as they did, the weapons turned into duplicates of the Senju clan's axe. Okay, yeah, that could have been bad for my chakra supply, Naruto agreed. That's not all, Hinata told her teammates, though I can't tell the difference anymore. I saw other materials mix in when the clones were forming. They aren't shadow clones. Some of them are, Guki admitted, impressed again, but for every shadow clone, there is also a regular clone, a water clone, a fire clone, an earth clone, and a lightning clone. 6 types of clones, 10 of each type. That is my clone brigade. 4 different types of elemental clones in one jutsu? Sakura protested, that's not possible. It is with the right Kekkei Jinkai, Guki explained, and before you protest, I don't have the Rinnegan. But after I helped Nagato create the random elements clones jutsu, we reverse-engineered a more stable 4-element version that I could use. But it is one of my finishing moves, it is very difficult and takes most of my chakra. As if to illustrate the point, Namikaze took out one of the liquid food pills Nagato had provided him from the Akatsuki small stockpile and swallowed it. The teens tensed to attack, but the Gukis all smiled sadly at them as they started to circle around Team Kakashi. You 3 should be careful, he advised, hitting a lightning or fire clone would be very bad for you, and from what Hinata said, even the Byakugan can't tell the difference. The heiress nodded slowly. But Naruto just grinned. Yeah, well, we got this right, Hinata? Uzumaki boasted, gesturing for Sakura to close ranks. The medic complied before the copies reached her, but her expression was doubtful. Naruto, Hinata's chakra is pretty low, and she can't take any more food pills today, Haruno informed her male teammate in a harsh whisper. That's fine, I usually cover the chakra requirements anyway, the blonde was undeterred, Hinata provides the eyes and the Byakugan threads. But in that case you better let us make contact, he said more seriously, while Hinata shifted her stance to press her back to his. Fighting back to back? Guki thought, unknowingly echoed by half of his clones, but it feels like I should be recognizing this. Some minor detail from Hamura's reports that's escaping my memory? Ah, well, it can't be that important. Take them down, the original Namikaze ordered, but try not to hurt them too much. The clones charged forward, some remaining on the floor and a handful leaping so the teens could not escape to the ceiling. As his personal army moved in, Guki took a step back, his eyes focusing primarily on Archer, crouched beside her friends. And Hinata and Naruto both smiled, thankful that their opponents were attacking on more than one plane. Their heartbeats and breathing in unison, and the chakra networks linked, both lovers' hands snapped out. Double vision, they intoned softly, their speech matched as well, protection of the 8 trigrams, 224 palms. Sakura glanced up at the new incantation, and noticed Naruto's arms were moving faster than any previous time she had seen the defensive technique. Guki frowned in annoyance as half the front line of clones were cut down before their first steps landed. He had forgotten about the technique that had sealed the Hokage's decision to move Hinata to Team Kakashi, as the duo had only ever been reported using it in combat once. Water splashed, rock crumbled, and explosions of fire, lightning, and white smoke filled the area around the teens as the first dozen copies fell. Guki took a small comfort in the fact that the water and earth chakra facsimiles did not die from one hit, but took a concerted effort from Naruto or Hinata to bring down. Siphon units cut their threads, one of the duplicates called out, and the original cursed himself for not thinking of it first. A fire clone in the air lashed out with his version of the Senju weapon, destroying Hinata's left-hand projection before it hit him and absorbing its chakra. Guki nodded his approval, until Naruto's right hamstring struck the same copy, bursting him and releasing the axe. Another clone attempted to cut down Hinata's restored left-hand chakra stream, but the pale beauty subtly shifted her wrist and the thread twisted past the curved blade. The duplicate was struck in the forehead and transformed back into water. "Sakura, why aren't you firing?" Naruto asked curiously, and with a hint of accusation. "I'm almost out of arrows," she answered tersely, her gaze following the real Guki. The fox-faced man tapped into his merged Byakugan sight and counted 4 projectiles left in the container. "I thought after you sent them back, Grandma Tsunade or Shizen-nichan refilled your empty quivers for you," he prompted, the annoyance in his voice switching to worry. "They must have been too busy," Sakura matched his tone. "Naruto," Hinata prompted anxiously. "I got him," Uzumaki answered, turning his full focus back to the jutsu. His right palm shifted again, taking down the Guki copy that had managed to slip to within 10 feet of the Leaf Shinobi trio. He exploded in a blast of fire, and as he did, Naruto and Hinata's movements suddenly slowed. Only 5 of Guki's shadows remained, and they had all retreated to just outside the jutsu's range. They allowed the technique lapse, and their chakra networks naturally separated. Hinata immediately noticed that not only was her spiritual energy nearly full, she felt physically refreshed as well. Then she quit congratulating herself, seeing that Naruto's chakra had dropped considerably, and that he was panting slightly. "Okay, so we're down to 6 against 3, Sakura noted, watching the Gukis and making sure not to lose track of the true Namikaze, except now they've each got 2 of those darned axes. "I don't suppose you were paying attention when Grandma Tsunade showed us the kill switch jutsu for the siphon copies?" Naruto queried hopefully. "Of course I was, idiot," Sakura hissed, "but the problem is, it requires close proximity." "No more than 3 feet, Hinata answered before he could ask. "Okay, you 2 take care of the axes left on the floor, and I'll get the remaining clones," he said, linking his fingers into a cross. "Naruto, if the siphons hit your shadow clones, you won't get any of that chakra back," Hinata fully explained her earlier protest. But Naruto just grinned. And Sakura mouthed the word left thoughtfully. "Don't worry, these guys are no problem." Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 10 Narutos appeared around the trio, and immediately began to dart towards Guki's clones. But as they ran, each Naruto stooped and picked up 1 or 2 of the siphon copies. Guki's eyes widened, and Sakura could not keep from chuckling triumphantly. "That doesn't matter," the first Guki clone he reached countered, but his bravado was forced. "Battle axe isn't even on your skill sheet. Even 2 on 1 you can't hope to keep up with me." "But you know what is on my skill sheet?" Naruto shot back, staff blade. "My best weapon. And the principle of the staff blade style is adapting attacks from one weapon to another," the real Guki sighed. The first clone managed to block both of the Naruto's attacks, but the second copy, a fire chakra duplicate, was less successful. One of the axes clipped his left leg, and the weapon inhaled the energy that had formed the clone, preventing even the fire clone's inherent self-immolation. And the third Guki was merely an insubstantial clone. The siphons passed right through his attempted defense, destroying him. For a moment there 3 Gukis against 10 Narutos, though the last Earth clone Namikaze managed to clip a shadow clone Uzumaki. But without the siphons. Guki whispered thoughtfully, and then held the real axe before him. "Siphon, reconstitute." The red ribbon in the axe seemed to darken, as if drawing in light instead of producing it. Simultaneously, each copy of the weapon reverted into the cheap kunai from which it had been formed. The siphon returned to glowing as it gained the chakra its subordinate selves had stolen. Unconcerned, the Narutos grabbed cookies in sets of 3. Hinata, now, 9 brash voices shouted in chorus. 8 trigrams, empty palms. Hinata destroyed 2 of the cookies and the Narutos that had them pinned with a blast of force from each hand. And rather than wait for her friend to recharge and waste 3 friendly clones, Sakura put one of her arrows through the last cookie duplicate's throat. The 3 real teens turned to face Cookie, and the 3 surviving Naruto copies stepped forward as well. But despite the fact that they had defeated one of his self-proclaimed finishing moves and forced him to remove all the siphon duplicates, Naruto's uncle smiled at them with a satisfied look. Hinata's Byakugan picked up on a flow of chakra, leaving the red imprint of the axe and flowing into its owner. Even after I spent so much chakra on my clone brigade, 1/11 of your power would be enough to fill me back up, Naruto, the Raikage informed them happily, but let's reset a little, shall we? Ninja art, clone disrupt jutsu. The 3 shadow clones vanished, and the kunai they were carrying clattered to the stone floor. Looking around at the 30-some wedge-shaped daggers on the floor, Sakura started to wonder if she could put them to some use. Hinata and Naruto darted towards Cookie again, and the medic drew her third-to-last arrow, keeping the discarded blades in the back of her mind. Naruto's foot snapped up at Cookie's left side as he liberated Kitsune from its scabbard once more. At the same time Hinata dropped low, aiming her glowing fingertips for Cookie's knee and calf, while also positioning herself so if Cookie dodged backwards, Naruto's leg would sail over her head. Instead, Namikaze caught Naruto's leg on his curled arm, taking the diluted damage to hold his position, and transferring the force into the leg the Hyuga heiress was targeting. His knee launched towards her nose, causing her gentle fist strikes to miss. Uzumaki's hand shot out. Due to their close positions he could not swing Kitsune, so instead he punched at Cookie's thigh with the crosspiece. The Raikage grunted in pain as the point of the spiral leaf-shaped guard dug into his muscle, and his limb was pushed far enough to the side that he missed Hinata's head entirely. However, his lower leg still hit the young woman's left breast, pushing her back. Namikaze stomped his foot down, and, still cradling Naruto's right leg against his left arm, swung Siphon down at Hinata's head with his right hand. Kitsune snapped up to intercept, and the former Jinchuriki placed both hands on its hilt to match his uncle's superior strength. This left Uzumaki in an unsteady position, but Naruto did not dare adjust his stance. If I were to stop holding Uncle Cookie's other arm in place with my leg, and he wouldn't be forced to lean against my leg to keep his balance. Naruto pondered the possibilities, and none of them favored Team Kakashi. Hinata scrambled back, and Naruto let his arms go loose. The resistance suddenly gone, Siphon dropped and bit into the floor. Naruto swung his staff blade up at Cookie's chin, but the renegade vanished in a puff of smoke, and the pole weapon smashed through the chunk of rock that took his place. Uzumaki summoned his weapon's extension again, but recognized that as soon as they exchanged blows again, he would be feeding their opponent more chakra. Cookie appeared inside the newly formed gap in nearest pillar, and immediately leapt at his nephew again. Sakura scared as the Raikage moved too fast for her to get a good beat on him. Namikaze was doing an admirable job of keeping his axe and his opponents in between himself and the archer. Tsunade's apprentice began to run down her list of Jinjutsu, and considered the kunai again. Cookie hammered down on Naruto, and axe clanged repeatedly and violently on staff blade. Hinata trying to move closer again, but Namikaze drove her back with an offhand side thrust kick. "What are you playing at?" Naruto grimaced. The Takujo was annoyed by the frequent, amateurish attacks, yet remained unable to counter. "Haven't figured it out yet?" Cookie smiled confidently, continuing to swing wildly. Then his expression brightened as one of the deflections yielded a slightly different tone. "There it is, I knew I heard it," the Raikage said happily, suddenly drawing his axe back. "Ninja art, critical cleave jutsu," Cookie stated, suddenly slashing out more firmly, both hands on Siphon's grip. Naruto raised Kitsune to balk, planting his feet for the powerful blow. The 2 weapons met with an echoing tone, and for a moment the 2 men stood their ground, struggling. Hinata ran forward, unsure if she would try to capitalize on Cookie's locked state, or try to help Naruto. Sakura sighted on Guki's temple and drew the arrow back to full extension. Before either woman could attack, a new metallic groan reached their ears. Hinata's eyes widened as her Byakugan caught what was happening. With the ringing of a melancholy bell, Kitsune snapped, and Siphon continued down into Naruto's right shoulder. A firm knock on the door caused Hiruzen Sarutobi to turn away from the window, a thoughtful expression still on his face. He took one more long draw from his pipe and then extinguished it, remembering and respecting his former student's preference. "Enter," the third Hokage answered, and the door swung inwards. Behind it stood a muscular young man with piercing blue and crew-cut hair that skirted the line between blonde and brown. His features were young, and though he was already well into his 20s, he could easily pass for 16 or 17. Like most other Leaf Jonin, he wore a military vest and covered his forehead with the village's shield. Unlike any other ninja the Hokage had met, this young man wore black jeans for his uniform. And most distinguishing was the large, single-bladed battle axe strapped to his back. "Guki, thank you for coming," the older ninja greeted him cordially. "Please, come in and have a seat." "Thank you, Sarutobi-sensei," the elder Namikaze complied, closing the door behind him and slipping into the chair across from his third mentor. "Do you have a mission for me, sir?" Guki asked respectfully, carefully bottling his hope and anticipation. In a manner of speaking, the Hokage smiled mysteriously, "But if you choose to accept it, it will be the last mission I ever give you." "I've come back from suicide missions before," the younger man pointed out with a small measure of pride. "Indeed you have. But the issue this time is not the risk involved. Rather, the duration of the mission is the problem." Guki nodded his understanding, a wry grin touching his lips. He had been scouted for the ANBU and for the Guardian Shinobi 12, but had turned down both positions. He did not particularly like or trust the leader of the Black Ops, nor did he want the boring life of a personal bodyguard, even to the daimyo. "Is it Lord Hisoka?" Guki asked, "or Danzo again?" "Neither," Sarutobi answered, and the young man could not hide a sigh of relief. Then his eyes narrowed as he considered what was left. "So, some other sort of long-term mission," Namikaze pondered. "Is it undercover work, or am I crossing the ocean again?" "Again, neither," Hiruzen shook his head. "The village certainly could not afford to have you gone for so long." "Are you going to tell me, sensei?" Guki asked with mock ire, "or are we going to sit around all day playing guessing games?" "All right, I have strung you along long enough," the third raised his hands in defeat. Then his expression grew thoughtful. "By the standards of our profession, I am not a young man," Sarutobi began, "though the life expectancy of a shinobi has been increasing steadily since the founding of the hidden villages. The fact remains that most ninjas die before their 40th birthdays. My teammates and I, along with Hayashi Hyuga, are the only survivors of the 5th graduating class of the Konohagakure Academy. The entire 6th class is gone. I hope for a day when shinobi can live almost as long as civilians, but I don't think that will happen within my lifetime." "I would like to see that as well," Guki agreed, then prompted with a hint of confusion, "No offense, sensei, but what does this have to do with why you summoned me?" "I won't be around forever," the Hokage explained, "and even if I live to be 90, I will eventually lose my Jonin standing, and with it a measure of respect and authority." "I don't think that will happen for many years, sensei," his student said confidently. "I still doubt I could defeat you in a one-on-one battle." "You are a skilled liar, Guki, but you don't fool me," Hiruzen chuckled. "By the time you left my tutelage, you were more than a match for me. Which is part of my point. The village needs a leader with both the strength to reign in this unruly mob, and the wisdom to protect them. And I think you possess both of those qualities in abundance. Sensei, are you?" "Guki Namikaze, I wish to offer you the position of the 4th Hokage of the village hidden in the leaves." The young man's control slipped, and he goggled openly at his third teacher. Then he snapped his mouth shut and shook his head wryly. "That's a pretty bad joke, sensei," Guki told him, "and maybe a little cruel." "I am totally serious," Sarutobi's smile carried warmth and amusement. "But..." Namikaze stuttered, however his protests died in his throat as he considered it. The third watched him closely, trying to read his reaction. Emotions warred on the younger man's face as he tried to wrap his mind around the implications of being the leader of the Konohagakure. Pride wrestled with doubt, refereed by logic. 1 minute passed, then another, and ultimately the clock had moved forward by 5 clicks before the muscular Jonin spoke again. "Can I have a day, or possibly 2, to think about it?" Cookie finally said. "I would be disappointed if you didn't," Hiruzen nodded sagely. Namikaze stood slowly to leave, and there was an unfamiliar clumsiness to his movements, almost as if he had suffered a concussion. As he reached the door, Cookie turned back to his teacher with a thoughtful expression. "Do you ever regret becoming the Hokage, Sarutobi-sensei?" the youth asked carefully. "Almost every day," the older man answered honestly, "and yet there isn't a single day where I would take back my choice if I could." Cookie bobbed his head once in understanding and thanks, and then slipped silently from the room. The third watched with a knowing smile. Namikaze paced the floor of his apartment anxiously. "I'm not ready," he told himself aloud. "But there's no one better for the job," he argued. "Would the rest of the village accept me?" He paused, unable to answer himself. "If I say no, who will Sarutobi-sensei ask instead?" The side of him that wanted to accept took a different track. Cookie considered that. Danzo obviously wanted the job. Any of the major clan leaders would have both built-in support and automatic opposition. And, of course, there were Sarutobi's other 3 students, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru. The crease in Cookie's brow deepened at that thought. "Orochimaru-sensei wants the job," Namikaze pondered. "He has as much as said so. But he's a bit unstable. Give him access to the authority and sealed knowledge of the Hokage, and he might not be able to rein in his darker tendencies. But would that be a bad thing, in the long run?" He kept his argument silent this time, as if afraid someone might overhear him. "I could help him get the position, and then distance myself from him officially, while watching him. As the Hokage, I have no doubt Orochimaru will come up with some amazing jutsu that will make the village stronger. And when he crosses too far over the line into forbidden techniques or human experimentation, I can reveal him. If he can last a few years, I will be able to gain more support in the village. And if I am the hero that reveals the Orochimaru's crimes, I will be a natural choice to become the 5th Hokage. Then we can use some of the safer, saner things that Serpent will develop, and make the Leaf Village the most powerful of the 5 great villages." Cookie took a deep breath to steady himself. The plan had potential, but he began to attack it from all angles. What if Orochimaru went too far, too fast? Or what if he failed to give in to the temptation? What if someone else uncovered the snake's immoral experiments first? He ran through a list of possible hiccups, and devised basic, theoretical countermeasures for each potential pitfall. Once he was satisfied he had most of the contingencies covered, he began to prepare for bed, anxious for the next day to arrive. As Namikaze slipped into his futon, one last thought echoed around in his head. "I will go down in history as the one who made the Leaf Village the strongest of all the shinobi villages." Cookie was already standing outside the Hokage's office when Sarutobi arrived the next morning. The fire shadow paused, and then shook his head with a wry smirk. The energy of youth, Hiruzen thought enviously. "Good morning, Cookie," the professor greeted his student. "Good morning, Sarutobi-sensei," the young man answered evenly. Hiruzen was surprised the elder Namikaze brother did not seem more nervous or enthusiastic. He remembered that, despite his training, he had barely been able to contain himself when he responded to his predecessor and teacher. Sarutobi unlocked his office, and then paused just inside the door. "I presume this is in reference to the offer I made yesterday," the Hokage noted confidently. "Please come in." Cookie nodded slightly and followed his mentor inside. The third closed the door and took his seat behind his desk, staring out at the young man. "Have you come to a decision?" Only now did the younger Jonin show a hint of emotion, tiny wisps of anxiety and regret wafting off him. "I have," Cookie said simply, his voice belying his body language in its neutrality. "I considered your offer very carefully. But I am afraid I must decline. I am not yet ready to become the Hokage." Sarutobi frowned in surprise. He had spent enough time with the elder Namikaze brother to know that the young man was not lacking in ambition. And there was no guarantee that the next Hokage would offer the position of 5th to Cookie if he lived that long. "May I ask why?" "I worry that the village won't follow me, due to my youth," Namikaze answered. "I think you might be underestimating yourself," Hiruzen responded, sensing the truth in his words, and you would have my support as a village elder. You might be right, but I can't help feeling there are too many others who are better suited. Who are as skilled as I am, or close to it, but have more experience and are more established in the Jonin Council. They might resent being passed over and cause trouble. And, also, Gookie continued quickly, with a small, chagrined smile, I'm not sure I'm ready to have a desk job just yet. I enjoy field work, and I don't think I've reached my peak. I can do more good for the Leaf completing missions than assigning them. Sarutobi nodded. He had more than once expressed some jealousy of the freedom and adventure a field agent was afforded. If you have made up your mind, I doubt I will be able to budge you, the third said sadly, though I would remind you, this could well be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I understand, Gookie sighed, but I can only follow my conscience. I thought so. Well, thank you for your honesty. Despite the dismissal in the Hokage's words, Gookie did not leave. Instead, he took a deep breath and spoke again. If we are talking about honesty and following your heart, there is something I must request permission to add, Namikaze stated. Hiruzen's lips narrowed thoughtfully, and he nodded for his protege to continue. I think you are overlooking the most obvious choice for the fourth Hokage if you came to me first. Oh? Sarutobi's eyebrows rose in amused amazement, and who would that be? Orochimaru-sensei, Gookie answered, remembering to add the honorific he had started to distance himself from the previous evening. Really? I'm curious to hear why you would say that. Orochimaru is, as I said, older and more established than I am, Namikaze explained. He has more leadership experience. And he is much smarter than I am. And I may have trained under you, but Orochimaru-sensei was truly your apprentice, so he will be viewed as a direct line of succession. And he was my first and most influential sensei, so I can't help but think that whatever you see in me could just be a minor reflection of Orochimaru-sensei anyway. Why not Tsunade or Jiraiya then? Hiruzen prompted, enjoying the minor debate. Much of what you just said applies to both of them as well. I have not spent much time with Jiraiya-san, the youth answered, but from what I have heard from my brother, and seen around the village, I doubt very much that the Kunoichi of the Leaf would support Jiraiya-san as Hokage. More likely, they would all revolt. Sarutobi chuckled briefly in agreement. And I think Tsunade-sensei would make a fine Hokage, but she would never accept the position. She would think she was trampling Nawaki's dreams. Very well, the third nodded, unable to counter the Jonin's observations. I will take your suggestion under consideration. Gookie smiled openly and nodded his understanding. Minato, the elder Namikaze's brother, stomped into the Hokage's office without waiting for permission to enter. Sarutobi's eyes flared in anger at the disrespect, but he reined in his temper and gave his student some leeway. Gookie's reaction was not entirely unexpected by the third. You seem upset, Hiruzen said calmingly. I know this must come as a shock to you, but you did turn me down, and I have my reasons. But, he's my younger brother. If I'm not old enough for the job, he certainly isn't. Age was your argument, the Hokage reminded him, and it was the one I had the greatest issue with. Minato is only 2 years younger than you, and like you, has been a working shinobi for more than half of his life. He's too nice. He will be more interesting in protecting our people than in completing our missions, Namikaze argued, and he doesn't have the strategic mind to lead the village. He might be able to direct his own team. But deciding which teams to dispatch and which to hold back? I worry, well, I just worry. His kindness is not a weakness, it is why the shinobi of the village will follow him. And it does not mean he will not be able to make the tough choices when he has to, Sarutobi countered sternly, and he will not become the Hokage right away. He will have 6 months to a year to learn the offices and responsibilities of the job, including strategy. And Minato will have advisors to help as well, myself included. What about Orochimaru-sensei? Gookie wondered if the third was toying with him. Did he figure out my plan? The sandy-haired Jonin wondered. Orochimaru may be intelligent and strong, but many in the village are suspicious or even frightened of his inclination towards necromancy and similar forbidden jutsus. I worry that with the power of the Hokage, Orochimaru might lose what little self-control he still has when it comes to his research. Gookie inclined his head bitterly, unable to deny the core of his plot. He sighed harshly and looked back up at his third teacher. I have some vacation saved up, Namikaze stated flatly, suddenly feeling the need to distance himself from the Leaf Village for multiple reasons. That is a bit of an understatement, the Hokage noted dryly. You haven't taken a single day off since your appointment. You are the reason the elders have been suggesting we put a cap on the amount of time off a shinobi can retain. Well, I would like to begin using it, starting now. You might miss Minato's swearing in, Hiruzen noted, and when Goki's eyes tightened, he sighed and added, but I suppose that is the point. All right, how much time do you want to take off? All of it. All of it? The younger man nodded. Goki, do you realize that you have almost 17 months saved up? I need time to think, Goki offered contritely, to come to terms with having to follow orders from my crybaby younger brother. I doubt I will be gone for that long, but I also don't want to say I'll only be gone for 1 or 2 months, only to have my scheduled leave time run out while I am still troubled. I'll do what I can, the third offered sympathetically, but I will not be in charge the entire time, and the new Hokage may see fit to recall you. Also, there might come a time when the village needs you. I understand. And I will always be there for the Leaf. Thank you, Sensei. Goki Namikaze left Hiruzen Sarutobi's office, not knowing he would never see his friend and mentor again. Goki could not help but let out a sigh of relief as he entered the dining room of the tavern and inn that served as the hub of the small, unnamed town. He had been roughing it in the 3 weeks since he left the Konohagakure. And while his shinobi skills were more than adequate to let him survive indefinitely in the wild, there was no match for the minor comforts like indoor plumbing and a clean mat under his futon. Or even better, a real bed and a proper bath. Good afternoon, the girl acting as the server in the restaurant said overly happily as she turned to greet him. She had thin, off-blonde hair, though more yellow-green than his own brownish coloring. Judging by her height and build, he estimated she was around 13 years of age. In a larger town, she would have probably been in school, but in the smaller, tucked-away community, helping out at her family's store took precedence. Her purple eyes were unconsciously shadowed. He could tell the girl had an unfortunate past and was ruled by darker emotions that she tried to hide for the sake of her job. But as her violet orbs raked across his body, that facade fell away. She glared at him with open contempt. Sit where you like, she snarled, backing away like a wounded animal. Once she had gotten a table between them, she half-turned and yelled, Hey, old man. It's one of those. You come serve him and I'll clean or something. An older gentleman emerged from the back as the girl finished retreating. He smiled weakly and hurried over to Namikaze. Ah, yes, just you then, he said in a wispy voice. Goki nodded, and the man showed him to a table next to one of the large, front windows. But the Leaf Jonin never took his eyes from where the teen had vanished. I must apologize for Narumi, his host told him, realizing his distraction. She has a bit of a sore spot when it comes to shinobi. Oh? Goki prompted, still moderately surprised despite the girl's reaction. Why is that? If it is not too rude of me to ask. Well, her dad, gods grant his soul rest, had a certain personal grudge that caused him to frequently badmouth your profession, the innkeeper started to explain, and Narumi took his words to heart. But then, a few months ago, a wounded stone ninja wandered into our village. Narumi has worked odd jobs to get by since her dad's death, so she was elected to care for our guest while he recovered. That Itsuki was a handsome one, and despite her prejudice, Narumi was quite taken with him. And she did what some girls do, to ensnare a boy they fancy. If you know what I mean? Goki nodded slowly, a kernel of disgust at his so-called colleague growing in his belly. And after Itsuki got better, he just vanished one night. Which might not have been so bad on its own, except he also stole Narumi's most precious possession, a keepsake locket from her mother. Also took all the cash I had in the register. Since then, she's hated ninjas more than her dad ever did. She'll tell anyone who will listen how she was wronged, and how she'll get him someday. Which is why I don't mind telling you, if you weren't wearing that vest and shield, she would have told you anyway. For what it's worth, I apologize on behalf of ninjas everywhere, Goki said in genuine embarrassment, and I hope that one day, Narumi-chan gets her revenge. Don't go saying that in front of her, the innkeeper said quickly. The last thing she needs is any sort of encouragement to run off and get herself more hurt. Namikaze dipped his head and eyes in acknowledgement. Then he carefully asked, "What can you tell me about that locket?" "Guki Namikaze Dono?" The Jonin tensed when an unfamiliar voice called out his name. Guki had not sensed anyone coming, and being surprised was highly disconcerting to the master shinobi. His guard up, he turned slowly to meet his ambusher. And saw nothing, which only increased the Leaf Ninja's anxiety. "Down here, Namikaze Dono," the voice stated again. Guki turned his attention down, and saw a lumpy brown toad, about the size of a large house cat. Except this amphibian was more or less petal, and had a scroll case strapped to his back. After a moment of searching his memories, the wanderer realized the toad must be one of his brother's summoned familiars. "What can I do for you?" the human asked carefully. "I have a message for you, Namikaze Dono." "What is the passphrase?" "Passphrase?" Guki sighed, throttling Minato in his mind. "I don't have a passphrase." "That is correct." "Hand?" Guki held up his left hand, palm out, and the toad scanned it. Namikaze was not sure what the amphibian was looking at or for, but after a few seconds of close scrutiny, the small familiar nodded sharply. "Very good," the messenger noted. He then slipped the tube off his back and passed it to the human. Guki slid out the single sheet of paper and quickly scanned it. "Aniki," Minato's familiar script wrote, "I am not sure where this letter will find you, or if you are aware of our status. But the ninja world is at war. We are fighting the stone and the cloud, with the grudging help of the sand. For now the mist is staying neutral, but many expect that, if either side shows weakness, they will intervene. The village needs your power now, so we can end this battle as quickly as possible. I know you are upset, but please, return to the village. Your brother, Minato." Guki snorted as he incinerated the message with a burst of fire chakra. "If he wants me to come back, he should just order me to as the Hokage," the elder Namikaze brother said, as much for himself as for the toad. "Minato-kun isn't the Hokage, Namikaze Dono," the messenger told him. Guki noted the difference in forms of address, and for a moment wondered if the familiar was buttering him up. Then he remembered the Toad clan structure, and that Minato was part of it while he was just a client. "Really?" the human prompted, setting aside that distraction. Yes, the Toad nodded. He finished his training, but the war started before he could officially be appointed. The humans decided it was better not to have a shift in leadership right now. So Minato-kun is acting as field commander, while Sarutobi-sama remains the Hokage and overall general. "Well, tell the field commander that I am on vacation, and only the Hokage can override it. And despite that, I'm still assisting in my own way." The amphibian nodded and then vanished. Guki turned back to his original route, starting across the grass field to the farming town at the edge of his visual range. Guki had followed the trail of an incursion into the land of grass. The southern, wider portion of the country had been spared the worst of the war. Namikaze had recently heard that the Land of Earth was sending agents to towns in the region to try to force the grass work with them or to cripple smaller countries' remaining food production. He had been staying in the Seoul Inn in the small farming community. 3 days had passed since he sent his brother's messenger back. His vest and leaf shield were hidden in his backpack, as were his weapons. He doubted the locals would take kindly to having a leaf ninja in their town at the moment. After almost half of a week, the leaf jonin was beginning to wonder if the lead he had followed was bad. Then there was a cry of distressed surprise, followed by a loud voice covering the marketplace outside the hostel. "Citizens of the Land of Grass," a nasally, high-pitched, yet definitely male voice carried into the building, and Guki quickly vacated his chair. "As you know, the Land of Earth is engaged in a battle to prevent the tyrannical Land of Fire from spreading their influence any further into this part of the continent." Namikaze snorted in amusement at the bold-faced lie. He exited the building and observed the 8 hidden stone ninjas drawing a crowd of civilians. "Therefore, we require your support," the lead stone ninja continued loudly. "You will give us all the food we can carry." "We are selling food," a young fruit seller said bravely. "You are free to buy, as anyone else is." "Let me make myself clear," the whiny-sounding warrior shot back darkly. "You can give us what we need, or we can pacify you and take it." I don't see that happening either, Gookie said loudly, and the crowd split at the sound of another unfamiliar voice. And who is going to stop us? You, the spokesman demanded incredulously. If it comes to that, Namikaze said simply and without boasting. The stone ninja was unnerved by Gookie's calm confidence. Kill him, the invader ordered, then the others will know better than to cross us. The 4 shinobi nearest to their leader charged forward, and the civilians wisely withdrew to the closest available cover. The Leaf Jonin watched impassively as the stone warriors drew a single kunai apiece. With practiced precision, each threw his blade at one of Gookie's limbs. Gookie hopped up, catching the daggers aimed at his arms, while his toes pushed the weapons targeting his legs into the ground. Standing on the partially buried kunai, he returned the other 2 blades to their owners, stabbing into their biceps as they had attempted to do to him. Gookie did not like showing off, but it had the effect he hoped. The stone ninjas stopped and looked at their boss in uncertainty. Who are you? The head thug squeaked. Just a traveler, who doesn't like it when ninjas attack civilians instead of protecting them. You can take your archaic nobility with you to hell, the would-be thief shot back, trying unsuccessfully to lower the pitch of his voice. Attack Formation 3. Earth Style, Cravenstone's Jutsu, the 5 of the stone ninja chanted, their voices not quite matching. The ground twisted upwards and reformed into 2 creatures that Gookie understood were meant to be wolves, or possibly coyotes. Whatever their intended species, the rocky quadrupeds both ran forward, though none of their legs ever left the earth. Siphon appeared in his hand on a mental command, and Namikaze swung down on the maw of the first beast. The weapon's crimson inset flared, and stole all the chakra animating the statue, causing it to break apart. He swept the axe sideways and the second instance of the jutsu also failed. 2 of the larcenous ninja had been using the moving stony canines as cover, and were quite surprised that they had been revealed so quickly and easily. Gookie's foot lashed out, connecting with the first shinobi's glass jaw, and the man went down, managing a pitiable whimper before he passed out. The second warrior retreated, abandoning his comrade with a look of fear. What are you waiting for? The leader barked at his 6 remaining subordinates. He's only 1 man. Get him. Gookie looked down at the corpse of the Earth Ninja leader with regret. 5 of the thieves had fled, injured and demoralized. 2 remained, unconscious but alive. But despite his seemingly cowardly demeanor, the high-pitched spokesman had been a skilled fighter and had refused to back down. Though he was not as strong as Namikaze, he refused to back down. He ultimately resorted to taking one of the town's children hostage. After Gookie rescued the girl, the stone shinobi began an advanced Doton jutsu that would have leveled most of the hamlet. Ultimately, he gave the leaf ninja no choice but to kill him. Gookie began to go over the body for identification or orders, as the villagers began to drift back into the street. We owe you our thanks, stranger, offered an older woman who Gookie recognized as the local butcher. Then she backed off suddenly when Namikaze scowled and growled. Seeing her reaction, the Jonin forced himself to calm down. I'm sorry, he said with genuine regret, that was not directed at you. What troubles you? She asked carefully. In answer, Gookie held up a bound stack of 1,000 Rio notes in his right hand and a slip of paper in his left. These, he waved his hand at the dead and disabled invaders in disgust, were under orders to come here and purchase food. Then why did they try to steal from us? A young man asked in confusion. So they could finish their mission and keep the money for themselves, the butcher said sadly. Gookie nodded. It's possible his subordinates were not aware of that they were disobeying orders, Namikaze noted dubiously, but given how easily they abandoned their mission, I expect they were aware of their crimes. Gookie watched the 3 bound teens carefully. After the war came to an end, he received another message from the Konoha, this one by Falcon and sent by the 3rd. Sarutobi requested that Gookie return so he could witness his brother's appointment as the 4th, and also to receive a commendation for his own actions during the war. Namikaze declined, again. He had stumbled on to another self-appointed mission, and had not been willing to abandon it. As he had been leaving the land of grass, traveling east, he ran into an interesting trio. He immediately recognized them, both from his contact with the Sannin, and from rumors he had heard from the Rain Country. His attempts to make contact with the younger ninjas had been aggressively avoided, but Gookie refused to let them lose him. Finally, almost 2 weeks later and just after they all passed into the land of forest, the teens had decided to ambush him. They were undeniably skilled. Namikaze doubted there were more than a handful of leaf ninjas, excepting the Hyuga clan, who would not have fallen into their trap. But the Jonin had trained with their sensei's teammates and his sensei, so Guki knew what to expect. After he avoided their net, their pit, and the fuinjutsu that the physical traps were meant to force him into, the refugees attacked. Unfortunately, the younger shinobi were tired, hungry, and afraid of something besides him, and Namikaze quickly disabled them. He tied them up so they could not flee or attempt to attack him again. And then he observed them carefully, trying to determine how he should break the proverbial ice. "What do you want with us?" Nagato demanded, his Rinnegan practically glowing in rage. The older shinobi noticed the other young man mouthed the same words, but silently. "I just want to talk," Guki answered openly. "I have heard about your three, both from Jiraiya-san, and from those you have helped around the rain/grass border. I wondered what kind of mission brought the Akatsuki leaders so far from their normal range. And, frankly, I've been a bit starved for conversation." "You know Jiraiya-sensei," Konan said carefully, her amber eyes studying his features. "Not so well as I know the other two Sannin," Namikaze admitted, "but our paths have crossed more than once." He spins an amusing yarn. The three teens absorbed that thoughtfully. "If I untie you, are you going to try to run?" Namikaze asked neutrally. "No," Konan shook her head, "I'm not quite sure I trust you, yet. But you've proved it won't do any good." Nagato and Yahiko looked at her in perfectly matched expressions of dismay, and then both went back to glaring at Guki. The Leaf Jonin had heard enough to think Yahiko's actions were out of character. As he considered that, he noticed the orange-haired youth also now possessed the multi-ringed blue eyes of his teammates Kekei Jinkai. "I had not heard that you had the Rinnegan as well," Guki said to Yahiko, who pointedly ignored him. "When did you gain that dojutsu?" "After the slaughter of the Akatsuki," Nagato answered harshly, and again Yahiko mimicked his words without making a sound. "The slaughter of the Akatsuki?" Guki prompted in genuine distress. "When? How did this happen?" "Hanzo decided that we had become more annoying than useful," Konan began, tears coming unbidden to her eyes. Guki sat down beside them, listening with dismayed interest. "Mercy, please," the bandit pleaded pitiably, dragging himself back with one hand while he held his other defensively in front of his throat. "Who will take care of my daughters?" "You should have considered that before you began stealing from caravans," the masked warrior said darkly, lifting his katana. The blade seemed to buzz as it plunged towards the thief's neck. But it stopped with a resounding clang, as the broad flat head of a familiar axe appeared between the ANBU operative and his target. "What do you think you're doing?" Guki snarled angrily at his fellow leaf shinobi. "Completing my mission," the anonymous warrior shot back, assuming a defensive position. And as soon the two ninjas' attention was shifted away from him, the bandit scampered away and vanished into the brush. "Your mission involves killing a fallen opponent who is begging for mercy." Namikaze's anger grew sharper. "He is a bandit," the special ops shinobi said simply as if it answered everything. "That group has never killed anyone." The Jonin sounded offended. "They stole only to feed their families, and only because our war took away their jobs. You could have taken them into custody. The Leaf is not a charity. Our prison is full enough with valuable prisoners. Easier to just eliminate them. And leave their children orphaned, probably to die of starvation without the meager means these men provided?" Guki demanded, incredulously. The ANBU agent shrugged. "Is this my brother's policy? Is this the kind of Hokage he is?" The masked ninja snorted in amusement. "No, my orders come from Danzo-sama. He sometimes acts as parallel to the Hokage for the good of the village." Guki's rage lessened a tiny bit at the admission. "What are you going to do?" Namikaze-san, the ANBU member, queried impassively. "Take me back to the village, and try to have me held accountable for this crime. Your word does not hold the weight it once did. You are as likely to end up in prison as I am." "What?" Namikaze snarled again. "Most of the Jonin Council considers you a deserter for not returning to assist during our war. It has taken all of the Hokage's influence to avoid declaring you a missing ninja. If you insist on trying to gain justice for this trash, I can just claim that you are lying, using me to try to get back into the good graces of your brother. Gookie had heard enough. Siphon flashed out, but at the last instant, the Jonin reversed the axe, striking the unsuspecting murderer with blunt back end of the weapon. The ANBU operative dropped like rock, the welt on his neck visible even through his uniform. Gookie bent over to make sure he was still breathing. Then he took the warrior's mask. He snapped it in two, and dropped one half back on the unconscious Takujo's chest. Kahaku Zoishin. Gookie paused as the emphasized name carried out of the woods to his north. He had not heard anyone moving through the forest, which meant the owner of the voice was probably a ninja. And likely the target as well. Though he was due to meet up with Kahaku and Nagato in less than 1 hour, his curiosity was piqued. And he also wanted to be sure that whoever it was would not find the small cottage he shared with his 2.5 protégés. Namikaze padded silently forward, circling around and listening to the debate between a woman he presumed to be this Kahaku Zoishin and the man she identified as her former sensei. The woman's name sounded familiar, but he could not place it. And when the kunoichi came into view, he knew that he had never seen her before. Her short, almost navy hair hung wildly around her face, and though of average height, she had above-average curves, which her clothing seemed designed to accentuate. He watched the exchange between Kahaku and the impatient tracker. Despite the lack of headbands on any of them, due to their styles, he was fairly certain they were all hidden grass shinobi. He drew closer, watching as she backed her second opponent towards the circle of jutsu users, while deliberately avoiding killing strokes. Suddenly she stumbled, her eyes going blank and her neck and shoulders tensing in agony. Kahaku tried to remove the jinjutsu afflicting her, but failed, and the melee fighters took her down. They threw a net over her, and then, when she attempted to retrieve a kunai, one of them stomped on her wrist with unnecessary force. Gookie heard a sickening crunch, and estimated that both of the younger woman's forearm bones had been broken. That settled it for the Leaf Jonin. He had been hesitant to intervene, not only to preserve his stealth, but also because he was uncertain which side was in the right. The girl had named herself a renegade, and the force sent to capture her was not out of order. But she had gone out of her way to avoid killing them, and they repaid her with cruelty. That was unnecessary, the hunter's leader, Kahaku's teacher, said angrily. I quite agree, Gookie said harshly. Who are you? The man holding the net demanded. I have no name for the likes of you, Namikaze said softly, quoting one of the books Conan had lent him. He expected the line was a little cliché, but it amused him anyway. One of the outer ring of ninjas had kept his attention focused firmly on Kahaku. Gookie struck him before he responded to the verbal exchange between Namikaze and his comrades. 6 left, the Leaf soldier noted, only 2 represent a tactical threat, but I also have to protect her from them. Katun, curling flames jutsu, the grass ninja furthest from Gookie called loudly, and 2 loops of red fire spun towards Kahaku's rescuer. Gookie dodged to his left, intentionally bumping the man holding the net. The bindings loosened enough for Kahaku to kick the off-balance grass ninja, who returned the kick weakly. The fire arcs continued to track him, so Gookie summoned Siphon, cut apart the jutsu, and then slammed the hilt of the axe into the temple of his melee opponent. He crumpled, and the ropes went slack. Stay still, Gookie advised the young woman, and then he darted away. As he ran towards the ninja who had launched the fire attack, he threw his axe sidearm at one of the hunters who was continuing to focus on Kahaku. Siphon's blunt back end collided with the man's chest, so instead of being cut in two, he merely suffered multiple broken ribs as he too lost consciousness. Namikaze gestured, and the axe vanished back to his new home. The first dangerous target was completing his second jutsu when Gookie slid into unarmed range. The grass warrior broke off his technique abruptly, to catch the knee aimed at his gut. The Leaf Jonin flipped backwards, his other knee forcing the man's arms apart and driving into the ceramic mask covering his chin. The animal-themed disguise broke, but the hunter did not fall. Instead, he drove his fist into Gookie's side, forcing the breath uncomfortably from Namikaze's right lung. Focus, Gookie told himself, hammering fists into either side of his opponent's neck as he descended from his upwards hop. The pretty boy hunter was stunned long enough for Gookie to slam his forehead into his opponent's nose. The fourth head trauma was too much for the Katan user, and he fell backwards, still essentially awake, but unable to focus his eyes. The leaf renegade turned, his eyes quickly scanning them. One of the two genjutsu users remained, as did the man who broke Kahaku's wrist, but Guki had been saving him for last. And beyond those two was the girl's teacher, their field commander, who Namikaze was surprised to see had not moved. The former Hokage candidate flash-stepped to the woman who was still binding Kahaku's mind in some way. The genjutsu user let out a resigned sigh, and did not even struggle as he disabled her with the Ranshinsho. He turned on the young shinobi who had seen fit to break Kahaku's wrist while subduing her, but the coward was already running. Growing even more disgusted, the leaf shinobi signed twice, causing the ground to open up and swallow the jerk, stopping not at the neck, but closing around his mouth, just barely leaving him room to breath. Kahaku's eyes came into focus as Guki moved to confront her teacher. Guki leveled a punch at the grass Jonan's shoulder, wondering at the sluggish block that barely moved his fist out of the way. "Make it look good, Namiki-san," the grass hunter whispered, before demanding loudly and nervously, "Who are you?" Guki's eyes widened in surprise, but then he nodded with a knowing smile. The leaf soldier appreciated his foe's need to stay loyal to his village, but also to protect his student. So he gave the man an out, putting on a show for the disabled yet alert grass ninjas. Namikaze let the hunter land a decent blow to his left ear, before knocking out the man with solid hit to the stomach. Even as the grass jonin lurched forward, Guki raced back to the renegade Kunoichi. "We should get some distance between us, before they recover," he told her, taking her uninjured hand, drawing her to her feet. It was then that she noticed the grass hunters were all still breathing. He pulled her gently and they vanished into the woods. "Is that him, Guki-sensei?" Nagato asked with a hint of anxiety. Namikaze nodded as the two men studied their target. The renegade ninja was huge, taller than either of them and probably weighed as much as both of them combined. He had grayish-brown hair that jutted around in wild, random spikes. And his similarly shaded eyes darted around with a hint of madness. "That's the target," Jigaku Guki confirmed, "though his village is unknown. From what I have learned of his skills, he must have been a Takujo or even a Jonin. Now, he's assembling his own personal cult, using both religion and torture to keep his followers in line while he does whatever he wants. Currently, he is tracking more war refugees to bring into the fold. Based on what we've learned of the paths, I thought Jigaku was the perfect candidate, letting us accomplish two goals at once." Nagato nodded, feeling a strong connection between the rogue and the realm of hell. But it was not the man or the thought of fighting him that made the young man nervous. Nor was it that the Deva path had been left at home with Konan and Kahaku, this trial being for Nagato alone. What had the Rain orphan riled up was what came after. "Okay, this is your first fight since I took over your training," Namikaze told his student, "but I'm here to back you up, if you need it." "I won't," Nagato said as much for himself as for his mentor, "because if I can't show this person pain, what chance will I have against Hanzo?" Nagato drew a single kunai in his left hand, and focused his unique chakra into his right palm. He darted forward, positioning himself in front of Jigaku, before stepping into the other renegade's field of vision. But he kept his weapon concealed for the moment. "Greetings, my son," Jigaku said immediately and openly, and Nagato felt a surge of the human realm as the self-proclaimed holy man tried to influence him. "How fortuitous that we have met today. I am seeking lost lambs, to offer to shepherd them on the path to salvation. And I can see you are in need of guidance." "I am already on the path to redemption." Nagato could not help but be angered by the false promise, and unfortunately, you are the first hurdle on that road. "But if you like, I can show you heaven." Jigaku smiled darkly as Nagato moved the blade from behind his back. "Then I will have to beat salvation into you," the big man roared imperiously, charging forward. "Shinra Tensei," Nagato intoned, releasing the energy in his empty hand. "Well done," Guki said, moving into view as Nagato knelt beside the renegade's body, "but now is the real test." The Rinnegan user nodded and began to sign. He and Namikaze had pored over accounts of the Sage of the Six Paths, and studied forbidden spiritual and necromantic techniques, before they had finally devised this technique. It had helped stabilize Yahiko's half-existence, but this would Nagato's first full use of the technique. "Hitsuji, Tatsu, Inu, Mi," he started to chant, his eyes locking on the metaphysical holes in the corpse's brain and heart, where his soul had resided. He reached into the Naraka realm, finding Jigaku amongst the other victims of their own bad karma, and started to draw him back. Then he broke off a moderate chunk of his own life force, and seeded it into the body. Jigaku's coloring began to change, but unexpectedly, it matched Yahiko's appearance more than Nagato's, except for the blue-ringed eyes that the Akatsuki founder had also gained. Nagato cried out in pain as a bar of gray metal erupted out both sides of his left forearm with a short fountain of blood. Similar, smaller cylinders appeared through Jigaku's nose and ears. The corpse took a sudden breath and sat up. Nagato could now see himself through the fragment's eyes and thought he looked very tired. "Well done, Nagato. Or should I call you Pain now?" Cookie smiled proudly at his student and welcomed to the Naraka path. "Nagato," the young man answered, "I will bring the rest of the world pain, but to you sensei, and to Konan and Kahaku-san, I will always just be Nagato." Cookie nodded his understanding, and helped the young man stand. Cookie ran his fingers through Kahaku's long green hair as he kissed her passionately. After they broke off the lip lock, the Jinchuriki giggled like a schoolgirl. Nagato and Konan just left, she chided him affectionately, "You should at least wait until they're out of earshot." "What is wrong with me kissing my new bride?" he teased her back, moving his hands in interesting ways. "What's wrong is that my husband is an impatient horn dog," she countered without any real bite. "You were the one who tried to seduce me when we first met," he told her, sliding her shirt upward, enjoying the feel of her soft skin. "And given everything I've seen since, I'm very surprised you turned me down," she blushed, embarrassed by her past actions. "What kind of person do you take me for?" he said in mock hurt. "No matter how attractive you might make yourself, I wouldn't do this if I didn't love you, heart, mind, and soul." Kahaku kissed him again, as if desperate to convey how thoroughly she returned his sentiments. Cookie's hands moved down to her skirt, until they were interrupted by the loud clearing of a throat. Instantly the couple was on opposite sides of the room, and Kahaku's clothing was back in place and completely unruffled. Cookie found the source of the noise as he was moving. A familiar brown toad was standing outside the window, staring at them impatiently. The grass Jinchuriki followed his gaze, and she frowned at the amphibian in confusion. "A messenger, from my brother," he explained, annoyed. "Just wait here, I'll find out what it wants and get rid of it." In his anger and haste, Namikaze almost used substitution to get outside, but instead used the door. As he approached the toad, the familiar started to speak, but the leaf jonin cut him off, holding up his hand both to forestall the toad and to let him study it. "You are a fully bonded courier, right?" the human demanded. The messenger toad nodded, looking insulted. "And you cannot reveal my location without my permission, right?" Another quick bobbing of the animal's head answered the question. "You do not have my permission," Cookie said darkly. "Clear?" Of course, the toad could not help but shudder. "Give me the letter," Minato's brother said in resignation. It's not a letter," Namikaze Donald. "It's a communication jutsu scroll." Cookie blinked in shock and pursed his lips in thought. "All right, thank you for telling me," he regretted, slightly snapping at the toad. He took the parchment, and despite the Namikaze's change in demeanor, the toad hopped away as quickly as he could. Cookie sat down on the grass, and began to carefully lay out a web of fuinjutsu. He placed seals to prevent Minato from tracking the location of the scroll, and to mask the view of the area around him. He reinforced the techniques so that if someone else piggybacked the connection, he would be alerted to any attempts to bypass his wards. Satisfied with his precautions, he unfurled the scroll, and placed a bloody thumbprint on the last kanji in the long string of characters. A moment later, a perfect 1-foot-tall representation of Minato stood before him. His younger brother was wearing normal ninja attire, except with a flashy white greatcoat with a flame pattern. And he wore the Hokage's official hat of office. "Brother." Kukinizan. After exchanging openings, the two men continued to stare at one another. "Aniki, why haven't you come back?" Minato flinched first. "I'm on vacation, right? Even taking into consideration all the things you are rumored to have done in the war as working, your leave time ran out months ago." "So?" Cookie countered, "It's not like I collected any pay while I was gone. Besides, I have other things to do, and the village is getting along fine without me." That riled up Minato. "The professor and I have been covering for you, but many on the Jonin Council are demanding that you be declared a missing nin. Go right ahead, Gookie shrugged. I haven't thought of myself as a leaf ninja since I broke Kuma's mask. That was you, the younger brother queried thoughtfully, but why would you do that? You were always the most loyal to the leaf. After what I have seen, I can no longer consider just the leaf. Nor am I willing to turn a blind eye to the darker elements in your ranks, the elder Jonin answered. Then his expression softened, and he asked, let's say I did come back. But I brought with me a handful of renegades from other villages. Could you guarantee them freedom, safety, and protection? That depends on what they have to offer in return, the fourth answered, uncertainty apparent in his voice. Unfortunately, that is what I thought you would say. You are a good man, brother, and I'm sure you have done the best you can for the village. But you have to play politics with the elders, the council, the daimyo, and the other villages. And I can't come back, not until you can at least promise me my friends will be treated right. Gookie raised his right hand, fire chakra dancing between his fingertips. Wait, Minato pleaded, there is. Goodbye, Minato. I understand you will do what you have to do. The illusion of the younger Namikaze started to protest, as the elder shinobi lit the parchment. Gookie hurried back inside, and all but dove into his wife's arms. He held her tightly, as a single harsh breath shook his body. Wait, Minato pleaded, there is another reason I want you to return. He trailed off as the jutsu ended. You're going to be an uncle. Minato Namikaze addressed the Jonin council with a look of resignation. The fourth Hokage looked to the third, but Hiruzen could only incline his head and gave the younger man a supportive look. It is with great displeasure that I must now name Gookie Namikaze, former Jonin of the Hidden Leaf Village, a renegade shinobi. His name will be recorded in the bingo book as an S-rank criminal deviant. He is to be approached with extreme caution. Gookie stared at the corpse with grim resignation. He had always had sympathy for smaller bandit groups, having seen too many people forced to steal to survive after the war. And that acceptance had only grown in the few weeks since he had been officially named a renegade. But that tolerance waned with respect to those who used excessive violence in their illegal redistribution of wealth. The former ninja who lay dead before him was not only a thief and a murderer, he was also a known rapist. Or rather had been those things. Namikaze was unwilling to let him go with a warning as he had the others, believing that the man would have victimized others again. After the 7 of them had finished educating the aggressive bandits about the error of their ways, Gookie had sent Kahaku and the others back. Even if this man's crimes had condemned him to death, the Leaf Renegade wanted to give him something resembling a proper burial. The time he had spent with Nagato had heightened Gookie's awareness of the cycle of reincarnation and enlightenment. What the hell happened here? A brash voice demanded, breaking Namikaze's reverie. 4 figures had exited the forest into the clearing that had served as the bandits' base. The 3 younger ninjas were unknown to him, though the white eyes marked the tallest of them as a Hyuga. But the last of them was definitely known to him. You. Hamura Mitokado almost sputtered in amazement as he recognized the renegade. Hamura-sensei, the lone kunoichi of the team prompted cautiously, what is it? Do you know him? That is Gookie Namikaze, Sakura-chan the elder answered. The other members of his team all gasped, recognizing the name even if they had not memorized his face. Great, the non-Hyuga youth said happily, here I thought we'd just be taking out some mooks, and we get a grade S opponent instead. As he spoke, hints in his voice and face clicked with Gookie, and he realized this must be Hiruzen Sarutobi's elder son, Ichibe. Without waiting for orders, the Takujo dove forward, freeing his long sword from its scabbard. Gookie pushed aside the attack easily with his empty hand, and jabbed his palm into the younger man's solar plexus, sending him flying back. The young woman named Sakura caught her flying teammate, while Hamura and the Hyuga raced towards him. Namikaze avoided the white-eyed Jonin's glowing fingertips, and blocked Hamura's taijutsu. Gookie did not want to fight his former comrades, so he started on the defensive. But simply dodging the 2 Jonin would never get him anywhere, so when a chance came, he took it. Both Hamura and Hyuga aimed blows at his chest from opposite sides. Namikaze slipped out from between them, but grabbed the Hyuga's wrist and forced his glowing fingertips into Hamura's left elbow before the younger ninja could shut off his gentle fist. Hamura's left hand went limp, but for good measure, the renegade drove his elbow into the elder's left bicep, cracking the bone underneath. Sakura got a chibe sorted out, and Guki realized if he did not hurry it might be 4-on-1 instead of 2-on-1. So when the Hyuga warrior lashed out again, Namikaze dropped low and wrapped his arms around the younger man's waist. He threw himself backwards, dragging the loyal Jonin over him, and slammed the Hyuga's head, neck, and shoulders into the ground. Guki let go, and the newly titled Jonin flopped to the side, unconscious. A suplex? Hamura noted, switching to kicks now that one of his arms was disabled. That's highly unconventional. But very effective against an opponent who is too rigid in his thinking. The renegade shrugged, sliding around the Midokado's extended right foot and catching the older man by the throat, Ranshinsho. Hamura's body jerked, and when Guki released him, he fell limply, unable to control his limbs. Hisashi, sensei, Ichibe was on him almost immediately, livid over the injuries to his friend and his mentor. He slashed viciously at the rogue, but Namikaze slipped easily around the imprecise strikes. Meanwhile, the kunoichi named Sakura was frozen in fear and indecision. Her blonde hair fluttered as her head darted between her three allies, trying to decide if she should help Ichibe or one of the injured men. Guki twisted the blade from Sarutobi's grip, and the younger warrior continued lashing out with his hands and feet. His attacks became more precise, and he landed a pair of moderate blows on Guki's left arm. Rather than risking the third son getting lucky, Namikaze swung his pilfered sword at its owner's left leg, hoping to drive the Leaf Berserker back. But Ichibe did not even attempt to block or evade, and the long sword bit deep into his calf, slicing even into the bone. At that point Guki's instincts took over, and he released another Ranshinsho through the sword's blade. And instantly regretted it as the younger man's leg twitched wildly, ripping itself off the long sword. Guki remembered Tsunade's warning that while a Ranshinsho applied to the skin would temporarily disrupt or even randomize muscle control, discharging it directly inside the body could cause permanent nerve damage. Whatever the attack had done to his leg, Ichibe ignored it, still striking with his fists. Guki considered summoning Siphon, but could not divert his attention from Ichibe's wild attacks long enough. Then the youth hit the renegade's chin hard enough to rattle his teeth, and Namikaze decided he could not delay any longer. Katen, cauterizing blade, Guki stated, sending fire chakra into his borrowed sword. He blocked the next strike with the crosspiece, but Sarutobi's son ignored the seared flesh on his knuckles. You aren't leaving me with many options, Sarutobi-kun. He tried to reach the Takujo, but Ichibe did not seem to hear him. Instead, he launched simultaneous punches at the rogue's throat and crotch. Guki exhaled in defeat, dodged the wild strikes, and drove the still blazing sword into the teen's left shoulder. The combination of stabbing and burning finally caught the berserker's notice, and he howled in pain. This distracted him long enough for Guki to sock him in the face. The offhand blow was still hard enough to knock out the 19-year-old. Sakura Futabi was past her limit. She had started backing away after the cut to Sarutobi's calf, but now she turned heedlessly and ran back into the forest. Guki shook his head in dismay and turned back, kneeling over his teacher's son. As he reached for the younger man, Hamura found his voice again. Stop, I won't let you. The elder started to object, but trailed off when Guki began to bind the wound on Ichibe's leg. What are you doing? The bespectacled Jonin demanded. If I don't stop the bleeding, he'll die, Namikaze answered, and my medical jutsu doesn't even compare to Tsunade-sensei's, so I'll have to combine it with some old-fashioned compression. I could cauterize this wound, except I cut into the bone. And with the other damage I did, burning it shut might make things worse. But you're a rogue ninja, an enemy. This is only the second, well arguably the third time I have betrayed the Leaf, and you did attack me first. I have no desire to fight my former friends and comrades. Then why betray us at all? Hamura demanded incredulously. Because I have to. This world. Our world is about to break. People view us as demons or demigods, and they aren't that far off. Even worse, there are an increasing number of us who actually wholly accept that. Namikaze stopped speaking as he tied off the bandage and began checking the hole in Ichibe's shoulder. What do you mean? I studied with both the professor and Orochimaru, Guki offered. I understand the science of chakra and jutsu better than 3/4 of the ninjas on the planet. But when I stop to think, really think, about what we can do, it is insane, ludicrous. Gookie paused both his treatment and his speech to pick up a small stone from a nearby fire pit. I can copy my mind, insert it into this rock, have it assume my form, and essentially become me, until it is destroyed or runs out of chakra. He channeled his ki, creating a clone. The copy picked up Hisashi Hyuga, placed him beside a chibe, and began to check on the younger man's spine and skull. The civilian daimyos, they only rule by our whim and sense of honor. And both of those I have been finding recently lacking. I have seen too many full, sanctioned ninjas breaking the rules and disobeying orders for their own gain. Do you know, Gookie prompted with more anger, that in this last war, 4 times as many civilians died as did shinobi? The helpless people we are supposed to be fighting for, died in our conflict by the droves, more than we did. And that's not considering in the orphans that were created, all of the people who died later from hunger. And beyond just death, there are too many reports of theft, rape, and torture. And there's nothing they can do about it. If someone were to gather all the non-ninja soldiers and samurai of every country on this continent, they could only barely overpower one ninja village. Throw in reinforcements from a second village, and it would all be over. But that's not to say that ninjas should just vanish. We are the only ones who can even attempt to deal with demons and spirits. And we could do so much more. And? Hamura prompted again, this time much more humbly, are you going to fix it? I hope to, Gookie said sadly, but I don't know how, yet. All I can do for now is protect my friends, and this land that lacks a hidden village of its own. There was a rustling in the forest, and Hamura shifted his gaze to look. And when he turned back, Gookie was gone. Gookie-sensei. Conan screamed, rousing him from bed. None of them slept particularly late, but the origami user rose early once a week to trek to the nearest city to get a newspaper. Both namikazes were awake and downstairs in a matter of seconds, as was Nagato, even though he had not been called for. Conan, what is it? Gookie asked, staring anxiously at the young woman. Conan was panting and drenched in sweat, as if she had run the whole way back at top speed. Trying to catch her breath, she could not form the words. So she thrust the paper into his hands. 9 Tails Fox Strikes, he read the headline aloud with a tone of dread, 4th Hokage falls sealing the beast. He quickly read through the article, which gave a shaky accounting of the attack on the Leaf Village. It listed numerous dead, including Minato, but did not say where or how the fox had been bound. They didn't do anything, Gookie barked on his second read-through, they let him die, sacrifice himself for them. There must have been a dozen other things they could have tried, but they let him go, instead. Tears streamed down his face, and he threw the paper back at Conan. Kahaku draped her arms around him, offering her love and support. It has to stop, he mumbled suddenly, after a few minutes of silence. Her lover and both students looked up at him in surprise. I've been trying to find a better way, and also hoping Minato might shape up and start to influence the world like only the Hokage can. I have been too naive, thinking that good people can influence the bad, that humanity will grow as a whole. No, there is only one way this world will become a place where mortals can live without fear of random supernatural beings playing with them on a whim. We will have to make it that way. Kahaku nodded. We are with you, Sensei, Nagato said. Good, Gookie seemed to recover slightly with their show of support. In that case, I think our first step has to be for you two to go with Madara Uchiha. Nagato and Conan drew back in surprise. I know, but he will end up being either our greatest hindrance or a vital tool. And his offer to Pain is the best chance we have to determine which one. I already told your dogs I'm not interested in joining your new Akatsuki or whatever you call it, the Reaper of Shinobi said harshly. Even if it had some benefits, joining Pain's group was a mistake. But you still insisted on this private meeting, even knowing I would probably try to kill you. So color me intrigued. What do you have to say, Rikage-sama? She sneered the last word, but Gookie was unconcerned. Whether or not you join me is up to you, he said openly, but I have been looking for you from a long time, Narumi-chan. How do you know that name? She snarled to cover her surprise. I fully expected that you would not recognize me, considering how quickly you ran out of that dining room, he answered gently, but I heard all about you from the innkeeper. And I have something that I believe belongs to you. He opened one of the pockets on his vest and took out a small swatch of silk. He unwrapped the item carefully and extended it to her. She reached for it hesitantly, but did not move any closer, frozen in rush of emotion. My mother's locket. As the rage flooded from her voice, she sounded 10 years younger. How do you have it? I met a certain hidden stone chunin who was enamored with his own good looks, and had a nasty habit of stealing a trophy from each of his conquests. I took this from him and disabused him of the practice. So let me guess, her suspicion returned, and she tightened her left hand grip on the griffin's claw. I agree to work for you, and you'll give this back to me, someday. Gookie walked over to her, shaking his head kindly. He placed the brooch in her still extended hand, and gently closed her fingers. This is not a bargaining chip. I returned to that town after I recovered it, but you were already gone. I recognized Conan's description of when we're in the Akatsuki. She saw you one time, unmasked, changing. So as soon as I could, I had Kahaku and Pain bring you to me. I do want you to be my general. I believe that our goals are compatible and that your power would be of great help to us. But as I said, that is your choice. Whatever your answer, the locket is yours, and you are free to leave at any time. She studied him, and he stood before her, totally relaxed. She could have killed him with a single stroke, but she could not even find a hint of tension in him. What's your end game? She asked openly, dropping her guard slightly. To create a world without war and remove the social and political caste known as ninja, he answered, then expounded, your stated goal is to kill all shinobi. I only wish you to change the word kill to destroy. What's the difference? She demanded, a hint of doubt returning. Ninjas will be given 3 options. They can become my soldiers, forswearing their individual fame and pledging to follow my code of conduct, on the penalty of death. Or they can be decommissioned, have their knowledge of jutsu removed and their tenketsu scarred. If they will not agree to either of those options, then they will die. Why go to such lengths? She prompted reasonably. Because I do not like to kill, he said, and because there are certain things that can only be dealt with by those with our skills. I have heard that you call ninjas demon spawn. And I do not disagree. But demons are also demon spawn. And without some way to control them, things would go back to the way they were before the modern age. It would be impossible to have a city of more than 100 people, because some spirit would come along and destroy it. Or worse. And no matter how badly you think of this world, even you must realize that that would be undesirable, to say the least. She thought on his words, and then lowered the tip of her trident to the floor. What? Where do we begin? She asked hopefully. A certain noble in the grass country, whose acquaintance I made during the war, is demanding we step up our timetable for that country. It is risky, but I gave him my word. However, before we can send troops into the grass, we will need certain assurances that their allies will not intervene. At first it seemed the 2 weapons were equal. That Gookie's greater strength would let him push Naruto back, but that Kitsune would stop Siphon, as it had Kusanagi as well as countless other weapons and jutsus. But Hinata's Byakugan let her see the axe's absorption tugging at the chakra that reinforced the staff blade. It began with a tiny nick in the metal cylinder, but as Gookie pressed down, the intrusion into Kitsune's structure hastened Siphon's unraveling of the strengthening techniques. The further the axe cut into the staff blade, the weaker the latter grew. After it had been sliced 1/3 of the way through, the beleaguered weapon failed, shattering unevenly. The majority of the metal cylinder dropped, clattering onto the floor. Naruto! Sakura shouted fearfully as Siphon arced down at Uzumaki's shoulder. She released her readied arrow, but knew she was too late to save Naruto's arm. Hinata changed her angle of approach, aiming for Naruto's back so she could evacuate her lover to the medic. Both women cringed as Siphon cut into the cloth of Naruto's uniform and continued down without slowing. And then the Senju weapon passed out the other side, leaving not so much as a mark on Naruto's body, though his now disconnected sleeve slumped down to his elbow. Sakura was shocked to see her teammate unharmed, but Hinata had seen the truth of the hit. She recalled Gookie's earlier statement that he did not intend to kill them. As he claimed, there was no physical damage from the hit. Instead, the former Jinchuriki's remaining chakra supply had dropped by almost 1/3. Gookie put more momentum into his swing, letting it drag him forward so that Sakura's missile sailed behind him. Then Namikaze swung again, this time directing a horizontal attack at Naruto's belly. Still clutching the hilt of his broken weapon, the blonde teen hopped back quickly, nearly colliding with Hinata. His nose detected her, and she predicted his movement. They shifted their approach and linked arms as they passed, letting Hinata use Naruto as an anchor while she seemingly floated up and slammed her left knee into Guki's matching shoulder and her right calf into his temple. Though rattled, the Raikage attempted a counterstrike. Uzumaki reeled Hinata back in before the axe could hit her. The blonde youth caught his lover gently as he put more space between them and his uncle. "Naruto, are you okay?" the leaf healer demanded. "A little tired, but otherwise fine," he answered, panting slightly. "It is as Guki said," Hinata reminded them, "Siphon can be made to hit without injuring, instead stealing the victim's chakra." "I'm sorry about Kitsune, Naruto," the pale beauty added softly as Guki rubbed his hurt shoulder and then shook his head to help clear the cobwebs. "I'm not," he said, and both women looked at him doubtfully, so he continued, "No, really. I made it as a throwaway weapon to fight the Reaper. I didn't have the right metals to make a really strong alloy, and I hacked it together in like 6 hours. Honestly, now that I think about it, I'm kinda surprised it lasted this long. And I can always remake it when we get home." He slipped the hilt into the scabbard and reversed the summoning. The broken weapon disappeared back to his condo. "Okay, what about Jinmaki, or my bow?" Haruno prompted. "Well, your bow wasn't made to be parrying axes or swords in the first place," he frowned at her, "but Jinmaki is the strongest alloy I know, and I put a lot more time into them than I did Kitsune. Plus I had learned a bunch more stuff by the time I made Jinmaki. So it should be okay against Siphon." The Hyuga heiress colored slightly upon hearing for the first time that Naruto had worked harder on her weapon than he had on his own. In that case, Hinata had better take point, the lone jonin of the trio instructed. "Naruto, take a food pill and switch to middle range." Guki had finished his own recovery, as Naruto and Hinata nodded their understanding. The Raikage was slightly surprised by their formation. Hinata's kote might be stand up to Siphon. It had taken him a greater effort than he expected to break Kitsune. But even so, he had already proven he was faster than any of the teens, and strong enough to maneuver the white-eyed girl around however he wanted. All he had to do was keep Hinata between himself and the other two, while he wore the younger woman out. Satisfied with his estimation of their plan and his counter-strategy, Guki met Hinata with a diagonal stroke. She braced herself and linked her bracers, and while Namikaze's battle axe was stopped, the kunoichi was driven to her knees. He started to bring his leg up, to match his knee to her elbows, and push her arms out of the way for a second attack. Before he could, he heard something else that made him tense and divert his gaze. "Doton, Stoneclaw's jutsu," Guki heard a brash voice declare to his left. "Raitun, Spark Dart's jutsu," the same voice announced to his right. The Raikage spun backwards, barely escaping the hands that emerged from the floor. But the lightning technique continued to home in on the largest individual source of metal in the room, his axe. He cut sideways, and Siphon's chakra stealing edge hit 4 of the 5 projectiles. But the last spark dart hit the hilt instead, and Guki's arm went rigid from the shock. He glared at the 2 versions of his nephew, wondering which one was real and which one was the clone. He realized keeping Hinata between himself and Naruto might be harder than initially expected. Based on the energy in his weapon, he had expected the boy to be nearly out of chakra. It seems all the stories about his chakra supply are not exaggerated, Guki thought. If anything, they might be underestimating him. Even with a food pill, I would not have expected him to rely on ninjutsu so soon after getting hit by Siphon. One Uzumaki launched a set of cyclone spikes, while the other unleashed a fire trace. A left-handed swipe of Siphon took care of the miniature tornadoes, while Guki half-signed with his right hand. "Suetun, Tripping Waves Jutsu," Namikaze incanted. The water that had formed his clones gathered and then rapidly dispersed, destroying the creeping flames and nearly toppling Hinata. The Byakugan user sent earth chakra into her feet to increase her connection to the stone floor, and water chakra into her shapely legs to reduce the impact of the waves. Then she continued forward, her glowing fingers flashing out at his arms while he tried to shift Siphon back to his primary hand. "What is Sakura doing?" Cookie wondered as he dodged Hinata's right hand and interposed his axe before her left. He glanced over at the medic, who had an arrow drawn, but was merely tracking him. A second study told him her quiver was still nearly empty. He thought it was likely she was waiting for the best possible shot, likely after one of Naruto or Hinata's attacks connected. Namikaze could not let that happen, so he prepared to switch his focus to Naruto. He launching an unsigned, unnamed fireball jutsu at his melee opponent, forcing her to leap back in surprise. Unsure which one was the clone, he selected the Naruto on his left, and kept Siphon trained on Hinata and the other Uzumaki as he flash-stepped across the courtyard, landing behind his chosen target. He aimed a hard left at the blonde youth's neck, testing him. Naruto broke off his signs and dropped unevenly under the fist. Cookie plunged even lower and kicked out the teen's legs. As he rotated, the renegade Kage extended his weapon, hoping to catch Uzumaki as he fell. Instead of losing any more his chakra, the clone dismissed himself. And as Siphon passed through the cloud, a high-pitched whine began to echo around the wide atrium. Cookie watched all three of the teens, but none of them seemed to be the source of the noise. Hinata was almost upon him, so the rogue placed his primary focus back on her. He knelt under a gentle fist strike at his head, and then rose up, spinning Siphon vertically. The Hyuga heiress flipped towards him, caught the Senju weapon on her bracers again, and used the extra momentum to continue her path over him. The Raikage barely evaded an elbow strike to the top of his head, and braced himself for an attack from behind before he recovered. "Now, Naruto," Sakura shouted, but her mouth did not move. Namikaze's eyes narrowed in annoyance. "Release," Cookie demanded, borrowing some of the chakra from his weapon and cursing himself for not thinking of it sooner. Sakura was not ready to shoot him, instead her hands were laced together over the grip of her bow and she was staring at him with a different sort of intensity. And next to her were three additional Narutos, one holding his hand over his head, and two drawing out the Rasengan hovering there into a broad, spiral disc. Futen, Rasen Shuriken, all three Uzumakis proclaimed, as the original brought his hand down, throwing the disc diagonally. Cookie was vaguely aware of Hinata rolling to the side, so she was not behind him. But he knew he would not have time to dodge. Instead, he moved his right hand up to Siphon's shaft, dug in his feet, and turned the axe's blade into his nephew's attack. "Cyclone spikes," the solo clone shouted triumphantly, and while two cones flew towards Namikaze, one hit the Rasen Shuriken, changing its trajectory slightly. Unable to dodge the spikes, Cookie took the hits to his left arm and shoulder, and tried to shift his weapon so he could still cut down the galaxy-shaped wind chakra squarely. His timing was disrupted, and a curved tine of the shuriken struck the flat of the axe's head. An instant later, the edge of the Senju weapon touched the Rasen Shuriken, and Naruto's attack was consumed. But in the aftermatch, all four shinobi could not help but notice a shallow pit at the point of initial impact. The previously smooth metal around the indent was now severely scuffed. "The chakra stealing only works on the edge," Minato's son smirked as he stated the obvious. The fox-faced man recalled his clone to conserve his energy. Cookie managed to hide his indignation and worry under a practiced veneer. "I don't think that will help you much at this point," the Raikage countered smoothly. "All those clones and jutsu must have consumed at least as much chakra as you regained from the food pill you just took. And I won't fall for that illusion again." "How do you know you haven't already?" Naruto countered slyly. "Sakura is really good with Jinjutsu." "Hinata can see it," the Raikage stated, starting towards the Byakugan user again. Uzumaki shifted his head slightly, and correctly read the furrow in his lover's brow. "He set up some sort of cycle in his chakra flow, I'm not sure how." "I've never seen anything like it before," the younger woman explained, deflecting the axe. She carefully directed her glowing toe at Cookie's midsection. "He will probably be able to sense a chakra intrusion much faster than normal," she concluded. Naruto unleashed a tornado lance on his uncle. Sakura began to weave a more complex technique. Cookie spun out of the way of Naruto and Hinata's strikes, and brought his heel up backwards towards Hinata's chin. She tried to dodge, but his boot still scraped her skin almost up to her lip. Naruto was right there behind her, having moved in just behind his jutsu. He held his arm behind her back so she wouldn't fall. Instead, she used that brace as a lever and rolled over. She jammed her toe into the knee of Goki's retreating leg. Both the rakeage and the Fuga Eris landed, and neither one was entirely steady. Hinata was rattled from his blows. Goki's tag joint twisted slightly as he set it down, before he caught himself. Youth clone jutsu, Naruto crossed his fingers and spun off a new copy. Namikaze noted that Sakura finished her art at the exact same instant. He felt the intrusion into his chakra network's altered rhythm, and decided that one of the three melee fighters was not what they appeared. But he expected that the fake was not the Naruto that exploded into being. Instead, the facsimile would actually be the original Naruto, or Hinata. He deduced there was still a clone, there had to be. Release, Goki said smugly. However, nothing about the scene before him changed. Either they transformed physical, or Naruto switched with his own clone, the rakeage thought carefully. He plotted his attack, but wanted to try to narrow the options first. Youth clone jutsu? Goki sounded amused. Gai-sensei's enhanced form of the shadow clone jutsu, Naruto explained sharply. Niji and I agreed to change the name to honor him after he died, taking out Kisame. Both Narutos darted towards their uncle, arms drawn back for a strong punch. Hinata circled around more cautiously, her fingers raised. Goki caught both Uzumaki's in a sweeping crescent kick, but neither changed or exploded. He turned out his weapon's edge for a hasty jab at Hinata. The young woman hopped back to avoid it. Then all three teens cleared a path as Sakura threw 6 of the siphon copy kunai back at him. He shattered 5 of them with a quick slash of his axe. But the last was merely deflected downward. It cut through his heavy boot and shallowly into his foot. Goki punched a returning Naruto in the jaw. The teen was knocked back, but again was not destroyed. The renegade leader frowned thoughtfully. He had not been informed of the altered technique, but it was not uncommon for shinobi to come up with minor variations on their jutsu. Without knowing how Might Guy had altered the shadow clone, he could not be sure of the most effective way to deal with it. But he expected Siphon would still be up to the task. He took a broad swipe at his nephew's copy, or at least the one he estimated was the copy. The youth dove under the attack aggressively. Naruto attempted to grab Goki's knees, while the other him went for his uncle's right arm. Goki hopped over the low attack and slammed his elbow into the cheek of the blonde, reaching for his axe hand. As he landed on Naruto, Hinata's fingers clipped his spine. The rakeage pushed off of the Uzumaki below him, rolling forward to escape the gentle fist strikes, which put him directly in the path of Sakura's next round of repurposed spade daggers. He blocked them, holding Siphon broadways as a shield. He caught one of the kunai as it clanged off the battle axe, and jammed it down into Naruto's calf. Finally, the clone obliged his attacks and exploded. Goki landed facing Sakura in annoyance. The medic might not be the immediate threat that her teammates were, but her frequent distractions were keeping him from fully engaging Naruto and Hinata. Axe Chrysanthemum Jutsu, he took a step forward and threw Siphon at her sidearm. The large weapon spun towards her with unnatural speed and a deliberate asterisk-shaped path. And due to his chakra, it spun with the grip as the central point, increasing the area it covered. Haruno recognized one of the attacks Tsunade had taught her but that she had never fully mastered. She also knew that she would not be able to avoid the attack. She briefly hoped the blade was still configured to cut her chakra reserves instead of her flesh. "Sakura," Naruto shouted, and a wand duplicate of him appeared next to her. The defensive clone yanked her to the left and exploded from just that effort. Despite the assist, the Leaf Jonin did not fully escape Siphon. Its blade passed through her wrist without any visible damage. And then the hilt struck her knee with a loud crack. "Weapon summoning," Goki announced, and Siphon appeared back in his hand. He swept it around, keeping Naruto and Hinata at bay for a moment, their focus partially on their teammate. Sakura looked down at her right hand, which was not properly answering her mental commands. She estimated her kneecap was merely cracked, not broken. And her chakra supply was nearly depleted. She unsteadily swung her bow over her shoulder and began fumbling for a food pill with her left hand. "My apologies, Sakura-san. But that was the best way to remove you from the fight." "What was?" Naruto demanded, launching a fist at his uncle's ear. "He severed the tendons in my right hand," the healer explained, biting into the supplement she had clumsily retrieved. Why do that? Uzumaki sounded confused. Why not just cut off her hand? Aside from the fact that severing her wrist would be going too far? Guki answered with a query of his own. That aside, reattaching a limb in combat would be nearly impossible, even for Tsunade-sensei or her star pupil. Sakura would have probably stopped the bleeding and continued fighting. But this way, after she recovers her chakra, it makes more sense for her to spend the time to heal herself. If she doesn't, her limb hand will just get in her way, and if she does, she will be able to properly form hand seals or shoot her bow again. Having ducked under her nephew's first attack, Guki caught the blonde youth's knee on the shaft of his axe. Naruto winced from the impact with the hardened steel, but still forced his weight onto the weapon. He pushed Guki back slightly and kept Siphon trapped. This allowed Hinata to circle in for a gentle fist strike to Namake's kidneys. Guki released Siphon with his left hand, but moved the matching knee into its place. He caught the pale beauty's wrist before she could close his tenketsu, but not before the thread of sharpened chakra shallowly punctured the targeted organ. He dragged the light kunoichi around, trying to draw her into Siphon's edge. Hinata responded by summoning Jinmaki's lightning projections, forcing the Reikage to release her or lose his fingers. Guki kicked out with the leg supporting Siphon and forced Naruto back. As the axe flew out wildly, Uzumaki had to dart back further to avoid a cut to the stomach. The fox-faced man landed and met his lover's silver eyes intently. Then he began to pulse his chakra in a deliberate pattern. After a moment, Hinata nodded. Guki observed them with a bemused frown. "Is that a trick, now that your Jinjutsu user is disabled?" he asked happily, "or are you two actually planning something?" "You'll just have to find out," Naruto snapped lightly. He cracked his knuckles lightly and hopped forward again. He threw a simple right front kick at Guki's sternum. The renegade raised his axe to block, edge out. Uzumaki stopped his foot just millimeters from the blade. Instead, he pitched himself forward, grabbing the back side of the battle axe for momentum. The leaf Takujo aimed his metal-covered forehead at his uncle's nose. Guki took the hit, his nose breaking with a sickening snap. In return, he used Naruto's weight on Siphon and drove the weapon into the teen's knee. It cut though cloth, ignored skin, bone, and muscle. But as with Sakura, it sliced through his tendons and ligaments and claimed a large portion of his remaining chakra. The two men stumbled away, blood streaming down the Reikage's face. Naruto limped the first 2 steps, but by the third his regeneration had kicked in, and on his 5th step he was moving normally. And Guki straightened his nose with only a hint of pain, before staunching the bleeding with a weak medical jutsu. Uzumaki popped another food pill and glanced at Sakura. Though the medic was still working on her wrist, the real reason for the look was to let Naruto subtly check Hinata's progress. With his girlfriend almost ready, Naruto moved into the second phase of his plan. He slipped his fingers into the familiar position and shouted, "Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu." 200 Uzumakis filled the space almost to bursting. Many of them scooped down, gathering the scatter kunai, and tossed them skywards. Then, all but 10 of them crossed their fingers in the reverse of the regular shadow clone sign. Their faces scrunched in concentration, and they called out, "Release." They vanished, leaving only the original, plus the 10 copies. Each duplicate caught 2 or 3 of the falling daggers, and once they were equipped, threw themselves recklessly at Guki. And as the clones attacked, Naruto swallowed another chakra tablet. The first facsimile met the descending axe with 3 kunai, 2 in his right hand and the third in his left. The cheap weapons cracked, but did not immediately break. Before Namake's could press the issue, he was forced to dodge the next 2 copies. He ducked under the kunai aimed at his neck. The act removed the pressure from the first clone's daggers, and he slid past Siphon, aiming a blow at the Reikage's scalp. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," Guki growled, sounding moderately annoyed. His clone appeared outside the circle of Naruto's, and 4 of them turned to meet him. Namake's copy took down one Naruto, cutting into his neck with the duplicated Siphon. But the other 3 focused their attacks on his right arm. They disarmed the Siphon, and the copied axe disappeared once separated from its source. Guki's shadow continued to fight, but without his weapon and limited by the shadow clone form, it was only a matter of time. One of the Narutos landed a moderate cut to the traitor's clone's left side, and the second Guki exploded. But during the exchange he was able to land a solid blow on that Naruto. The clone exchange ended 2-1 in Guki's favor. During the copy battle, the real Guki was able to cut down one of the 6 copies fighting him. But the duplicate had only 0.5% of Naruto's remaining chakra, so Siphon only gained a small amount of energy. The Raikage realized the original large batch of clones had been focusing to send their power back to the original Naruto. As the 2 surviving blonde shadows returned, their original suddenly shouted, "Now! Get him, guys!" The copies abandoned their recycled kunai, and with them almost any semblance of tactics. 2 grabbed each of Namake's limbs, except his left arm, for which there was only one Naruto left. Guki frowned down at them, knowing this tactic would not work very long. He twisted his right leg, scissoring one of the clones holding it between his knees. The weak facsimile popped, and the Raikage regained more freedom of movement. Then he glanced up, realizing taking his eyes off Naruto for even a fraction of a second was a mistake. The real Uzumaki raced forward, his right arm extended and 5 tiny spheres glowing above each finger. Guki's eyes widened, and he smashed the clone holding his left arm. As he caught Naruto's wrist, he recognized that the 5 points Rasengan was not aimed at him, but at his axe. Struggling to keep his nephew from advancing, and trying to shake off the remaining clones, Namikaze turned his right arm outwards in spite of the clones. The axe inched further away from Naruto, and right into the path of Hinata. 5 points Rasengan, she announced, as the orbs floating over her left fingertips made contact with the scarred side of the axe. Naruto dug his left fingers into his uncle's wrist, freeing his right arm from the Raikage's grip. 5 points Rasengan, he echoed his beloved, his version of the attack carving into the clean side of Siphon's blade. Guki grabbed the hilt of the axe with both hands, trying to pull it free, but the vibration spreading through the weapon made it impossible for him to keep firm hold of the weapon. And every time his hand slipped, the clones made him pay for it, hauling his numb limbs away. Naruto and Hinata's tiny sphere finished their paths, and they met in the middle of the blade. As the 5 sets of Rasengans merged, they grew, carving out larger holes in the center of the axe and increasing the resonance. Sippon's head exploded. The blade shot away, carrying most of the chakra draining red ore with it. That fragment of the Senju weapon buried itself in one of the stone pillars. The hilt, haft, and backside of the weapon flew more slowly in the opposite direction and slammed into the uninjured side of Guki's head. The rest of the weapon was spread out as tiny shards of shrapnel, destroying all the clones and scoring numerous cuts on the 3 human combatants. Naruto's injuries began to fade even as he and Hinata turned to face Guki. The Raikage was slowly regaining his feet, a look of rage and a livid purple welt both on his face. "Now, we're even," Naruto growled. "Not quite," the Raikage snarled back. Guki pumped more chakra into his limbs than Hinata had ever seen anyone risk before, enough to potentially damage his muscles. He disappeared from Naruto and Sakura's vision, and Hinata could only track the trail of energy behind him. He struck her too fast for her to block or dodge. Namikaze brought the back end of Siphon down where her neck and left shoulder met. As she started to crumple, he drove the hilt of the axe into her gut, forcing all the air and a light mist of blood from her lungs. Then he kicked her sternum, knocking her into the air, deliberately aiming for Hinata to land next to Sakura. Then he let out a harsh breath to steady himself, and dropped his broken weapon. "None of those attacks will be lethal if she receives immediate treatment," he told the medic, who was not quite finished with her own damaged wrist, "but that ensures you two will be occupied long enough for me to have a little discussion with my nephew." "Not a good idea," Sakura smirked back, even as she knelt next to Hinata and began to check the younger woman's injuries. "I still remember what happened to the last thing that seriously injured Hinata to get a one-on-one fight with that knucklehead." Guki felt a burst of energy hit him and turned slowly towards his nephew. Naruto was covered in a thick aura of silver chakra. The cloak pulsed with each breath, creating a steady outward breeze. His visibly growing fangs ground together in rage. Uzumaki took a step forward, his face lengthening, and golden fur sprouting all over his body. The triplicate blades of the griffin's claw stabbed towards Konohamaru's heart. Udon's Manriki Gusari snaked out, wrapping around the shaft of the trident. Just before it hit his friend's shirt, the bespectacled shinobi yanked the trident wide. A moment later, Sasame's threads entwined the trapped weapon. The senbon pulling the strings buried themselves in the wooden palisade, further limiting the polearm's movement. The Reaper released the griffin's claw and kicked Akamaru in the face as she jumped back. She grabbed the mist trader closest to her and shoved him into the path of Kiba. Yugo recognized him as the rogue who had tried to kidnap Nyoko on the beach. Then Inuzuka's claws met his throat, and he was no more. The Jonin shifted her defensive stance, keeping herself between the Reaper and Shino and Moegi. The insect user had been attempting to stabilize the younger redhead since seconds after the Reaper had impaled the girl on her trident. The young Chunin's color had improved, but she was not out of the woods yet. The Reaper looked around and realized her side was losing. She could not spot either path of pain, but in both locations where she had last seen them, there were expanding holes in the prisoners' lines. They must have been taken out, she decided, and without them, the rabble just fell apart. The woman once known as Narumi summoned her trident again, and nearly took off Kiba's head. Sasame's threads hauled her aggressive teammate back, and only the longest of the 3 tines scraped his Adam's apple. Fuma laced a net of strands around the Reaper's neck, forcing the killer to stop moving. Udon threw out the weight on his chain at their opponent's forehead. The griffin's claw snapped up and deflected the Manrikigusari towards Kiba. In the same move, she directed the back end of the weapon at Konohamaru's elbow, forcing the Rasengan he was holding into Sasame's threads. The spiraling sphere snapped the chakra-strengthened strings. As the tension left the web, some of the strands whipped back, cutting shallow furrows into the Reaper's legs. Sasame set up a summoning seal. Yugo instructed Kiba, Akamaru, Udon, and Konohamaru get the griffin's claw away from her and to Sasame. The younger warriors instantly complied. The daughter of the Fuma clan reeled in her lines and began marking a circle on the ledge. Udon aimed his weighted chain for the trident again, but this time the Reaper supplied her weapon with her chakra. The sword-like tines of the polearm began the spin, and they tore through the links attempting to secure it. The third's grandson aimed a high kick for the invader's head, while Akamaru and his human each went after one of her legs. The Reaper leaned back, and Konohamaru's strike passed just over her nose. At the same time, she smacked the butt of her trident into Kiba's shoulder. This prevented the teen from securing her left leg. But the 3 humans took up all of her focus, and Akamaru's teeth bit deep into her right calf. She started to stab the griffin's claw into the canine when Udon tossed a small pouch at her face. The Reaper blocked it as if it were a more lethal weapon, and it exploded. All 4 melee combatants were covered in a fine powder. Though it did not appear to affect Akamaru, the other 3 fighters all started sneezing. Both Kiba and the Reaper convulsed violently, repeatedly and painfully emptying their lungs. But Konohamaru had developed a partial immunity to his teammate's irritant. He sneezed only once, and then grabbed the trident while the murderess was distracted. The young Chunin hastily tossed the weapon to the older redhead. Sasame stabbed the multi-headed spear into the wooden platform and activated the Fuinjutsu. Despite his more sensitive nose, the Inuzuka Chunin recovered before their opponent. With Akamaru still trapping her right stem and her body racked by sneezes, the leaf shinobi rose up. He put the weight of his body into his fist and drilled it into her chin even as her head descended in another sneeze. Even with his training and chakra reinforcement, Kiba broke 2 knuckles when his fist hit her jaw. But the Reaper came out much worse. Her head snapped back, straining her neck. Her leg was dragged across Akamaru's fangs, but not very far given the power of his grip. And because of the ninja hound holding her down, none of the force of the attack could be dissipated in upward movement. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and she collapsed backwards. Akamaru released her, and the Reaper's head hit the wall hard. Still, the Leaf Warriors watched her carefully, expecting a trap. A few dozen feet down the wall, a shout of triumph went up as Shizune and Hana's poison cloud killed or disabled 7 of the freed prisoners and 2 black Shizokas in one hit. The heart seemed to have gone out of the attackers. Most were breaking off. They were now more interested in escaping, given that their links to Guki's command structure were severed. Udon, go see if Shizune-san can come help with Moegi, Yugo ordered. No offense to your skills, Shino. No offense taken, the insect user agreed pragmatically. The rest of you keep an eye on the Reaper, the Jonin added, her gaze moving up and down the wall, looking for any remaining pockets of severe combat. One captain rank Shizoku, and the two sergeants with him, fell as they were struck by Tenten's barrage of weapons. Lee's knife hand strike to the neck of a female green Shizoku knocked her unconscious. That cleared the way for the bushy-browed Takujo to engage the red Shizoku who was attempting to ambush the Leaf Jonin while she recovered from her twin rising dragons. The two members of Team Guy had separated from their temporary teammates at the gate. Then, after securing permission from Shikaku Nara and some Inuzuka, they had slipped through the incursion bulge at the now open entrance and began looking for their missing friends. That is all on this street, Lee said, as the lieutenant he was collapsed face first into a puddle. The energetic youth rolled the enslaved warrior onto his back, and then looked around to get his bearings again. We appear to be about halfway to their operations center, he added. If they made it there, the Kunoichi agreed, pessimistically. Lee frowned at her. Do you believe they did not? I don't know, she said, call it nerves, or women's intuition, but I get the feeling that they ran into some trouble on the way. Maybe it is just that their defenses are still too organized for the Rain's command structure to have fallen apart. And if they had taken down Pain and convinced the Rain Ninja and Shizokus to follow them, then the fighting should already be over. Perhaps we should just ask them, Lee noted oddly, pointing in the direction of their target. Two figures had emerged from the haze of the downpour. And as her eyes focused on them, Tenten realized Lee was correct. Niji, she whispered, noticing then that each of the pair was leaning on the other for support. She and Lee took off running, the Kunoichi barely resisting the urge to expend some chakra to speed her movement or even just body flicker to her lover. As his form became more clear, she noticed he was holding his left hand against his body, and it was crudely wrapped. Tenten-san, Lee-san, the Kazekage hailed them, it is good to see you. What happened to you two? Lee demanded, his eyes also drifting to Niji's hand. We fought Pain's Azura path, Niji answered, his voice shallower than usual. And? Tenten could not finish the statement, unsure what she should say to avoid insulting them. We are alive, Gaara continued flatly, she is not. Then why has the fighting not ended? Lee asked curiously. We did not fight her in their headquarters, Niji answered, and as you can see, we are not in any shape to take advantage of our victory, such as it was. We'll get you back to the healers, she moved to support her fiancé, while Lee propped up Gaara. As she wrapped his arm around her shoulders, Tenten could not help but prompt, Niji, your hand. She severed my left pinky and ring fingers, he stated with embarrassment, we have them, and Gaara preserved them in a scroll. We hope that Ino Yamanaka will be able to restore them, the Kazekage offered, and if she cannot, I will ask the Hokage personally to perform the operation. Thank you, Gaara-san, Tenten said sincerely. Their former enemy nodded, bearing his own feeling of gratitude. Then the quartet began to move back towards the gate as quickly as the injured men were able. The figures trudged through the Kumogakure undisturbed. The acolytes both guarded and supported their weakened master, though so far their protection had been unnecessary. The Shizuka still recognized Nagato as one of Guki's generals, the Raikage having been unable to issue orders to the contrary. And the few civilians not hiding in their basements recognized the acolytes' Shinto-styled uniforms, and stayed out of their path. They had been walking for a quarter of an hour when someone finally stood in their way. The acolytes of Pain, Kakashi Hatake said blandly, stepping into the middle of the broad thoroughfare in front of them. There haven't been any reports of you since the attempt to kidnap Hanabi Hyuga, the Leaf Jonin continued. We thought Tawa might have killed the last of you. Either that or Guki had claimed all of you for high-ranking Shizukas. Though their faces would hidden, their posture suggested they were not pleased by Kakashi's words. Nagato smiled sadly and nodded. It was the latter, the Rinnegan user conceded without any anger. Guki-sensei allowed me to keep Sarah and Toro as my personal bodyguards, in case Madara betrayed us sooner than expected. But the 7 other surviving acolytes were converted into gray Shizukas. That would make you Pain, then? Kakashi noted, though I suppose the eyes should have given that away. Pain is no more, the fragile man answered, I'm just Nagato now. Though I thought Yahiko was going to tell you that. He might have mentioned it, Kakashi shrugged, then fixed a more critical expression on the turncoat, but I notice Naruto isn't with you. Did he stay behind to help Hinata? Not precisely, Nagato sounded chagrined, and the acolytes shifted uncomfortably. Naruto-kun was escorting me out, when we met Hinata-san and Sakura-san. They had already defeated Madara. Killed him, if Sakura's words were accurate. But before we could make our escape, Guki-sensei stopped us. He agreed to allow my acolytes to take me out of the village, but he refused to let your students leave. Naruto-kun insisted we go, despite my offer to stay. He said we should seek out you, or the two kunoichi who were fighting my animal path. That explains how I ran into you. The copy ninja sounded torn, and the Rinnegan user understood his indecision. If you mean to go help them, do not let us stop you, Nagato offered sincerely. We will find Tamari-san and Kid-san. No, Kakashi shook his head, those three don't need me sticking my nose in. And bringing you back safely is our mission. The silver-haired Jonin offered his former enemy and indirect senpai a shoulder, freeing up the female acolyte to take a forward defensive position. We better go back out the way we came in, Hatake speculated. I'm guessing the Shizokas at the main gate won't be too happy to see us. Unless Sensei has had the time and inclination to give orders removing me from my position, I am still one of his 2 seconds in command and a general of the Shizokas, Nagato interjected uncertainly. If I so order, they will let us leave. Certainly easier than navigating the sewers, Kakashi agreed sardonically. If you're sure, I guess it's worth the risk. The quartet resumed the trio's original path, moving slowly closer to the sounds of battle. Gaara, the Tsuchikage rumbled in surprise as the Kazekage walked stiffly into the command center. I thought you were being treated for your injuries. Niji Hyuga was much more badly hurt than I was, the Sandshaper answered, and I have responsibilities to my people and to my allies. What is the situation? Our people have begun spreading word that the Azura path has fallen, Mitsuru informed him, looking down at the map that appears to be having a negative impact on the Shizoka's morale. And a handful of rain ninjas have come out of hiding and are helping us. With the gate open, the walls are more of a hindrance to the enemy, keeping them trapped and limiting their maneuverability. At this point, even conservative estimates have us in control of the Amage Cure by this time tomorrow. Good, Gaara nodded. In that case we need to contemplate our next move. I believe that would be joining the Snow and Mist ninjas attempting to liberate the Land of Silver, the Stone Jonin recalled. Yes. And if nothing has changed in the last 4 hours, it sounds like they will definitely need our help. Something has changed, the Tsuchikage growled slightly. A group of Guki's black Shizokas freed the criminals and renegades from the Leaf's prison. The human path of pain is leading them in an assault on that village. We have not heard anything recently, but the last we knew the Leaf were holding their own. Tsunade will ask for assistance if things become too desperate, the younger shinobi asserted confidently. And if it is too late by then? I have no special love for the Leaf, but even now we cannot afford to lose any allies. I trust in them, the Kazekage did not falter. For now, we just have to continue the plan we agreed upon. Very well, Mitsuru's voice settled. Our plan is to attack from the Land of Forest, while the Mist and Snow continue their assaults from the ocean, is it not? Correct. But I believe that with the combined skills of you people and my own, we may be able to attack the mines directly. That would be easier than attacking the surface and having to fight our way down. The compact kunoichi bobbed her head in agreement, a deep smile cracking her face. There, Tamari pointed as a blast of snowflakes shot off the roof of a 3-story restaurant boasting authentic Land of Lightning home cooking. Just a second, Keed squinted in pain as she focused the energy she was using to keep her scratches from getting worse. Then she placed one foot on the wall and began a tentative ascent. The Sang Jonin frowned, wondering if her mist ally was hurt worse than she initially appeared. But Mizuno pushed herself harder, and the fan user found herself sprinting to catch up. What they saw was not what they expected or hoped. The Kazekage's protector was no longer with the Leaf Healer, and was facing off against a woman both Kunoichi recognized as the closest thing Kahaku Namikaze had to a standard appearance. The Hayaton user directed another hawk made of ice after the Jinchuriki. And the Grass Renegade's chakra-wrapped fist smashed it into snow, creating a drift like the one that had attracted them. The two combatants paused, looking at the newcomers. After deciding that Tamari and Keed were both real and legitimate, they relaxed to regroup. Kahaku's eyes lit with potential. "What are you two doing here?" Natsuki asked carefully. Even recognizing Tamari as the genuine Articale did not preclude the possibility of a trap. And as a bodyguard, the ice shaper was naturally cautious. The animal path suddenly dropped dead. Keed fell into her standard, inept persona, but not before she cut me up pretty bad. "We were looking for Sakura so she could fix me up." "Where is she?" The casual manner in which she dropped the strange fate of Yujito ni unnerved the surviving Shizuku general. Exactly as the mist hunter intended, if not to the degree Keed was hoping for. Kahaku's eyes flickered over Mizuno, taking in the deep tiger's claw cuts down the seductress's left side. "We sent her to help Hinata fight Madara," Natsuki answered, placing special emphasis on the first word. Kahaku smiled weakly as the two newcomers exhibited their amazement. "Nah," Keed protested incoherently, then frowned at Kahaku. "Why would you do something like that?" "I was just using it to get a one-on-one fight," the Jinchuriki explained unconvincingly. And because she did not want Hinata to have to fight Madara alone, Gaara's guardian continued, she made quite a number of concessions to get Sakura to go. "No one deserves to fight Madara alone," Kahaku said again, glaring at Natsuki as if the sand kunoichi had betrayed her, "and might I add, those concessions have just been rendered null and void." "It's not like you can become invisible again," Natsuki shrugged, "not when my Hayaton Jutsus can find you. And if you transform into myself or Tamari-sama, the other will be able to see through you easily enough. Even if you mimic Mizuno-san, we will be able to tell the difference by her injuries." "Speaking of," Gaara's sister interrupted, "if I take over for you, Natsuki, could you take a look at Keed's wounds?" "What? No way, I want Sakura," the face of the mist protested, drawing a raised eyebrow from Kahaku. "Why her?" "Because as a bodyguard she is more versed in first aid and medical jutsu than your average shinobi." Including me, the fan wielder let her genuine annoyance at the younger-seeming woman's facade seep into her face and voice. "Fine," Keed pouted. "And you expect me to limit myself to one tail of power, even after you switch out for a fresh replacement?" Kahaku prompted sharply. "Fresh?" Tamari sighed. "I had to cover for her during our fight with the animal path. And she still managed to get hurt, so I had to carry her here." "You can stop that," the Raikage's wife insisted in annoyance. "There is no way I will believe that the Mizukage's daughter, and the infamous hunter ninja known as the Face of the Mist, is a technical jonin." "Believe what you want," Tamari shrugged, stepping closer. Then she glanced at the holes and dents on her weapon. "Give me those toys of yours," Shikamaru's lover demanded, "since my fan was damaged protecting you." "What?" "If she gets past you, I'll need my Ziphos," the Mizukage's daughter whined, "and she's unarmed." "Can't you fight her with taijutsu?" "You're a jonin too, right?" "Fine," Tamari echoed Keed's earlier tone as she repeated the annoyed acceptance. She stabbed her fan into the tiles under them, and approached Kahaku bare-handed. "Really, you two should book a theater," Kahaku shook her head in amused exasperation, "but have it your way. I'll limit my powers and play with Tamari-san for a while so Natsuki-san can stabilize Keed-san." As if to belie her statement, she darted forward, diving past Tamari. Then spinning back, Kahaku launched a kick at Gaara's sister's spine. The lighter-haired San Jonin threw back her left arm, her elbow striking the Jinchuriki's knee. Both women winced at the impact. They landed facing one another, and both started signing. "This looks pretty bad," the bodyguard didn't pull her verbal punches, as she knelt beside the hunter. "Yeah," Keed agreed softly, dropping the act, "both the middle and the right cuts punctured my small intestine. And she just missed the major veins in my leg. I've been using my chakra to keep the wounds from getting any worse, and Yujito gave us a cream that slowed the bleeding. But the only medical-type technique I know is one that accelerates my healing and limits scarring. But I can't use that if I'm moving, and it wouldn't be enough to save me from organ damage." "Well," Natsuki fixed her with a critical eye, "fire up your technique, and we'll double-team this." "Yeah," Keed exhaled weakly, "thanks, Natsuki." "Wind Scythe Jutsu," Tamari called. "Bronze Skin Jutsu," the grass renegade intoned. She moved into Tamari's attack, stomping towards her new foe. The blades of air sliced through Namikaze's uniform, but only dimpled her skin without cutting. Tamari could not help but remember another Jinchuriki who had treated her wind scythes like they were nothing. Kahaku picked up speed with each step, and her feet were cracking the cold weakened roof tiles. The sand ninja met her opponent with a punch to the jaw, but retracted her hand in pain. "It's like hitting a steel wall," Tamari complained, as she dodged a knee to her midsection. "Not steel, bronze," Kahaku corrected, aiming another punch for Tamari's sternum. "It makes you tough to hurt, but also slows you down," the younger woman countered, "so let's see if you can dodge this." Futen, straight line jutsu. Namikaze leaned into the wind and braced herself. The powerful gusts did not move her increased weight, but the stronger jutsu inflicted a number of shallow furrows in the demon host's arms, legs, and face. And unlike the first jutsu, these began to bleed lightly. "I wouldn't have thought a wind release technique would overcome my bronze skin," Kahaku shrugged, unbinding the defensive chakra. "I guess speed will serve me better in this fight." She closed the narrow distance between them, and began a series of punches and kicks designed to open up Tamari's left knee for a disabling blow. But the sand kunoichi matched her, blow for blow, and when the end gambit came, the blonde woman easily dodged the attack. "I'm still slowed down," Kahaku realized, and then she shivered. It must be from all the snow and ice up here. But why isn't it hindering her, too? She felt a rumble inside her, like the chameleon was slamming into its cage again. Then she knew. "Release." Namikaze hissed, and as she expected, Natsuki was no longer kneeling beside Keed. Instead, the bodyguard stood between the melee and the mist ninja. And both of them had their hands clasped and were staring at her intently. "I guess your injuries weren't so bad after all," Kahaku stated angrily. "No, I'm dying." Keed's voice was weak yet entirely earnest. "What pain did to me is beyond Natsuki's skills as well. I need a real healer, preferably Sakura. But we have to take you down first, so I'm helping the best way I can. Staying out of the way and tripping you up with illusions." Keed drew two of her leaf-shaped short swords and tossed them to Tamari. "Now that the cat's out of the bag, can you two just finish this as quickly as possible?" Mizuno requested with a hint of fear. The sand ninjas both nodded. "Fine," Kahaku seemed troubled in that case. Three curled, reptilian tails of chakra erupted behind her. "I'll take all three of you hostage," the renegade announced. "The Mizukage's daughter and the Kazakage's sister will make fine bargaining chips. And I will see that you receive the best medical treatment we have." "Keed-san," the Jinchuriki added more sedately. Tamari slid forward after Natsuki established the skating rink again, in case Kahaku had any ideas about hiding. Her two borrowed blades flashed out, but the bijou tails intercepted. The younger woman brought up her heel to drive it into the Jinchuriki's calf. And Natsuki moved in to join the melee. After a short exchange of blows, the Sand Jonin both realized their opponent was not as much stronger and faster as they would have accepted. Her three-tail mode only barely overpowered with Gaara's one-tail mode, and the Kazakage was hardly an expert in that use of the demon's power. Only Kahaku's chakra supply was significantly increased. That increase in energy did let the grass renegade throw around jutsu with reckless abandon, which in turn kept the two comrades from overwhelming her. "This is not quite what I was expecting," Natsuki noted aloud. "She isn't much stronger with three tails than she was with one. Maybe she should go for more? 4 or even 5 tails?" Tamari agreed. Kahaku cringed involuntarily. As a trade-off for her nearly unparalleled control over the chameleon's chakra, the seal sharply limited the amount or power she could draw. 3 tails was her upper bound, unless she was willing to permanently remove one of the Fuinjutsu and risk going berserk or letting the demon take control. Then she took a deep breath and settled her nerves. "You can't bait me like that," Kahaku informed them sharply. "I am the strongest jonin the grass has ever produced. And that was before I trained with and fought beside the greatest shinobi in the world." Tamari finished securing the Keed's shinobi cuffs round Kahaku's fingers and wrists, making them tight enough that even if the Jinchuriki decided to change shape when she came to, she wouldn't be able to escape. Or so the sand ninja hoped. "Natsuki, stay with Keed," she instructed. "I'm going to go get Sakura. Keep her alive and keep an eye on the prisoner." The bodyguard nodded. Tamari knelt by the hunter ninja, whose breathing had grown more shallow. I'm going to borrow these, the actually younger woman told the younger-looking girl, indicating the two ziffos now tucked into her belt. I'll leave you my fan as collateral. So you better be here to trade back when I return, okay? Temari couldn't tell if the answer she received was a weak nod, or if the mist kunoichi no longer had the strength to keep her head steady. Either way, she bobbed her head once more towards Natsuki, and then jumped to the next building, aiming for the Raikage's manor. Hinata's right eye, the one facing away from Naruto, popped open and regarded Sakura gravely. The medic started to call out in relief, but the younger woman discreetly shook her head, and Haruno silenced herself. Hinata, are you okay? Sakura whispered. No, the pale beauty answered as softly as she could. I was able to brace myself somewhat and redirect my chakra, so my new injuries are not as bad as Guki believes them to be. They still require treatment, but they are not the reason I allowed Guki to knock me over here. What do you mean? I was hit by a large piece of shrapnel when Siphon exploded. Her open eye flicked downward as she mouthed the answer. It is lodged in my right femoral artery. For now it is keeping the cut closed. But if I were to engage in strenuous combat, it would come loose and I would bleed out. And I was hoping Naruto might cut loose a little if he saw me hurt, Hinata confessed. No issue there, Sakura said sarcastically. Let's get you patched up so if that knucklehead doesn't live up to our expectations, we can save his butt again. Hinata nodded imperceptibly and altered her chakra flow to assist Sakura's work. Guki watched with open curiosity as his nephew's mouth and nose lengthened and merged into a vulpine muzzle. Golden fur sprouted all over the teen's body, and his fingernails lengthened and sharpened into short claws. A single living tail tore its way out of Naruto's uniform, and two additional extensions of silver chakra formed, one on either side of the real tail. Fascinating, the Raikage commented with poorly faked apathy. Then he continued, drifting quickly into mild sarcasm, so this is the supposed bloodline of the Uzumaki clan. And the fact it so highly resembles the demon that used to be sealed within you, and the powers the Bijou granted you is just a remarkable coincidence. Naruto just snarled at his uncle wordlessly. Guki could see the tension building in the lean muscles under the younger shinobi's amber pelt. Then Namikaze made the mistake of blinking. Guki threw his arms up front of his neck, as Naruto appeared before him, his right claws angled to tear out his uncle's throat. Instead, he shredded the renegade's outer arm almost down to the bone. And even though it was a hasty, one-handed slash, the force of the blow launched Guki backwards towards the same pillar he had used earlier for his substitution. The Raikage managed to twist forward, and landed heavily on the column instead of crashing into it. Naruto was right behind him, and landed on the pillar above his uncle, not quite back-to-back with the rogue. His three tails lashed out at Namikaze's spine, knocking him off their vertical perch. Substitution, Guki shouted before he hit, and reappeared in one of the pillars on the opposite side of the internal courtyard. Naruto was already bearing down on him before he recovered from the teleportation technique, so the Raikage began to sign quickly. Ninja art, melee arsenal jutsu, Namikaze proclaimed, and then raised his wrist to block Uzumaki's claws once more. The fox's nails clanged off the metal that appeared around Guki's wrists. The bracers also incidentally bound the bleeding from the earlier wounds. The renegade Jonin lashed out in kind. His suddenly metal-wrapped knuckles broke Naruto's jaw, but the bone regrew almost immediately. The younger shinobi fired a weak kick at his opponent's midsection. His leg was blocked by Guki's knee, also covered in the same dense alloy. And besides his limbs, Guki also summoned a choker of the dark steel. Namikaze's right fist shot out again. He missed when Naruto hopped even closer, attempting to rake out his uncle's eyes. The rogue covered his face with his left forearm, and again his kote deflected his nephew's talons. He buried his knee into Uzumaki's gut, forcing the lighter man back. Defense accomplished, the Raikage let out an internal sigh of relief now to get the momentum back. I underestimated his fox form's speed and power. But he doesn't have my experience. I can still beat him in both categories if I need to. First speed, and I'll go from there. Guki darted forward, but just before he reached Naruto, the younger man vanished. The Jonin sent more energy to his limbs, tracking the teen's clockwise movement. Guki blocked a strike designed to tear off his right arm. But the force of the blow pushed him back, preventing his planned counter while Uzumaki disappeared again. Again, he followed the teen's course. This time, he narrowly interposed his armored knee between his stomach and Naruto's left leg. The young man grunted lightly as his leg hit the metal. Goki was not prepared for the next attack. Thus he did not start to dodge the silver chakra tail until after it started to cut into his left bicep. The raikage escaped any major damage, and mentally chided himself to watch the three tails behind his nephew, too. Namikaze boosted his quickness again, blocking a claw strike to his chest. He thought he saw an opening and fired a hard left at Naruto's nose. By the time it reached, the transformed Takujo was already gone, and Goki was again scrambling to block an attack intended to remove his right kidney. Maybe I can't beat him with speed, not without using the gates. But his attack pattern is simple. Every attack is designed to kill or incapacitate. His rage is clouding his judgment. So long as I can keep up with him, I can guide this fight and wear him down. Goki continued the flow of energy to his muscles, but also began to send them different spikes of chi. Naruto lighted to Namikaze's left, and launched a kick at his uncle's spine. The renegade turned to meet the blow, but instead of blocking it, he punched the teen's tibia. Goki's strength and the hardness of his steel knuckles powered through pant leg, fur, skin, and muscle. Naruto's bone broke in 2 places, but was already restored by the time the youth regained his balance and set his foot back down. That's it, use these openings, the raikage urged silently. And across the room, Hinata's open eye widened as Sakura continued working on the damage to her ribs and lungs. The medic had already finished healing the potentially lethal gash in her friend's leg, and was saving the cracked collarbone for last. Sakura, how close are you? The younger Kunoichi asked with noticeable worry. At least 10 more minutes on your torso. Not sure about your clavicle, yet, the medic swallowed her annoyance at the distraction, understanding Hinata must have a very good reason to interrupt. Why? We need to get ready to move, the Hyuga heiress insisted, elaborating. Remember what Naruto did at the Valley of Dawn? He's doing it again. Hinata specifically kept her words vague, in case Goki was listening. Uzumaki darted past his uncle again, apparently using his tail to slow himself, so he did not go too far. After he skidded to a stop, his left leg snapped up, his heel flying towards his uncle's left temple. Goki caught his ankle with one kote, and then kicked at the teen's supporting knee. Naruto's right energy tail blocked the attack, and then the younger man was moving again. Are you trying to make me dizzy? Goki demanded lightly. Then he added more seriously, you haven't landed a solid blow since I summoned my taijutsu equipment. And I know that jutsu drains your chakra. Haven't been trying, Naruto snarled, speaking for the first time since he transformed. He stopped a few feet away, and suddenly dropped to one knee, slamming his fist into the scratches his tails had carved into the stone floor. Katen, creeping napalm jutsu. No way, Sakura complained, as his chakra lit up the seal and she saw just how big it was. Naruto darted back over to his teammates. Hinata's eye suddenly snapped shut when she realized he was approaching them. The Ascendant Fox crouched down next to his lover, but looked intently at the healer. Is it safe for me to move, Hinata? He queried, or do I need to use the life-sustain jutsu? There's no need for any of that, Goki answered first. He began to sign, and they noticed that he was making frequent use of the bird and ox seals. As the burning gel expanded beyond edge of Naruto's circle, Namikaze clapped his hands together, staring intently at the growing inferno. Hayaton, absolute suppression, the raikage intoned, and there was a wash of cool air as a dome of ice formed around the napalm. Naruto slowly stood, glowering as his fire chakra began to sputter and fade. How are you doing that? The Vulpine shinobi demanded. No ice jutsu that small should be able to stop the creeping napalm. It is not a solid block of ice. Inside is a perfect vacuum, with no oxygen to feed the flames. That, combined with the cold of the ice jutsu, is enough to extinguish just about anything. I learned this jutsu from Bunjiro. It was his favorite for dealing with fire release experts. Sorry, Hinata, Naruto whispered, I guess this is going to take a little longer. He carefully extracted 2 food pills and chomped down on them aggressively. I take it this means you're going to stop playing the berserker? Goki's smile was not quite a smirk, I almost bought it. but your path was too irregular.